I believe that is happening. But the temple itself is currently being restored, and the most precious image has been taken out, which means you can get quite close to it. And then there are two very precious images in Patan, the ancient city of Lalitpur. So this Kathmandu Valley. There's three ancient holy cities: Kathmandu, Lalitpur or Patan, and Bhaktapur. So yesterday I was able to go and visit two of them. It was an incredible blessing. So we really need to generate compassion. It's so important. Even just to have a kind heart is so important. But to have compassion, of course, is even more important. Empathy, compassion, altruism, and then great compassion, of course, is essential in the progression of the awakening of bodhicitta mind. And then with bodhicitta, they can become bodhisattva, and then from the bodhisattva, the progressive stages lead to enlightenment itself. So compassion is so important, not to one, but to all the numberless sentient beings. Which is so hard to comprehend, isn't it? But then we can see, just imagine the difference in this world. Everyone strove to generate compassion. Whether they succeeded or not, but simply having that wish to generate compassion is so important. So I was just talking about those Chenrezigs to whet the appetite of Venerable Damcha when he comes here to do pilgrimage, as I'm sure he will, when he celebrates 2 years of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers. Okay, so let's just go straight into the prayer, because we don't have very long. And this is the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, beginning with the refuge prayer that was given to by Chenrezig, to one of the disciples of Thangtong Gyalpo. Yeah. So this refuge prayer actually is not an integral part of the Thangtong Gyalpo prayer. The prayer is the integral part, and reciting the manis beforehand is very important. To recite as many as possible, and the refuge bodhicitta, of course, makes the practice Buddhist. So that's very important. Okay, and I've got my prayer one over there. Bring my other prayer in here. I'm just wondering if this is still working. Are we still working? I think it's still working. I'm not sure. If we're not working, please message me, somebody. Okay. All sentient beings or mothers or infinite like space. Go for refuge, the precious good Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinas. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings or mothers or infinite like space. Go for refuge to precious God Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinas. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings or mothers or infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious God Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinas. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, Dhammakaya. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Nani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Nani Padme. Om Nani Padme. Nani Padme. Nani Padme. Nani Beme Om Mani Beme Nani Beme Om Mani Beme Mani Beme Om Mani Beme Mani Beme Nani Beme Om Mani Beme Nani Beme Om Mani Beme Mani Beme Om Mani Beme Mani Beme Om Mani Beme Nani Beme Om Mani Beme Nani Beme Om Mani Beme Nani Beme Nani Beme Om Mani Nani Beme Om Mani Beme Mani Beme Nani Beme Om Mani Beme Nani Beme Om Mani Beme Nani Beme Om Mani Beme Mani Beme Om Mani Beme Nani Beme Om Mani Beme Nani Beme Om Mani Beme Mani Beme Mani Beme Nani Beme Mani Beme Nani Beme Nani Beme Nani Beme Mani Beme Nani Beme Nani Nani Beme Mani Beme Nani 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 Mani Beme Mani Beme Nani Beme Mani Bami Om 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 Mani Bami Mani Bami Om Mani Bami Om Mani Bami Mani Bami Om Mani Bami Om Mani Bami Om Mani Bami Om Mani Bami Mani Bami Mani Bami Om Mani Bami Om Mani Bami Mani Bami Om Mani Bami Om Mani Bami Mani Bami Om 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 Mani Bami Mani Bami Om Mani Bami Om Mani Bami Mani Bami Om Mani Bami Om Mani Bami Om Mani Bami Mani Bami Om 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 Mani Bami Mani Bami Om 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 Mani Bami Om. Now, so do the breath. May all the diseases of sadhana minds or sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spread, illnesses, and infectious, not occur amongst the world. May whatever sufferings are often life-threatening diseases that like virtually leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and emit instead not occur amongst the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 380 evil spirits, and harm suddenly 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to disturbances of four elements, depriving body and mind, very happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinians, down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms, the graspers, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise due to life-threatening diseases that, like the butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers. 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. By whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of four elements. Prime in the body and mind, where happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, may thou with long life, good health, and well-being, by the command of the Gurus and the three jewels. By the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graspers, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher-leading animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and their sounds of whose names terrify beings, so they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. I'm going to do the prayer to pacify the fear of war. Om Mani Meme Hum, victorious Maitreya, sublime and noble level Kidishvara, ferocious King, high Griva, Judson, Tara, and the rest. Buddhas, the mere sound of whose names dispels all fear. Compassion sources of refuge, pray grant me heed. In this time when individuals experience an oceanic surge of negative karma and jealousy, the age of fivefold decadence and strife, as intense suffering, fighting, and quarreling oppresses us, pray burn it all in the fires of your compassionate wisdom. Shower the nectar of love upon those who fan the flames of hatred. Bless them to recognize one another as parents, and thereby usher in auspiciousness and happiness. May the mischievous elemental spirits that enter the minds of beings and instantaneously transform their hosts into warring titans never hold sway in this region again. May all who have died in battles, fighting, and wars immediately give up their indulgence in destructive action, cause, and effect, and having taken birth in the pure realm of Sukhavati, lead all to that same Buddha realm. May all beings have long, healthy lives, be free of quarrels and strife, live according to 10 virtues, and experience timely rains and bountiful harvests. And may the auspiciousness of the environment and beings increase exponentially. May these pure, vast prayers be accomplished through the compassion of the Guru Yidam and the three rare and sublime ones, suchness which by its very nature is utterly pure, omnipresence of things, the undeceiving nature of cause and effect. And then I do the prayer of famine. First, you generated the supreme mind of unspouseful awakening, firmly set upon the liberation of sentient beings in their infinitude. Then you perfected the two accumulations, O compassionate, victorious one, you whose love embraces beings bereft of any protector in this degenerate times. Protect them without fail. For these beings plagued by hunger, thirst, difficulties, and suffering, release upon the world and the land of snows a rain of all the pleasant things the senses can enjoy, including jewels, food, wild grain, and bedding. Pacify harm among the four elements, untimely wind and fire, or inauspicious rains and waters, let grains, plants, harvests, and the like mature fully, just as in the golden age, through the strength of aspirations such as these, inspired by loving kindness and compassion. May sicknesses, weapons, and famines be thoroughly pacified, and beings enjoy long life, good health, well-being, and happiness, through the power of the compassion of the victorious ones and their heirs, and the infallible power of the interdependence of causes and results. May the teachings of victorious ones spread and flourish, and all beings swiftly reach unsurpassed awakening. So that's finished.
Venerable Sarah.
I'll let Venerable Amy do the dedication for me.
Lovely to see you.
Yeah.
I hope you're well.
You look like you're in a very interesting place.
Sorry?
You look like you're in a very interesting place.
I'm in Florida right now.
Oh, sweet. Sweet.
I'm
nice.
teaching in Florida and just for this week, yeah.
Oh, sweet. Okay. Take care. Take care.
You too. Please be well. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. Let's take a moment to set our motivation. Really thinking about the benefit we can bring with these prayers, with the blessing of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, for the planet, to really remove this pandemic from the planet immediately, and to heal all the people that have gotten COVID, and all the hearts of all the loved ones who have lost people from this pandemic, and all the other people with imbalances of body and mind. So may all those people be healed. May those who've recently passed away take a precious human rebirth immediately to get enlightened, to benefit all living beings. May it also help our own practices to help us reach that state where we unlimitedly can benefit all living beings. So with that in mind, we will begin our practices. The Vajra armor practice, very powerful for healing disease. And just let me know if there's something you cannot see that I'm sharing on my screen. So please imagine in the space in front of you is this blue-black Vajrapani facing you, slightly higher than the level of your forehead. He's about 6 inches in height, riding this multi-headed donkey, surrounded by transcendental wisdom fire. And the more you can think of everything in the nature of light, it's very helpful. And imagine out of all the pores of his body come signs of purification, like Garudas and scorpions, iron pigs, things like that. And all these different colored light rays that represent purification to you, going through the entire planet, healing the planet, everything, healing it of COVID and disease and hatred and racism and everything, and environmental toxins like that, and climate warming. And imagine those rays coming over to you, entering your forehead, white rays coming into your forehead, red rays coming into your throat, blue rays coming into your heart, purifying you of any imbalances, body and mind, as we recite his mantra. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shig nagan entayata sarva verita ana ana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shig nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nemparshik nagan and hayata sarvavedita ana ana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nemparshik nagan and hayata sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nemparshik nagan and hayata Sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nemparshik nagan entayata sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nemparshik nagan entayata sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nemparshik nagan entayata Sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nemparshik nagan entayata. Sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nemparshik nagan entayata. Sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nemparshik nagan entayata. Sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nemparshik nagan entayata. Sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nemparshik nagan entayata. Sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nemparshik nagan entayata. Sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nemparshik nagan entayata. Sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nemparshik nagan entayata. Sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nemparshik nagan entayata. Sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nemparshik nagan entayata. Sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nemparshik nagan entayata. Sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nemparshik nagan entayata. Sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nemparshik nagan entayata. Sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. So as you've just blessed your speech with this incredibly powerful healing mantra, if you'd like, you can put your hand over your mouth. As you continue to breathe, imagine your exhalations continue to go up your nose, continuing the purification. If you have something to drink, you can blow on the surface a few times, taking a few sips, feeling that purification again continue. And imagine this blue-black Vajrapani in the space in front melts, dissolves into emptiness. From the wisdom arises Black Manjushri, standing over top your crown, facing the same direction as you. He's about 6 inches in height, and he holds a sword. And in this form of the Buddha of infinite wisdom, Manjushri, in this particular form, he purifies disease. So imagine a similar visualization of light rays coming out of all the pores of his body, descending, going to the entire planet and descending through your crown, purifying COVID and all imbalances, body and mind, as we recite his mantra. Om taso jusertur tasertur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pesoha. Tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe peso ha. Tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe peso ha. Tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe peso ha. Tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe peso ha. Tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe peso ha. Tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe peso ha. Tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe peso ha. Tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe peso ha. Tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe peso ha. Tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe peso ha. Tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe peso ha. Tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe peso ha. Tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe peso ha. Tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe peso ha. Tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe peso ha. Tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe peso ha. Tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe peso ha. Tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe peso ha. Tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe peso ha. Tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe peso ha. Tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe peso ha. Tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe peso ha. Imagine the black manjushri over top your crown. Slowly dissolves from the edges of the visualization into a radiant drop of light. It melts into your crown. Feel the purification as well as all the blessings of his holy body, holy speech, holy mind. Our next prayer from Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the prayer liberating Sakya from disease. Let's do this motivation 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So reciting Om Mani Padme Hum, this mantra right here, the mantra of the Buddha of infinite compassion. We'll recite that a number of times as we gaze at this image of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Money pay me, money pay me, money pay me, money pay me. Money pay me, money pay me, money pay me. Money pay me, 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 money pay me. Money pay me, 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 money pay me. Money pay me, 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 money pay me. Money pay me, 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 money pay me. Money pay me, 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 money pay me. Money pay me, 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 money pay me. Money pay me, 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 money pay me. Money pay me, money pay me, money pay me. Oh, money pay me. The actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll do that 2 more times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. 1 more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Our next prayer, pacifying the danger of weapons. So especially right now for Ukraine, to please end this war instantly, for all those suffering from domestic abuse, from all those in violent areas of our countries, may all of that be pacified by the power of this prayer. Pacified immediately. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great loving victorious one, Arya sublime compassion, eye looking one, wrathful victorious Hayagriva, perfect pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum whoops. Go here. Change it instantly into the mind of an Asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right times, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Our last prayer before the dedication. A request to pacify the fear of famine. So for all the starving people around the world, all the poor people, may they have everything they need, especially food, clothing, shelter. Completely relieve their suffering instantly by nature of this prayer. May everyone all over always have enough food to eat, enough drinks. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment, in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings at the times of the degenerate times with love. And then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed. jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the four elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. So just before we close our, let's get some blessings from His Holiness. Soha. Soha. Om tare tutare ture soha. Our dedication prayers. Please, let's dedicate to all the beings around the planet suffering from COVID. May they be healed instantly and have no long-term effects. May those who've recently died, especially Lamo Wagner, who's connected to the center in Florida, who passed away a few days ago, may all those beings immediately take a precious human rebirth to get enlightened, to benefit all living beings. And for Will and Ross, Jody, Joanne, all these people that I know with various health issues, may they be healed instantly and find the best treatment to help them on their journey to healing and good health. All the other people needing that on the planet. And may we all be healthy, happy, and be able to practice Dharma well. And if you're interested, I'm leading a day long for the Florida Center, Tupten Konga Center. Or Patty, if you want to put the link, if you can put the link in the chat, she's the spiritual program coordinator. It starts at 10 o'clock Eastern time. It goes till 4 p.m. Eastern of the US. And you can jump in at any time. I think you need to register to get the Zoom link. It would be delightful that, there it is. Thank you so much. And let me just go to the dedication prayers. So much. Let's dedicate the merit. O Janju Senjo Rinpoche, Mage Panam Ge Gyurjik, Ke Panyam Pa Me Pa Yi, Gone Gondu Belwarjo. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, and transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and monastery firewood, may it always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me. May all my virtue ripen on them. Let's do this dedication with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side. by myself alone, whom completely empty of existing from my own side. Any understanding you have of emptiness, please reflect for a moment. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samanta Vajra as well. And lastly, for the long lives of our precious gurus. For His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you everyone for joining. And if you go into the chat, the link is there if you'd like to check in today for some meditation. A lot of people, we aren't meditating enough. I find it challenging, that it's what we really need. And it seems to be the thing missing from most people's practices. They're doing other things in service and they can't seem to get into a meditation practice. Sometimes we need some help. So thank you for joining. And I am passing this on to Lagsam, maybe? I'm not sure who's...
Yes. Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Hello.
Ça va?
Ah, vous parlez français?
Un peu.
Ah, très bien, parce que moi, mon anglais est un tout petit peu.
Anyway, thank you so much. And thank you, everyone. Lovely to see all of you. Hope to see you soon.
Merci beaucoup.
Good to Chenrezig.
Merci beaucoup. Au revoir. Beaucoup de bonheur à vous, happiness. Bonjour à tous. Bienvenue pour cette nouvelle session. Donc, je suis Laksam au monastère Nalanda en France. Donc, bienvenue à tous pour cette nouvelle session. Donc, je suis ravi de la faire avec vous, de passer ce moment de communion ensemble. J'avais envie de commencer aujourd'hui par des personnes qui ont demandé pourquoi, quelles sont les utilités dans notre ère encore de faire des prières. Donc, je pensais que c'était utile de faire une toute petite introduction aujourd'hui. Donc, il faut voir les deux aspects. Il y a toujours un côté grossier et un côté un peu plus subtil. Donc, les côtés un petit peu plus subtils, on va les mettre de côté. C'est juste au niveau karmique, en fait. Donc, on purifie, en faisant des prières, on purifie du karma négatif de cette vie-là et des autres. Donc, on purifie le karma. Et en plus, ça nous permet aussi de cumuler des mérites. Et donc, encore une fois, pour notre karma, pour planter des conditions, des causes pour le futur, pour expérimenter du bonheur par rapport à cela. Deuxième chose, donc ça, après c'est très compliqué. Donc les trucs subtils, ils sont bien évidemment très difficiles à voir. Donc ça demande beaucoup d'études. C'est pas l'objet là aujourd'hui. Et après pour les choses un peu plus grossières. Donc en fait, comme il y a personne qui a une baguette magique pour changer le monde en fait est le reflet de ce que nous en faisons. C'est nous-mêmes qui le forgeons en fait. Donc en fait, ces prières participent à faire changer les esprits et donc avoir une meilleure éthique, un peu plus de sagesse, donc qui fait que petit à petit les choses peuvent changer. Comme nous-mêmes par rapport, par exemple, à sa sainteté, le Dalai Lama, ou tous les saints qu'il y a dans ce monde, nos maîtres, tout ça. on voit les exemples qui sont par rapport à leur transformation de l'esprit, et on dit « Waouh, quel être formidable, j'aimerais bien être comme ça ». Donc, on a tous ce potentiel. Donc, il suffit de le travailler, donc par les études et par le travail, les méditations, et aussi à force de prier et de s'imprégner de ces textes. Donc, ça change notre esprit, ça change donc notre façon d'être. On va un peu plus dans la sagesse, ce qui fait que ça va se répercuter sur les autres personnes dans notre entourage, qui font que ça va se répercuter aussi sur d'autres personnes petit à petit. Et comme ça, le monde petit à petit change. Encore une fois, on n'a pas une baguette magique pour le changer, c'est à nous de le faire changer. Donc, ça demande que nous-mêmes nous changeons, que nous demandons, que nous avons un peu plus de sagesse en nous pour que ce monde devienne de plus en plus sage. Donc voilà, donc ça c'était la petite aparté. Donc maintenant, je vais vous inviter à prendre une position qui vous convienne pour faire une toute petite méditation afin que on revienne à l'intérieur, qu'on se mette en contact avec notre esprit. Donc ayez le dos bien droit. Pour ceux qui veulent peuvent fermer les yeux. Ceux qui sont à l'aise peuvent les garder les yeux mi-clos. Concentrez-vous sur les muscles du visage. Regardez s'ils sont crispés, détendez-les. Détendez la mâchoire. Détendez les muscles du visage. Le cou. Relâchez les épaules. Le dos bien droit. Pensez à votre respiration. Chaque respiration, le corps se détend un peu plus. Et nous rentrons de plus en plus en contact avec notre esprit dans le moment présent. Et nous goûtons cette sérénité qui est l'esprit, ce calme, cet amour, cette compassion, cette bienveillance, cette béatitude. Et au fur et à mesure de nos respirations, le corps se détend de plus en plus, les parties du dos, les hanches. Et en même temps, la balance se fait avec l'esprit et le corps, ça s'aligne. Le corps se détend. De plus en plus, on est en rapport avec notre esprit. Et tout se calme. Si vous viennent des pensées, ne vous y attachez pas, laissez-les partir comme des nuages dans le ciel. On ne s'y attarde pas. On ne s'attarde pas aux pensées du passé, ni celles du futur. On reste bien dans le moment présent. Et pour ce faire, nous pouvons nous aider de la respiration et de dire à l'inspiration, j'inspire, je suis conscient que j'inspire. Et à l'expire, j'expire, je suis conscient que j'expire. Et on se relâche, corps et esprit, de plus en plus. J'inspire, je suis conscient que j'inspire. Et à l'expire, je suis conscient que j'expire. Maintenant, j'aimerais qu'on réfléchisse, en gardant ce moment de calme, à notre précieuse vie humaine que nous avons la chance d'avoir et de voir comme elle est précieuse. De contempler que nous avons eu la chance ce matin de nous réveiller, de pouvoir continuer à vivre une autre journée, ce qui n'est pas le cas de tout le monde, de par l'impermanence de toute chose. Et donc de voir le temps qui passe et comme il est précieux. Et comme il est précieux aussi de faire quelque chose de notre vie, car le temps passe, et de transformer notre esprit, et venir à plus de sagesse. Toujours plus de sagesse pour se bonifier, pour être une meilleure personne, avoir un bon cœur, être généreux, faire attention aux autres. Se rendre compte aussi que cette précieuse renaissance humaine, ce n'est pas le fait du hasard, car on aurait pu être né en tant qu'animal, en tant qu'insecte, tout être vivant, mais les causes et les conditions qu'on a posées dans d'autres vies ont fait que maintenant, nous avons on récolte le résultat de ce karma et qui a fait que dans cette vie, on a eu cette précieuse renaissance humaine. Et donc, essayez aussi de le garder à l'esprit, que c'est très précieux, que c'est très rare à avoir, et que donc il ne faut pas la gaspiller. Et donc d'utiliser notre énergie pour nous développer encore et encore, pour ouvrir notre cœur, déjà à nous-mêmes, s'aimer nous-mêmes, pour pouvoir l'ouvrir aux autres. Et ainsi, jusqu'à l'éveil pour le bénéfice de tout être vivant. Se dire tous les matins, je vais avoir des pensées aimantes pour moi-même et pour les autres. Je ne vais pas me mettre en colère ou penser du mal aux autres autant que je le peux. Petit à petit, jour après jour, travailler sur cela, être une meilleure personne qui nous servira d'abord à nous-mêmes, bien évidemment, mais aussi à tous les êtres qui nous entourent. Ça va commencer par notre famille, puis ça va s'étendre à nos voisins, nos amis, et comme ça, petit à petit, toutes les personnes vont toucher d'autres personnes qui font qu'elles vont vouloir aussi travailler cet esprit, et petit à petit, comme ça, les êtres se transforment, et ce monde se transforme aussi. Je vais essayer de partager un document pour qu'on puisse générer notre motivation. Alors, écran partagé. Voilà. Donc, nous allons générer notre motivation. Donc, pour ceux qui sont bouddhistes, ils peuvent visualiser devant eux le Bouddha Shakyamuni avec toute la lignée des maîtres jusqu'à notre maître actuel, de voir la lignée ininterrompue du Bouddha Shakyamuni jusqu'à notre maître actuel. Pour ceux qui ne le peuvent pas, se représenter juste le Bouddha Shakyamuni. Et pour ceux aussi qui la visualisation est trop compliquée, juste l'énergie du Bouddha Shakyamuni, regardez cette belle lumière, une belle lumière avec une énergie bienveillante, compatissante, amour. Et tel un soleil, elle brille sur tous les êtres et nous donne cet amour, cette sagesse. Pour les non-bouddhistes, ils peuvent visualiser soit leur déité, soit la lumière universelle, de l'amour universel, et sentir comme les rayons du soleil, en fait. Cette lumière va éclairer tous les êtres, va sur tous les êtres. Et nous pouvons ressentir sa chaleur, tel le soleil, il brille pour tout l'univers, il ne brille pas seulement pour une seule personne. Il ne fait aucune discrimination entre les belles personnes et les moins bien. Et il brille pour tous les êtres. Et le Bouddha, pareillement, brille sur tous les êtres, nous apporte son énergie. Nous allons maintenant réciter donc la motivation. Donc le but de ma vie est de libérer tous les êtres de la souffrance. Ah, j'arrive pas à voir, on va mettre ça ici. Si j'arrive, voilà. Donc, le but de ma vie est de libérer tous les êtres de la souffrance et de les guider vers le bonheur, en particulier le bonheur suprême et sans égal de l'éveil parfaitement accompli. Puisque toutes les joies que je rencontre au fil des jours, chaque bonheur du passé, du présent et de l'avenir, y compris l'éveil, dépendent des autres êtres, le bonheur de ces innombrables êtres dépend de moi. Si je développe l'amour bienveillant à l'égard de tous les êtres, alors je ne leur ferai pas de mal, et au contraire, ils recevront paix et bienfaits. Je suis donc responsable du bonheur et de la paix de tous les êtres. Ici, je suis un serviteur au service de tous les êtres sans discrimination aucune entre ceux qui font du mal et ceux qui font du bien, quoi qu'ils fassent. Et pour parvenir à cela, je dois atteindre l'éveil parfait. Aussi vais-je rendre vertueuses toutes les actions de mon corps, de ma parole et de mon esprit, afin de pouvoir être le plus bénéfique possible à tous les êtres, c'est-à-dire atteindre l'éveil aussi vite que possible. Puissent toutes ces actions ne pas causer le moindre mal, mais être uniquement source de bienfaits pour tous les êtres de la meilleure façon possible, de sorte qu'ils atteignent eux aussi l'éveil au plus vite. Pour les bouddhistes qui ont pris refuge, nous allons donc prendre refuge. Nous allons le faire 2 fois en tibétain et 1 fois en français. En le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha, jusqu'à l'éveil, je prends refuge. Grâce aux mérites réunis par ma pratique de la générosité et des autres vertus, puis-je devenir un Bouddha afin d'être bénéfique à tous les êtres. Sangye che tangcho ke cho nam la chancho pardo dagni kyatsuchi dagi jeso gipe tsong nam gi jola penche sangye cho parsho Sangye che tangcho ke cho nam la chancho pardo dagni kyatsuchi dagi jeso gipe tsong nam gi Jora penche sangye jo parsho. Nous allons maintenant penser à l'esprit avec notre esprit de bodhicitta et donc, encore une fois, ouvrir notre cœur à tous les êtres et réciter les 4 incommensurables. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres demeuraient dans l'équanimité, libres de l'attachement qui les rapproche des uns et de la haine qui les éloigne des autres. Puisse-t-il demeurer ainsi? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils demeurent dans cet état? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres obtenaient le bonheur et les causes du bonheur. Puissent-ils les obtenir? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils les obtiennent? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres étaient libérés de la souffrance et des causes de la souffrance. Puissent-ils en être libérés? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils en soient libérés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres n'étaient jamais séparés du bonheur des renaissances supérieures de la libération, puissent-ils ne jamais en être séparés? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils n'en soient jamais séparés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Maintenant, nous allons chanter le mantra, le Mani Padme Hum, et j'ai pensé à le faire en 3 temps. Donc, le premier temps, nous allons penser à notre esprit. Donc, notre esprit qui est depuis sans commencement dans l'ignorance, où je vous rappelle où on a les 3 poisons principaux, donc qui est notre ignorance, l'aversion et l'attachement, et donc qui est un esprit impur. Et avec les études, avec la sagesse et avec la méthode, transformer cet esprit pour pouvoir le rendre pur pour nous-mêmes et pour le bien-être de tous les êtres. Donc nous allons penser très fort à cela en récitant le mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Pendant le deuxième temps, nous allons penser donc à tous les maux qui peuvent toucher ce monde. Dieu sait s'il y en a, et en ces temps difficiles, nous allons penser un peu plus en ce moment à la pandémie du Covid-19 qui nous touche depuis quelques mois, voire un peu plus, plusieurs années, depuis fin 2019. Et cet événement qui est maintenant à peu près un mois, la guerre en Ukraine, bien évidemment, on pense à toute cette souffrance des guerres, des innocents qui n'ont rien demandé, qui sont dans des situations épouvantables, les enfants, les familles qui sont obligés de partir. Donc nous allons penser très fort à tous ces...
18 ans. Ça vaut le coup.
Pardon?
Ça fait même pas un an par crime.
Je vous ai pas compris, excusez-moi.
Il a compris quand même. Ça veut dire que s'il avait tué qu'une personne, il n'aurait pas fait un an.
Voilà. Je crois qu'il y a quelqu'un qui n'est pas avec nous, mais qu'on entend. Donc, je disais, donc, penser très fort, donc, pas plus particulièrement là, bon, bien évidemment, à tous les maux du monde, mais à la pandémie, donc, du Covid-19 qui ont détruit certaines familles et la guerre qui est en Ukraine. Pensez très fort à eux en chantant le mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Et dans le troisième temps, je vais vous inviter à penser aux 4 éléments qui est dans tout l'univers, qui est dans ce monde, qui est dans chaque être aussi. Et quand ils sont déséquilibrés, forcément, donc dans la nature, quand les éléments se dérèglent, ben ça donne la nature se déchaîne, donc il y a les éléments qui se déchaînent, les tsunamis, les tremblements de terre, les volcans, etc., etc. Dans les êtres, ben, ils nous viennent des maladies, certaines maladies. Donc, on a tous ces 4 éléments, donc qui est la terre, l'eau, le feu et l'air, à des proportions tous différents. Et donc, on va essayer de penser très fort à ces 4 éléments pour qu'ils soient parfaitement équilibrés afin que tous les maux des êtres et de ce monde et de l'univers s'apaisent et soient en parfaite harmonie. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Nous allons passer maintenant à la prière proprement dite. Oui, le temps passe vite. Nous allons la réciter 2 fois. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et des conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui, tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques et des 424 maladies et ainsi de suite. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des 3 rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des dakinis, des gardiens et des protecteurs du dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissants, dédicaces et prières être pleinement exaucés. Nous allons la faire une deuxième fois. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et des conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui, tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées et des 424 maladies et ainsi de suite. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des 3 rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des dakinis, des gardiens et des protecteurs du dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être pleinement exaucées. Donc, nous allons maintenant passer aux dédicaces. Que nous allons faire qu'une fois. Le temps passe vite, très vite. Par le pouvoir des mérites ainsi accumulés, puissais-je rapidement atteindre l'état d'éveil d'un maître Bouddha, afin de pouvoir libérer tous les êtres de leurs souffrances. Puisse le joyau suprême de la bodhicitta naître là où il n'est pas né, ne pas dégénérer là où il est déjà né, mais s'accroître de plus en plus. Puissent les êtres qui tous ont été ma mère et mon père être parfaitement heureux, et puissent les états d'existence inférieure demeurer vides à jamais. Puissent toutes les prières des bodhisattvas, quel que soit leur lieu de résidence, s'accomplir instantanément. Quelles que soient les actions vertueuses que j'ai créées, je les dédie afin qu'elles deviennent des causes, me permettant de préserver le dharma sacré des écritures et des réalisations, et d'accomplir sans exception les actions et les prières de tous les Bouddhas et Bodhisattvas des 3 temps. Nous allons réciter les prières de longue vie pour nos maîtres, en commençant par sa sainteté le Dalai Lama. Jinten ka de pe de malu pa gang le junwe sampe li jino kadri tsumeten zin gyatso la serwa deso tuk che lun juk shuk Doning ning jesung du juk pe lam che che ze ze gang chen ten chen Trana pe moten zin gyatso la serwa desu che den le jung shu. Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Tu chen chang ji jang gel gel wen ten zin yo bel we kun zon to por ze chuk chum gur we lek mon tu dru pa dak sol du che kun du chap ten sho. Merci à tous. Je vous souhaite un merveilleux et magnifique week-end. Beaucoup de bonheur à vous. J'espère que vous avez passé un bon moment dans cette session. J'ai été ravi de le partager avec vous. Et je crois que je vais laisser la place à Vénérable Robina, il me semble. Alors, du coup, je ne sais plus enlever ça, moi.
Merci.
Merci à vous tous.
Bonjour, this is Robina.
Hello, bonjour.
Hello. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Okay, everybody, here we are again to pray, to put all our wishes, our thoughts into the world. We remember the entire universe is created by thoughts. I mean, it sounds like the cosmic joke, but this is literally what Buddha's saying. So every thought really does count. How we can think it doesn't, then it's a disaster, you know. This is why we suffer so badly. Every thought counts. Every thought creates the universe, creates one step at a time. There's not a single atom of anything in the existence of the universe since beginningless time that hasn't been created by the thoughts of sentient beings. That's really the meaning of karma, you know. It's kind of shocking, but it's encouraging. So we have confidence. And so we're here for this 1 hour, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, as long as you're here. We have these powerful positive thoughts, inviting all the holy beings to be here, wanting all the sentient beings to stop suffering, which will, you know, then these strong thoughts will then affect the holy beings, who also in turn can do amazing things to help the human beings. Of course, explicitly, it's for all the people as a result of the pandemic, but we can think of everybody suffering, because every week every day there's another level of suffering, another war somewhere, and more violence somewhere, more expressions of anger, because that's what causes it, you know, harming others in anger. That's what causes this terrible suffering. So simple. So we visualize Lama Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, the embodiment of infinite compassion and loving kindness. Enlightened mind, no separate sense of self, a mind that's as big as the universe, a mind that is empathetic with every sentient being, no separation, no sense of a separate self. Peaceful aspect. In this bodhisattva style, this so-called enjoyment body, the more subtle light body the holy beings can manifest in to be of benefit to sentient beings. It's got 4 hands, holding 2 in the front, a wish-fulfilling jewel, and the other ones are either a side held aloft at about his ears, the right holding a crystal rosary, the left a white lotus. On his right shoulder, an antelope skin, which is indicating his peaceful nature, and adorned with all the beautiful things in the bodhisattva style. We have a spiritual teacher. There's their mind manifesting. Or the Buddha, maybe better to say the Buddha manifesting as our spiritual teacher. Because this, you know, the mind, consciousness Buddha's mind doesn't need a body, but they've gone beyond bodies. So because their mind is perfected, pure, unmanifest, all-knowing, all-seeing consciousness. And because sentient beings need help, we're all hopeless. They decide out of their compassion to manifest in bodies. So this one way of visualizing is the subtle light body. But the other kind of body they manifest in, like the one behind me, this is the emanation body, the one that you and I can see. So then if we think of Chenrezig in front of us in the subtle light body, then what form of body would he manifest in? Well, it has to be the person we have decided is the one who is the Buddha for us. There is no other. And now we visualize all the suffering sentient beings. In the form of enemies, friends, and strangers. No fourth category in the universe. Objects of the three poisons, objects of attachment to the left, that's our beloveds, our objects of attachment to the left in front of us. Right in front of us, the objects of our aversion. And to the right, as well as in front and above, to the left, the right, behind, and below, the whole universe full of the third category, which is 99.99% of all the sentient beings who for us are the strangers. So why is a person, what's an object of attachment? The person who does what my attachment wants, whom I adore, whom I do love, whom I do have compassion for. Object of aversion is the one who actively haven't done or don't do what I like, what I want. So I have I have aversion for them, the opposite of attachment. And the third lot, they do neither. They neither harm nor help. So how do I think? Indifferent. I don't mind. I don't care. This is how it is. It's quite shocking, but this is how it is. The whole universe is like this. All pervaded by the three poisons. So we think of all of them as in human form, which is the form they can get enlightened in. But all of them experiencing their own particular sufferings of the different realms. But in particular, we think of those as a result of the pandemic, the millions of people who've suffered as a result. The millions of humans who've suffered. Either the experience similar to the cause of past killing, they've died, or the vast majority, the environmental result of past killing, which is that the physical world itself, which includes other beings, actually harm us, and we get sick. Millions of people, look. And then all the other sufferings, of course. All the people, all the other sufferings. It's just the world is pervaded by suffering. All these sentient beings. But they're equal to each other from one point of view. Equally want to be happy, equally don't want suffering. And of course, equally possess the potential to be Buddha. So we take refuge together, we imagine all of them together. We express our reliance on the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, Dakas, and Dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, Dakas, and Dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha, the one right in front of us, Lama Chenrezig. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, Dakas, and Dakinis. So Yidam, I don't know the correct English translation, is the name given in Tibetan for the Buddha that we have decided we have the karmic connection with, particularly in this life. The main Buddha we practice, the one we identify with, the main one we practice, becoming a Buddha as. And we rely on the Dakas and Dakinis, all these male and female holy beings. We go for it. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Okay, I forgot to invite the wisdom beings. So with Chenrezig, Lama Chenrezig, he's in front of us, but he's not the Buddha yet. So that we have to kind of invite all the actual Chenrezigs from all over the universe, from their pure lands, to come and absorb into our visualization. I forgot that. So from the at the brow of Lama Chenrezig is a white Om, the essence of enlightened body. At the throat, a red Ah, the essence of enlightened speech. And at the heart, in the center of the chest, enlightened mind. Hung, a blue Hung. So from the blue Hung, imagine light beams, blue light beams go out to all the 10 directions and hook the energy of the enlightened body, speech, and mind of all the Chenrezigs, all the actual beings who have become Chenrezig, countless, because even the lowest level bodhisattva can manifest their mind in 100 different bodies. So the Buddhas are limitless in their capacity to manifest countless bodies for the sake of sentient beings. Sambhogakayas and the Nimanakayas, the enjoyment bodies and the emanation bodies. And this light goes down, hooks the energy, and then all that, the actual enlightened energy of all the Buddhas, all the Chenrezis, comes back with the beams of light and absorbs into the blue Hung at the heart of our visualization, and now becomes radiant, amazing. Zahung Bamho, they become non-dual. And now all the Chenrezigs are absorbed in our visualization, so there's actual Buddha Chenrezig in front of us. Imagine that. Imagine that. So now he so compassionately from his brow sends radiant beams of white light that enter into the brow of ourselves, but every other sentient being, every single suffering sentient being. Every single suffering sentient being absorbs into their brow, instantaneously taking away all their suffering. Imagine every being in the universe, all the embodied beings, humans and animals. You know, we have particular suffering of the body, pain and suffering of the body is unimaginable. Just that level of suffering, unimaginable. So instantly alleviates it, instantly annihilates it, that takes the pain away. Everybody, suddenly their body is light, painless. Can you imagine? But not only that, this light purifies also all the karmic imprints in the mind since beginningless time from all the actions we've all done with our bodies to harm sentient beings. This is why purification practice, at the end of the day, Rinpoche says, we're insane not to do it every day, because we've got trillions of karmic seeds, and by doing the purification practice every day, we put atomic bombs under them, preventing them from ripening as suffering. Imagining this for all sentient beings. So happily wanting them to be free of suffering, particularly of the suffering of sickness, and then the causes of all this future sickness before it manifests. Purify it. As we say the mantra, sing the mantra from our hearts, and then recite silently. When we recite it silently, remember, because we're constructed, the Vajrayana, I always talk this, but it's nice, I like it a lot. The Vajrayana way we're constructed, we've got this gross body, which is inextricably linked to our gross consciousness, which is the sensory consciousness. But then we've got the subtle body, the subtle nervous system, the 72,000 subtle channels throughout the entirety of our body. And through those channels is coursing all these wind energies, the prana. This is the basis of health. Tibetan doctors study this for 12, 14 years. All the different wind energies. And they're inextricably linked to the different states of mind. It's just the way we are. It's just the way it is. All beings like this. So all these, so when we speak, speech is the wind. Speech is sound, and the purest speech is mantra. So just by saying mantra, we purify those winds, which in turn purifies the grosser body. And, of course, purifies the mind, inextricably linked to those winds. So even just speaking the mantra is powerful for oneself. And then all the beings around us can hear it, all the subtle beings, all the spirits, all the beings. And here we are all around the world, collectively saying this mantra. And then we're imagining, wanting Lama Chenrezig to bless all the sentient beings, take away their suffering. How amazing. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So as Lama Chenrezig, we visualize, continue to send the white light beams from the white helmet, his brow entering the throats of the brows of every being in the universe, in front, to the left, right, above, below, behind. Blessing them, continue to bless their bodies, purify their pain and suffering, and purify the karmic seeds of past harming. As we recite the words of these words from the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Like I said before, sometimes we wonder how prayer can help. But I think when we understand, if we do understand what, the potential of beings to become bodhis, bodhisattvas and all this, then the power of those beings, it's all there when we study it, it's all there. The power of these minds is inconceivable to us. Of course, from the materialist point of view, it's impossible. It's insane. It's like fantasy. But we understand the mind is not physical. We understand the potential of the mind to be beyond delusions utterly, and of incredible power, incredible compassion. And these beings are existing everywhere, all over the place. And one of the causes of their being beneficial is requesting, is wanting. It's a dependent arising. So us collectively around the world wanting, requesting, wanting, sending me to be free of suffering. This enables, this activates, if you like, all the holy beings to do what they can in their powerful way, wherever suffering is. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. So if there are sentient beings who are going to harm us, according to this view, there are so many of them, so many suffering beings in the spirit realm especially, due to their own suffering, due to their own negativity, harm others. Forget about the ones in the gross bodies, the human bodies who harm others, but in the subtler bodies. So if there are the beings who can harm us, then there are beings who can help us. So we're collectively part of that, these aspirations. And the holy beings do what they can, according to the merit of sentient beings, to help them. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of the law of cause and effect, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So continuing, the Lama Chenrezig sending the light from his brow, entering all the suffering sentient beings, taking away the pain of the bodies and the past karmic imprints. As we sing the mantra again, or we recite silently the mantra. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme.
Venerable, you're muted.
Sorry, everybody. I'm so sorry. So we continue, Lama Chenrezig, sending white light from his brow into the brows of every single suffering sentient being, including ourselves. And particularly those we know, maybe especially thinking of them, but everybody else, particularly from the pandemic, but everything else. All the suffering being alleviated, and all the causes from the past that haven't yet ripened. That's why purification is so important. Purifying all of this, filling every single sentient being with this amazing white light, totally purifying, and from our hearts wanting this. As we recite these holy verses, intention, may this, may that, these are powerful thoughts. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. May by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, the natural law, such that everything any sentient being thinks or says or does, just necessarily, naturally, sow seeds in the mind that will just naturally, unless you pull them out, ripen in the future as our experiences, all the happiness, all the suffering, all the realms of existence. There's nothing, there's not an atom of the universe, all the realms of existence that isn't the fruit of those sentient beings' own actions. This is what's so incredible. Hard for us to grasp because it's so utterly different from all the creative religions, and it's so utterly different from the materialist view. So it's hard for us to hear this, hard for us to have confidence in it. When we do, then our lives transform because we realize we're in charge. It's up to us. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth and the infallibility of the law of cause and effect, may all these sentient beings, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all the embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So again, we recite the mantra from our hearts, blessing all the beings who can hear us, blessing our own mind, blessing our own speech, and imagining it pouring out, and blessing all the beings of the universe. And as we visualize Lama Chenrezig sending the white light, purifying all the sentient beings of their suffering, of the bodies and the past causes. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now we imagine purifying also the speech and the mind. So Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends from his throat, the red R at his throat, red beams of light, laser beams that go out so powerfully, penetrating the throats of us and everybody else, filling us completely with this blissful red light. And imagining again, purifying all the results of harmful speech, environmental results, things don't grow properly, you know, too much heat when there's too much water, all the imbalance of all the elements, in other words, all the things that happen, the weather, all the weather events in the world, you know, as a result of these karmic results. Much of it is from speech. Not enough water when you need it, too much water when you don't need it, fire, all these things wrong, you know, imbalance. Then there's the results of experiences similar to the cause, people not believing our words, people not liking our words, people not being interested in our words. All this is a result of past negative speech. And then, of course, all the causes themselves from the past lives as humans we've created, the other beings as well, before they ripen, purifying all of them, full of this blissful red light. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, full of the red light, full of purified. Imagine our speech, blessed, can be benefit to others now, doesn't harm. Can you imagine? Same with our bodies. Imagine having purified. So now the mind, blue beams of light from Lama Chenrezig's blue hung at his heart, penetrate out into the world, top, bottom, behind, below, above, everywhere, all sentient beings into their hearts, purifying the source of all the problems, the mind. And which part of the mind? The deluded part, the neurotic states of mind, the misconceptions, the voices of ego. The amazing thing that Buddha has found, these states of mind that we think are normal parts of a normal person. So normal, we think we'd be abnormal if we didn't have them. But the Buddha has found that they're not at the core of our being. They're the cause of all our suffering. And he has found methods to rid the mind of them. This is our job as a Buddhist. Rid the mind of the delusions. Of course, we need a single point of concentration to get that. We will eventually. We do the work now. Looking at our minds, hearing the misconceptions, learning not to believe them, slowly weakening them and eventually eradicating them completely. So now here we imagine them eradicated from all sentient beings' minds, the blue light penetrating, filling every one of us, and first ridding the mind of the root delusion, this primordial misconception, this misconception of an inherent, not merely labeled self, the fundamental one, the source of all the suffering. Then the attachment to get what that self wants, the aversion when it doesn't, and all the other ridiculous nonsense. It causes us so much pain and is what causes us to harm others. Annihilated, gone from the mind. Imagine every sentient being, the blue light filling us. How amazing. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Full of the blue light, imagine. And again, a couple more times we recite these verses. And again, yeah, we visualize this time. What time is it? We visualize all the lights together this time, the three lights together. Imagine purifying even the subtlest imprints of all the harm, all the negativity, all the negative speech and body of all sentient beings. We visualize Lama Chenrezig sending the three lights together, white to the brow, red to the throat, blue to the heart, purifying even the subtlest imprints of all delusions. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. You now imagine that the lotus that Lama Chenrezig is sitting on dissolves up into his body. And then he comes and sits above the crown of every one of us, facing the same way as we are. The whole universe, all of us, the ones in front, behind, below, to the sides, above. And then he very happily dissolves into light and absorbs our crowns. Imagine. And then you imagine that the energy of the enlightened body, speech, and mind of Chenrezig, or the enlightened body, speech, and mind of our Lama, and our own body, speech, and mind, because we imagine they've merged, become the same, no distinction, no separation. All this is our true nature. Imagine this. All the beings become Chenrezig. And now we imagine all these transformed beings from all the directions dissolve into us, enhancing even more brilliantly our own Chenrezig nature. And then just imagine expanding to fill the universe. Completely clear, radiant, infinite wisdom, infinite compassion, infinite power, clarity, no thoughts, no thoughts. And then we dedicate it. We think, we think first, you know, we're going to, every second from this rest of the day, however long it is, we're going to watch our body, speech, and mind like hawks, identify the delusions in the mind, counteract them or ignore them. Don't buy into them, don't feed into them, don't believe them. This is tremendous. And control the body and speech. Can't help others, at least don't harm them. And we dedicate, thinking all these amazing seeds we've planted for this 1 hour all over the world together. And all the people on YouTube I can't see, whoever's there, all of us here on Zoom. All these seeds we've planted, they won't go astray. So nourish them with our practice from this forward, the second forward. So they do manifest in exactly the way we've aspired. And they do manifest in exactly the way we visualize. Are all becoming Chenrezig, are becoming Chenrezig, so we can be of utter benefit to sentient beings, no matter how long it takes. And then may all the holy beings, may all our lamas, all the holy beings, the ones who are practicing virtue on this planet, may they live long, long lives. His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, our own teachers, our spiritual mentors all over the world. May they live long, long lives. The world needs them badly to give example, to give advice. And may we live long lives so we can help others and purify ourselves and become Buddha. Changchub Semchog Rinpoche, Ma Ke Panam, Ke Guchi, Ke Panyampa, Me Payang, Gong Ne, Gong Du, Pabashog. Okay. Nobody. Oh, there you are. Hello, darling Carol, Venerable Carol, Jumper Churzo.
Good morning, Venerable Rabina. So nice to see you.
Yes. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, good morning, everyone. Venerable Rabina always has such a lovely, lovely group. So welcome. Thank you all for joining. And I'm Carol Jampachitso, and I am joining you from the San Francisco Bay Area and Seychenling Center. So welcome to everyone. It's early morning here. I think it's probably late evening. For many people joining. Anyway, we just I thank you for supporting this prayerathon. It's so needed right now, as Venerable Rabina was saying. We're in it's very difficult times, I think, and this time of coming together and doing this practice, at least for me, has been a reminder of, you know, just the power that we do have within our small area, but in affecting people around us, affecting our own minds, and all those changes are positive changes. And They may be very small, but they lead to much greater changes. So just let's begin by doing a little bit of meditation to set our motivation, because motivation is so key. We talk about transforming the mind. We talk about even watching body, speech, and mind. It has to start in the mind. It has to start with some awareness, some mindfulness. So first, let's just check on the body, doing a quick body scan, because the body has to provide a cooperative condition for the mind. So whether you're on a cushion or a chair, it's fine, doesn't matter. Just feel yourself planted. If you're on a chair, it's good to have your feet flat on the floor. And then let's just start the crown of the head. And as you bring your attention to each part of the body, just feel the tension of the stress leaving. So relax the corners of your eyes, your jaw, your neck. Relax your shoulders. Our neck and shoulders are areas that we just hold so much tension. It can be completely unconscious. But when you bring the awareness there, you can feel that area relax. So you notice the tension when it's gone. So, and then to relax your diaphragm, let's just take a deeper breath. Just breathing in slowly, holding it for a second or two, and then very slowly exhaling. And as you exhale, just imagine you're letting go of all the physical discomfort, tension, but you can also think that you're letting go of all the mental clutter as well. Things on your mind, just letting them go for this breath, for this time. So breathing in, holding for a second or two, and then slowly exhaling. And then on a third breath, breathing in, holding for a second or two. And this time as you exhale, just let go of the distractions in the room, wherever you are, maybe the noises outside. Just allow the attention to rest on the breath. And that might be the sensation of your breath at your nostrils as you breathe, or the rise and fall of your chest or your belly, wherever it seems most prominent. You just place your attention there, just resting it. So now just continuing the body scan, feel your hips planted on the chair, the cushion. Just relaxed. And then relax your thighs, your knees, your calves, your ankles, and your toes. So just feeling the body relaxed and the mind alert. Just resting on the breath. And let's turn our thoughts for a moment to our motivation for being here. Taking this time to do this Thangtong Gyalpo prayer, just thinking, just as I wish to be happy, free of suffering, so does each and every sentient being. And we can take a minute to reflect on the suffering in our lives. It's fine to start with ourselves, because we really need to. We need to understand suffering, which we do. I mean, we experience it all the time, and it doesn't, not necessarily talking about pain, but just maybe dissatisfaction. It's the constant ups and downs, the difficulties. And then when we expand our view, we can, especially with the world right now, so much suffering going on, just the kind of suffering that interrupts life. The war in Ukraine, so many people suffering there, both Ukrainians, Russians, all the civilians who are just caught in the center of this. People who are really just suffering so much pain, so much uncertainty. And then thinking about this pandemic, how there are still people suffering from having lost loved ones, who've suffered with long-term effects from COVID, and people still becoming infected. So just bringing this to mind, kind of generate this thought of bodhicitta, this wish to attain enlightenment to benefit sentient beings, because this is the most beneficial way to be of help. You know, the Buddha taught this way out of suffering. And so the only way out of suffering is to follow that path. Not doing it just for ourselves. It's all our friends, family, and other beings, the beings that we're so intimately connected to. Because if we think about the size of the world now, we see that we are all very connected. What happens in one area so affects another. We see shortages in supplies. We see, direct effects from what's happening on the other side of the world. But just taking to heart that others are suffering and developing this wish, not a kind of, not just, we're not here to develop sympathy, but to develop a strong wish to be of benefit, and to really know in our hearts that this is the way we can be of most benefit. So just resting with this thought of bodhicitta. With that, let's do this. The motivation, the refuge of this Thangtong Gyalpo prayer, just kind of setting our purpose for being here. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, gurus, yidams, and dakinis. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So in taking refuge, we're really placing our reliance on the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. And kind of taking to heart this commitment to help others and to cause no harm. And so now, before reciting the mantra of Chenrezig, this Buddha of compassion, let's again do a little meditation. And just this time visualizing. Visualize yourself in a lovely green meadow with your friends and family to either side, and then extending in a big circle all sentient beings. Just going off to the horizon, everyone seated in human form. Just imagine everyone sitting very peacefully, harmoniously, comfortably. And then the center of this circle is Chenrezig, this Buddha of compassion, just radiant white light. Just looking out at all the beings. With this wish of compassion for all, to relieve all suffering. And as we recite this mantra of Chenrezig, imagine that rays of light radiate out from Chenrezig's holy body, enter your crown, the crown of each and every sentient being, and begin filling you up with this compassion, this determination, this strong energy to eliminate suffering within ourselves and in others. And the power of this compassion is to transform our minds away from our self-centeredness to a mind of compassion, of really wishing to benefit others. A mind, transforming our minds away from harm into this wish to benefit. Om Mani Padme, 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 Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani oh, Mani Padme oh, Mani Padme oh, Mani oh, Mani Padme oh, Mani Padme oh, Mani and while doing this mantra of Chenrezig, we can purify, just to eliminate all the negative karma we've accumulated. We do this first by taking refuge, which we have already done, refuge in the 3 jewels, and then just generating regret for all the negativities, all the harm we've given throughout this life. If you're Buddhist, you can think about, just imagine past lives, just having this tendency to focus on the self at the expense of others and regretting the harm that I've given as though I'd swallowed poison, just totally missed this incredible opportunity to be of benefit. And when they do something harmful, it doesn't only hurt the other person, it hurts me as well. Think about it. It's never a pleasant event, a pleasant action. Saying something to harm someone, usually we wish we could take those words back. So just having this thought, not judgmental, not in a sense of guilt, but in a sense of just having missed this precious opportunity and put ourselves in harm's way ourselves. So put ourselves in harm's way in that. Right? So it's like, again, having swallowed poison. So thinking in this way, generating this regret. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. And it's like we really want that antidote. And the antidote here is just this powerful mantra recitation. Could be, positive other acts that we do of benefit. Could be other Buddhist practices. But right here, we're just going to recite this mantra. Oh, Mani Padme, 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 and just see it as really helping us to transform our minds, to this mind of compassion, this wish to benefit all beings, to relieve suffering. Oh, Mani Padme, 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 oh, Mani Padme. And then the final step in the purification is to make a determination to refrain from repeating our negative actions, negative words, negative thoughts. So to refrain from harm, basically, really make a mental commitment to ourselves, even if it's just for the next minute or two. We will refrain from harming others, from giving harm, from doing any negative actions. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani So let's, with this thought of now having transformed our thoughts, our words, our actions, our hearts, basically to this mind of compassion, let's recite this Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just thinking in our visualization that we've recited this prayer, that Chenrezig comes to the crown, emanates countless bodies, comes to your crown, the crown of each and every sentient being, just dissolving into this white, radiant light, completely filling your body. And just reinforcing this transformation of body, speech, and mind. Just filling you with this compassionate energy, this compassion, compassionate action, compassionate words. I'm thinking again, I think we don't have much time, but we'll recite this prayer one more time. Again, with this strong, this compassion of Chenrezig, kind of feeling this strong compassion, this really transformed mind away from harm, giving us, enabling us to really benefit ourselves and all beings. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now let's just bring our minds, our thoughts to dedicating this time that we've spent here. This for everyone who's suffering in this world from the pandemic and all the effects, for those who have died, to quickly obtain a precious human rebirth, to be reborn in a pure land where they might ultimately attain enlightenment. For those who are suffering in the war in Ukraine in the same way, may they be freed of that suffering, all the side casualties, everyone, and everyone in this world. May we see each other as brother and sister, with this heart of compassion, this compassion of Chenrezig. And may all fear be eliminated and replaced with this kindness and this compassion. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Sorry for scrolling down like this. Just remembering emptiness, remembering that the I, completely empty of existing from its own side. May I achieve the state of full enlightenment, just completely empty of existing from its own side, and bring all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. Then for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, missed that, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for our dear teacher, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you so much. Thank you to Chenrezig Institute for continuing to support and manage this prayerathon. Thank you to everyone who's here in the Zoom room and everyone on YouTube and everyone who just makes the world a better place with this mind of compassion. Venerable Tendrin, how are you?
I'm good. Good to see you.
It's nice to see you. Thank you so much.
Take care. Okay, so let's continue this effort to really generate this positive intention, this wish to be truly of benefit for all sentient beings, and our efforts to become enlightened so that we can unerringly benefit sentient beings. And a great way to progress along our paths is to follow the advice of our teachers. So to put into practice this request of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, to recite these prayers for all those suffering from COVID, all those who have passed away, all those who have long COVID, all the various ways we've suffered due to this pandemic, in all the various ways we suffer in samsara. So we really want to generate that mind, that heart that really feels the sadness of the true suffering of all sentient beings. And from this space, generate the feeling of cherishing them like your own precious child. And since we don't know what we're doing, we need to seek out the teachings, the teachers, in order to know what to do, in order to develop this path. So we turn to our objects of refuge, Shakyamuni Buddha, the historical Buddha, the one who has shown, who actually embodies the success of the path, the Dharma, to the teachings, the actual refuge that when we internalize will lead us to our own Buddhahood, and the Sangha, those who are ahead of us on the path, who help guide us. So imagine that you are sitting here surrounded by all sentient beings who, just like you, want to be happy, want to be free of suffering. All your loved ones, your friends, your Dharma community, sitting here with you, seeking the answers in the same way you are, really wanting to know the way out of suffering. In front of us all is a large jeweled throne supported by 8 great lions, on top of which sits the essence of our own root gurus, that aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha. The color of his holy body is the purest gold. His Ganesha on top of his head, 1 face, 2 arms. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth, and his left in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of nectar. He's wearing the saffron robes of a monk. His holy body is in the nature of transparent light, incandescent. He sits in the Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. So just try to get a sense of your teachers being here with you. Shakyamuni Buddha embodies all the teachings, the perfection of the way to enlightenment. Here to help us, looking upon us only with eyes of love and compassion and wisdom. Surrounding him are all the direct and indirect gurus, the yidams, the Buddhas, bodhisattvas, heroes, dakinis, and host of Dharma protectors and guardians. And in front of each of them, on a faultless throne, sits the Dharma in the form of text, having the nature of light. Try to generate a sense of confidence that these are valid refuges. They can completely guide us out of our mistaken ideas of reality. Lead us to perfect wisdom. Lead us to knowing exactly how to help other suffering sentient beings, all the way to enlightenment, where we can also guide others successfully along this path. So let's recite the motivation for this practice, the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease. And imagine you're guiding, that you're leading all the sentient beings around you in this prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now imagine that all the figures of the refuge field dissolve into light and absorb up into the figure of Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, who comes to abide at the top of our heads. So there are countless sentient beings with countless Shakyamuni Buddhas radiating above the head, sending out through the crown white purifying light, completely eliminating all negativities, all the causes of negativities, the roots of our suffering, and filling us with golden light, all the perfected qualities, wisdom and compassion, loving kindness. Feel completely filled in this way. And then Shakyamuni Buddha dissolves into light, enters through our crown, where it takes up residence at our heart. Always available to rely upon. Now imagine in the space in front, thousand-armed Chenrezig arises. He's youthful, peaceful, adorned with magnificent ornaments. It's the embodiment of all the Buddha's compassionate wisdom. So on the behalf of all the suffering sentient beings, particularly those suffering from the effects of this pandemic, from this virus, whether directly through illness or indirectly through caring for those who are ill, or those who've lost someone, and all those in the bardo. So we're going to recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, on the behalf of all these sentient beings and all those who are suffering, just like us. So as we recite, just imagine light radiating from the heart of Chenrezig, reaching all sentient beings wherever they are, bringing them exactly what is needed to purify all of their obstacles, to happiness, bringing everything they need for all temporary and ultimate happiness. So really try to place any loved ones or those that you're concerned for in your heart. And imagine that all sentient beings are doing the same thing, surrounding you. And the power of this mantra will reach everyone and transform all the suffering. So we'll recite this mantra for about 5 minutes. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Now take a moment to rejoice in your efforts to use the power of mantra to engage the enlightened activities of Chenrezig. And rejoice in all the virtues that have ever occurred in this life and all your past lives, and that you can be 100% certain you will do in the future. And rejoice in all the merits of all holy and ordinary beings, past, present, and future. We're dedicating all those merits to the great enlightenment, not exhausting until there are no suffering sentient beings whatsoever. And in particular, we're dedicating to the end of this pandemic, to the relief of suffering from all those suffering from coronavirus, as well as any suffering that exists in samsara. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So I'll recite this 2 more times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we want to continue with this Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo with the prayer for the words of truth, pacifying the dangers of weapons. So on top of the usual samsaric sufferings, we've got another use of weapons in the world, in the Ukraine. But of course, there are beings being harmed by weapons all the time. So we want to make special prayers for all those suffering from the harms of weapons, from oppression, all the different ways that we can use our body to harm others, our speech to harm others, and of course, the thoughts that are behind all the harm. So we want to eliminate these things. And one way to work on it ourselves is to keep trying to generate compassion for all sentient beings, no matter what they do. There's the path out of suffering, out of harm, is to transform our hearts and minds to cherishing others. So we'll continue with reciting Om Mani Padme Hum, the Chenrezig radiating light to all suffering sentient beings, particularly those suffering from weapons. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure, Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing. We're compassionate in nature. Please pay attention to us. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 dead generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. May please also cause all the sentient beings who have died or more from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives, not have sicknesses, and to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, may the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure prayers and pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. So now imagine that Chenrezig is extremely pleased with us, dissolves into light, absorbs into us, blessing our body, speech, and mind, this holy body, speech, and mind. May the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Then remember emptiness, that due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by us, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by ourselves alone. And for the long life of His Holiness, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may you have a long life and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduers more way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thanks, everyone. Sorry I ran over. Hi, Damjo.
Yeah, hello,
Thanks,
Venerable
Patty.
Tenzin. Lovely to see you.
Good to see you.
Don't worry.
Take good care.
Yes, you know what? You made me smile because I just switched YouTube on. You were just handing over, Venerable Carol was just handing over to you, and you were thinking, like, can I call it effort? You seem to be so smiley, you know, and it seemed sort of a heavy word to use, effort, you know, like you're doing it more with joy, so it's a more joyous effort. So that made me really smile, you know, when I saw you sitting like, effort. So yeah, that was good. No, I love that. Thank you very much. Little things that keep us motivated. Thank you very much indeed. And it's lovely to see you.
You.
All right. You take care. Bye bye. So yeah, that was our dear Venerable Tenzin. We got here Chenrezig Institute. Let's have a look. Have we met at Chenrezig? Have we? I should know the names. It's not Jeannie, is it? No. No.
Hi.
Hey, hello.
Hi.
Oh, lovely to see you. It's always great to see people at Chenrezig Institute because it's, you know, so easy to always see there's the people who do the leading. And without the wonderful, wonderful people in the background, we really don't get a chance to do this at all. So thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, Mary, and who's on the other iPad workers' houses here. Got a few people here still on Zoom. Jeannie's here. Hello, Jeannie. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so, and anyone who's joining us on YouTube, of course. How can I forget YouTube? It's such a big thing these days, isn't it? So yeah, it's comparatively nice. I mean, we had looking out, we've got a few clouds in the sky, but again, it makes the sky more interesting. Mainly sunnier today. We had some snow the other day, but you know, if we have the luxury of contemplating what the weather does, you know, without having to worry too much how it affects you in your daily life, then I think that's quite a luxury. Compared to, if you think about all those who are destitute, who really depend on kind conditions, and even that doesn't necessarily help their suffering, without having appropriate shelter, you know, regular sources of food, heat, sanitation, just and of course also the social exclusion that can come with destitute. And if you think about all the people are currently sort of migrating because of conflict and the Russia-Ukraine, but also other conflicts where they're fleeing their countries because of persecutions in one way or another. So again, you know, and sometimes sitting here and thinking about the weather is quite a luxurious waste of time, you know, compared to what these beings have to go through. So we need to really keep our mind nice and steady, and acknowledge that we, you know, comparatively are better off than others. Yes, okay, we might be worse off than a few very exclusive people in this world who have more than enough for eons to come, and could use the money to help on various levels. But so next time, you know, we sit there and think, oh, I'm having a hard life, let's just look around what we're actually complaining about and how that compares to others, you know, whether our phone doesn't hold the battery charge much longer, you know. So again, that is just a luxury. All right, so we're here to recite the prayers of Thangtong Gyalpo, heading towards the conclusions of the second year in August. So that's not far away now. And it has been an interesting run. When we started, even just to do a few months seemed such a mega task. Do we get the volunteers? Do we get the interest from everyone who's joined us since we started? And can we fulfill Rinpoche's wishes? And here we are, nearly 20 odd months on. We're still going. We're still doing these prayers now with extended need also for the conflicts. And it has been a wonderful team effort through all the great contributions of the brothers and sisters of the Sangha, but also all the wonderful team in the back, you know, like the media team, the office staff, and of course all you who've joined us throughout this time and given us support and encouragement. So thank you very much for that. And with that in mind, maybe recite 4 verses, or I recite 4 verses from the King of Prayer, which personally to me, you know, speak quite clearly what this is all about, why we're engaging in these prayers, and what we can be grateful for as well, and how blessed we are in many ways. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wonders in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. So we just let that sink in for a moment. And as you know, so, those of you have seen me before know that I like to relate ancient wisdom to current times as well. And there's a beautiful quote, verse in Mercedes Sosa song, Solo le pido a Dios, ask only of God. And within it, it says that I'm not indifferent to suffering, that I'm not indifferent to injustice, that I'm not indifferent to war, that I'm not indifferent to deception, that I'm not indifferent about the future. So maybe not resign the fact that a lot of negative stuff is happening in this world, that we have a lot to work on ourselves, but maybe work on not being indifferent. Maybe help to ease the suffering. Maybe step in when there's injustice. Maybe oppose all war and conflict and find peaceful solutions. Maybe not engage in deception, but always seek the path of truth. And by doing so, maybe therefore benefit all beings in this and future lifetimes. So if we visualize in the space in front of us, our guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. And visualize how light emanates from the guru's body in all 10 directions. If you had the relevant initiation, feel free to self-generate. Just visualize otherwise the guru in space in front, above the crown of your head. If you're joining us from a different faith, that's perfectly all right. Just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. Anyone joining us feeling very uncomfortable with visualizing any form of deity, just visualize a clear light and let that light sit above the crown of your head or just in the space in front of you. And again, let it be love and compassion for all beings, irrespective of who they are, what they've done, good or bad. Don't be selective. Indeed, if anything, we need to be very mindful of those who have engaged in negative actions, for the karmic consequences will be heavy, especially now through the act of killing and war, suffering that comes with that. This in future lifetimes. We should wish nobody to suffer. We should really concern ourselves with those beings particularly. So, light enters the crowns of those beings, the infinite number of sentient beings that comes from the Guru's heart. And as the bodies through the crown of the head, filling them with love and compassion, purifying all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. Cleansing away all, atom by atom, washing away all that karmic dirt and grime, deep cleaning all the stains, taste and smells. Visualize how you and other sentient beings absorb the light into each pore, into each cell, into each atom how you begin to glow as you purify more and more. And how good that feels. If you look around and you see all other sentient beings like yourself enjoying the happiness that comes from the easing of suffering, the annihilation of suffering, losing their karmic weight. What is there other than appearances, how beings look? In essence, we're all the same, wishing happiness without suffering. May we call upon Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infilled like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakins. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infant like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakins. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infant like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakins. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Have a naked refuge in the Guru. The Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying light nectar intensifying more and more. Our body absorbing more and more of the purifying light and being purified. We can't hold the light ourselves any longer and exchange light back to the Guru and all Mother Sentient Beings who likewise exchange themselves with the Guru and others. We become one with the Guru, we become one with one another, we become one source of love and compassion. And as more and more beings join, we shine brighter and brighter. And as the light expands, we're dispelling the darkness of samsaric existence. Like a beacon, we shine for those who are lost in the darkness so that they may find their way out. And we act as a searchlight for those who aimlessly wander in the darkness of samsara, so that we may return to samsara to guide them to the path of enlightenment and ultimate liberation. So as we recite the Mani mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru. And remember that Om represents body, speech, and mind, the actions of body, speech, and mind in our defiled form. And in order to transform, we need to acquire the wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Hum to transform our Om into the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Gurus, also represented by Om. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Momani bed me, momani bed me, momani bed me. So I'm taking refuge, recite many Mani mantras while exchanging ourselves mother sentient beings. Maybe visualize ourselves as pure and holding on to that pure state for as long as we possibly can. Ideally, the duration of these prayers, we now call upon the Great Mother Tara to join us as well, to help remove any obstacles that may arise. So if we visualize Mother Tara in the space in front of us, emerald green color and light radiated from Tara's body, each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings. May all obstacles be removed for those who are sick. May they be restored to good health. May cures be found for all sicknesses and diseases. May Great Mother Tara remove any obstacles for those who have entered the bardo, about to enter the bardo. May they have all precious human rebirth and ideally be reborn in the pure lands and be enlightened. May Mother Tara remove any obstacles for those who experience hardships. May they be given whatever resources necessary to overcome these hardships, be restored to a place of happiness, free from suffering, so that they may take care of themselves, their families, friends, and their communities. May Great Mother Tara remove any obstacles for the long life of our precious gurus. May we always be guided by the wisdom and compassion in this and all future lifetimes. May Great Mother Tara remove any obstacles for the peaceful solution to finding peaceful solutions to the conflicts in this world, particularly the conflict right now between Russia and the Ukraine and other areas of this world. So, Tare tutare turisua, 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 tare tutare Tare tutare turisua, tare tutare turisua, tare tutare turisua. Okay, have removed any obstacles. Maybe now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. Should be okay for 3 recitations. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from common temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the son of whose name stand for beings, so they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakini Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of having happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So think about how the prayers taking effect in destroying all the seeds of suffering, be it the pandemic, be it the conflict, whatever form of sufferings there are. May all the seed causes be destroyed to stop it from regenerating. Because we're starting with the seeds, we're destroying the seeds. So when we look at this world, we may still see, certain things happening, which can be done to not having destroyed all the causes. But also, if you think about a tree that you have cut back, cut the trunk from its roots, there's still enough sap left within that tree to feed its branches and leaves for quite some time. So we mustn't give up. We just carry on in purifying ourselves and helping others and find peaceful solutions to the problems in this world. So you can also recite the another one of Thangtong Gyalpo's prayers, the words of truth, pacifying the dangers of all weapons. O Mani Padme Hum, great loving victorious ones, I sublime compassionate high looking one, wrathful victorious Hajagriva, perfect pure Tara, and so forth, objects of refuge, whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon your hearing. Who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of the flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry up this ocean by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion, also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on transmigrated beings whose hatred is like a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other like parents. So you're defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly to the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Also, please also Please also cause all sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and miraculously be reborn in blissful land. Please also lead others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives, and not to have sicknesses, to stop their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure extensive prayers be accomplished. So dedications. I do a more extended version of dedications later on. I have a couple of sessions left. So may we dedicate all our merits to the well-being of our mother sentient beings. May also mother sentient beings live long and healthy lives, meet the Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May they engage in peaceful activity and live in equanimity. May we be the cause of them to achieve all this. May all our precious gurus have long and healthy lives. May we continue to be guided by their compassion and wisdom in this and all future lifetimes, and may all their holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, wood, of fire, wind, be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all living beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kerwe Shingam Di Penang Deva Malu Jungwen Chenrezig Thangtong Gyalpo Shabasite Badu Tengyu Lama Zopa Tuptul Chang Jing Yam Gen Gelwe Tenzing Ken Pelwe Kenzu Dok Po Tse Chok Sung Kerwe Lek Mun Tudru Pahadak Sok Dul Jegan Du Shaten Sho. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute, particularly Jeannie. Jeannie was one of our long-term supporters who wanted to do more, so she joined the team, the media team. So welcome, Jeannie. Lovely to actually, have you there on daytime. And I think Venerable Sendhu is waiting in the wings, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just have a look. Where he gone? Change my screen. There he is. How are you, brother?
Hello, I'm doing well, and you seem to do also good. So
Yeah, I mean, it's I'm getting on top of the settling in stage and getting schedules out. I saw the little post that Nalanda got themselves a new damcho.
yes.
Was he one of the BP students?
At least we don't need to get used to a new name. That's good.
No, the face looked familiar. Was he one of the students?
Yeah. He was one of our alumni students. Yes, that's true.
Oh, bless. Excellent. Lovely to see you. And I might hopefully come over in August. I'm sort of penciling it into my diary because I think you got the Vipassana on, so I might drop in then. Then with Sendhu.
Okay. Thank you for having led this wonderful session, and hope you have a good day.
I'll catch you at the other side. Bye-bye.
Yeah, and the session lasts for half an hour, and I think I'll spend the first about 10 minutes on the motivation before we go to the actual prayer. And in order to do so, we can, as the Venerable Damche did, we can remember also the purpose for this practice, so to pacify the coronavirus and all its consequences happening from that. It's looking a bit better now than it looked half a year ago, so hopefully at some point the coronavirus stops to be a big threat. But still there's many other troubles going on in the world, a lot of violence and other things that have an unfortunate situation, and maybe we can also dedicate this practice especially for this to be pacified. And yeah, I would like to spend a few moments on that by thinking. I guess we can all relate to how it feels when we are sick ourselves. Might not be the coronavirus, but other sicknesses. Or if somebody else is sick that we know that is close to us. There's so many other sicknesses around the world. So many people dying of heart attacks, cancer, and whatnot. And we also all know how it feels when we lose a person that is close to us, when we lose a loved one in our families and our friends. and all the worries, all the pain that arises due to this. And seeing how this happens all around the world to everybody, especially those who are in a situation that is very difficult due to sicknesses or due to violence. Maybe we can try to open up our hearts by seeing how they are, just as we are, in the wish that they want to be happy and they don't want to suffer, but still encounter all these kinds of problems. Let's think about it for a moment. And maybe if you would like, we can expand our motivation towards all sentient beings, all humans that are of course suffering, like mentioned, but also all those beings who are under the influence of anger, attachment. And due to these, just the same as we are, doing all sorts of negative actions, to the degree that we hurt other people, maybe even kill them. Hopefully not in this life, but maybe have done so in countless previous lives. And all of this is happening around us in the world. And the only reason why we are always doing this is because we want to be free of suffering, and we want to be happy. So for some reasons we think that harming others is a cause for either avoiding suffering or achieving happiness. But as we know, from a negative action does never come a positive result. And from a positive action does never come a negative result. And to some degree we all know this. But still often enough we engage in negative actions that we later on regret. As we know, these actions come mainly from our mind. And our negative actions are usually motivated by our afflictions, such as attachment and anger. When we encounter things that we like, we get attached to them, we over-exaggerate their qualities. We're not able to see their negative sides. And we encounter things that we don't like, we get angry towards these. We over-exaggerate their negative points, and we don't see these objects' qualities. And the basis for all our afflictions is the ignorance that grasps for phenomena to be truly existent. We think that if something is beautiful, it's beautiful, but they have its own characteristics. If we meet something that we perceive as ugly, that we perceive as harmful, we we perceive it often as harmful by way of its own characteristics, being something solid out there, not something that is merely imputed by our mind. And based on that, all of our other afflictions arise, due to which we acted negatively. And our negative actions result in negative experiences. Might be negative habits that we develop, might it be the environment that we live in, or how we experience this environment. And when it's time for us to leave this life, to leave our current body behind, then it might even lead to a negative rebirth. And all sentient beings that wish to be free of suffering and wish only for happiness are the same as we are in this regard. Having all these sorts of sufferings and its causes, all for wishing to be happy. And maybe we can see that we do not exist the way we appear to us. Although we appear to our consciousness to exist by way of our own characteristics, not being merely imputed by our mind. This kind of existence is an over-exaggeration of reality. The me that I perceive is neither one with my aggregates, nor is it by way of its own characteristics different from my aggregates. Still, I'm grasping for inherent existence, which causes all these sufferings. The good thing, though, is that due to my lack of inherent existence, all these afflictions are not ultimately in the nature of the mind. They're arbitrary and can be removed. With that, we can achieve true cessations and free ourselves and others from suffering. In order to do that, we need to progress on the path, developing renunciation, developing compassion for others, and finally the correct view that understands reality as it is. And in order to be of most benefit to all sentient beings that wish to be happy and don't want to suffer, we need to develop ourselves to the degree that we achieve Buddhahood. In order to bring this about, it would be good if we can develop great compassion and bodhicitta. For that, I would like to spend a few last moments to try to generate a motivation that sees all other sentient beings as, that cherishes all other sentient beings more than ourselves. For that, we can try to remember how all other sentient beings are very kind to us, either in previous lives, being our relatives, fathers, mothers, our children, or in this life, we have received so much kindness in this life from other sentient beings, as without them we would not have anything to eat, we would not have clothing, no shelter, no education. So anything that we might be proud of actually comes just through the kindness of others. And also in future lives, we wish to achieve our own happiness. The best state to achieve that is complete Buddhahood. Only then we are not only free of our afflictions, but also have achieved our own highest and our highest purposes. In order to achieve that, we need to develop compassion in order to be able to practice the 6 perfections. So also in this regard, all of us sentient beings are very kind to us because they are the basis for us to develop great compassion, to develop bodhicitta, and finally, at some point, to achieve full enlightenment. With this in mind, we can maybe try a few moments to develop as good as we can a mind that cherishes others. And then, in order to be of most benefit to all of us sentient beings, we need to get rid first of our afflictions ourselves and develop our minds so that we see all conventional ultimate phenomena directly, like the Buddha does. Can remember the wonderful qualities of the Buddha. Again, his mind that sees all phenomena without exception. Therefore, he knows how to benefit all sentient beings in the best way. The impartial attitude that he has towards all sentient beings, he helps them if they harm them, or if they help them. He doesn't differentiate. Due to his great compassion that he has, he spontaneously acts for the welfare of others. And also his wonderful body with the 112 major and minor marks of a Buddha. Maybe we can spend a few seconds to try as good as we can to develop a wish to achieve that state ourselves. When we can imagine these wonderful qualities of the Buddha appearing in the space in front of us, in the form of the merit fields, maybe as Buddha Shakyamuni if you like. And his compassionate gaze looks at us with complete acceptance. Surrounding us are all of us sentient beings as far as we can imagine, in human form. And we went together the prayers. See if I can bring it up to my screen. Okay, should work hopefully. Okay. All sentient beings, my mothers, who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers.
I'm sorry, we can't see your screen, thank you.
Oh, okay, you cannot. But I don't know what's... I can try to restart it again. Okay, so this one. Yeah, okay, now it should work. Should work now, I think. Let's see.
Perfect. Perfect.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, technique. Okay, so I'll start from beginning. All sentient beings, my mothers, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And then we can do one mala of Om Mani Padme Hum mantra by visualizing in the space in front of us Buddha Chenrezig. And at his heart stands the mantra. From that light rays emanate into us and all sentient beings, completely purifying us from all imprints of negative actions, from all afflictions, and endowing us with all causes for happiness. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sand the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of car spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a Vajra, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrifying beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of 4 elements, depriving body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Free Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we can do the actual prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sand the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of car spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a Vajra, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrifying beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm subtly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of gurus and the free jewels, by the power of the Ginis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the viability of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that results from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gara spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a Vajra leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrifying beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth via marmalade of death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm us suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the free jewels, by the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And then maybe we can, as His Holiness suggested, to pacify the coronavirus, to recite the mantra of Tara. And she's especially famous for acting very quickly and also to pacify fears, which might be very needed in these difficult times. So thinking again that all sentient beings are surrounding us as far as we can imagine in human form, especially those that might have difficulties with fear, anxiety, but also those who inflict harm towards others. And in the space in front of us sits Tara, and from her heart radiate light rays into us and all other sentient beings, purifying all negativities and granting all our wishes for happiness. With this we can do one mantra of mantra Om Tara tu Tara tu Zoa. Om Tara tu Tara tu Zoa. Om Tara tu Tara tu Zoa. And for the dedications, I would like to do some verses from Shantideva. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtues of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored in finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious things. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the fallen find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases bear unwrought, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains and for as long as sentient beings remain. Until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. And then we can also dedicate this practice especially for the long and healthy life of all our teachers, especially His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Jigten kam de pen de malu pa kang le jung we sam pe el yi jin no ka den suang me ten zin gya tso la sol va de so tu j'ai luen duem shan tu heb zu jan jin jam gen kiawe ten zin kyong pawe kun zue do po ze chok sum ko we lek man tu rup pa dak suak du je kun tu jab ten shan. Oh, Venerable Namchu, it's you again.
Yes, I'm like buses, you know. You don't see me at all, or you see me a lot.
Oh, that's good. That's not a bad thing.
Yeah, no, it's really nice to have the time to actually sort of. I do a bit during the day. It works well, but yeah, no, thank you very much for leading the session.
Yeah, thank you for taking over again and putting so much effort in this prayerathon organization.
Well, you know, I think it's a team effort, and that's the important bit. You know, you need one that does the nagging, you know, but it's all the others that do the work. You know, I've always got the basis. Yeah, you know, my job is made very easy by everyone actually turning up, you know, and contributing, you know, and then of course all the wonderful people in the background that I don't really have to worry about. You know, that's, you know, Malga's team in the tech side, Dolka in the office. So yeah, but it's just wonderful that it all comes together. So yeah, thank you very much. You have a lovely weekend.
You too.
What's left of it? It's Saturday. What's that? Tara, if I rightly remember, isn't it? Or is it medicine tonight?
For us, it's medicine Buddha today.
Medicine, so. Okay. Enjoy.
Yeah, and, you too. I think you're busy at the Leeds also. So
yeah, I'm just putting the final touches on the schedule. I'm waiting for 1 or 2 confirmations to upload those, and then I should be ahead, and then I can just focus a bit more on the Dharma side myself. Okay. You know what I mean? Practice, you know. But that's the way it is. It's just you know, it's great fun. Okay. Sometimes you sit there, and go like, why? But you know, most of the time, you know why. You know, but I can't remember what it was, which Lama. You know, if it's too easy, where's the merit?
Yeah, that's a good attitude.
You know, Venerable Sarah always says, you know, if you have a bad day, goes, oh great, karma is ripening, and it's like, thanks for that.
Yeah, I'm not yet there, but anyway.
All right, look after yourself, Chandru.
Thank you for taking over.
Lots of love to everyone. Bye bye. Oh, cracking. No, that was dear brother Chandru from Nalanda Monastery over in France, and yeah, I'm looking forward to visiting Nalanda again, hopefully this year. And it's been a while. Yeah. What was it? You know, last year, got eaten alive by all the mosquitoes. But there you go, you know. Could have been something else. All right, so we have another quick half-hour session here. And before we hand over to Venerable Elio. And just take a moment and reset our motivation. And just think about different ways. If you think about, what we can offer to this world, what do we want? What do we want ourselves, and what do we want for other mother sentient beings? Of course, we then can recite the four immeasurables, generate the the mind of bodhicitta. May all beings enjoy happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss, which is free of all suffering. May all sentient beings live in great equanimity, free from the attachment and aversion that keeps some close and others distant. May we be the cause for them to achieve all this. Within those four lines, really everything is contained. We wish to be free from suffering and its causes, and so do all mother sentient beings. And we need to get on. If we want to have a peaceful world, we need to generate peace within our own hearts and minds, and accept other beings for who they are and what they are, and that these beings may have encountered some difficulties themselves and how we can help them. May they be free from the causes of their suffering. May we all never suffer again. Now the cynic in us may say, yeah, that sounds all nice and beautiful. Well, what can I possibly do? I neither have the means, nor the influence, nor this, nor that. But each and every one of us impacts on another being, not just one, but multiple beings at any one time, all the actions of our body, speech, and mind. What we think, what we say, how we interact, all makes a difference. It may seem small and meaningless to us in many ways, can have a great influence on others. So we can think about the three levels of motivation, which are great if you think about it, contemplating them in the morning, just as you get up, wanting to be of benefit, but how? And then again, you check at lunchtime, how did you do? What do you need to tweak? Or what do we need to tweak? It's not just you. It's all of us. What can we do better? What went well? What can we improve on? You reset the timer. You go through the afternoon and you can see what you can improve on. Then in the evening, you reflect. Did it go as planned? Did we make progress? Acknowledge all progress. Again, it may seem small, but small steps also, end a journey. And if something didn't go well, okay, we acknowledge, we reflect, we find ways of making it better. So when we think about the three levels of motivation, which start with today as much as possible. Today, in the here and now, while I'm alive, as much as possible to the very best of my ability, my resources, my understanding, my training in general. I will harm no living beings with the actions of my body, speech, and mind. And we have this little, clause, as much as possible. It acknowledges that we're just humans with flaws. And in order to change something, we have to let go of what we know and get used to a better way of doing things. That may in itself take a little while, and we don't always get it right straight away. So it takes practice. That should not be an excuse for us to abandon not harming other beings. Today, as much as possible, I will seek to benefit others in whatever way I can. And again, a smile, even if you just think about somebody, keep them in your thoughts, like a sick friend, family member, a neighbor. Give somebody a smile, hold a door open, offer somebody a seat on a bus or train. All these little things that can mean so much. Start with those. And then do it with a joyous effort. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. May all the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. Bodhicitta, universal compassion for all beings. It's easy said. It's relatively easy, off the tongue in prayers. But do we really grasp that concept yet? Especially when we're a little bit rattled. Remember when you were kids? Maybe even now. Oh, so-and-so, everybody can play, it's my ball, but Timmy can't. Well, I like my neighborhood, but I hate my neighbor next door. For no apparent reason other than just what's in our mind. So we say we love everybody, we want peace, but we're also very easily transgressing on that with justification. But actually, it's the wrong view. So really, when we talk about compassion for all, bear the hatchet within family disputes with friends. Do your own research. Don't rely on what social media is telling you, what the papers are telling you, what the news are telling you, what your government is telling you. Just think about the misinformation that has been taking place for years now. A lot of money is being spent to create this harmony. So when we think about the conflict in Ukraine with Russia, how many of us really go like, but what about the Russians? And I'm not trying to take anything away from Ukraine, but think about the suffering that exists in Russia. Those who are given wrong information about why they really go into the Ukraine, to Ukraine. Those who are fighting at the front line and fighting for someone else's greed of money, greed of power. What about all those Russians who stand up against their government, opposing the war? And you can see that suffering exists on both sides. So don't just, contemplate. It's just one side that is right and the other one is guilty. So having compassion for those as well. Also have compassion for the perpetrator who through their actions will generate negative karma. The suffering that will materialize post-conflict, the suffering that will exist for decades to come on both sides, economically, emotionally, physically maybe. And then think about all the consequences of lower rebirth. To be compassionate for all. we visualize in the space in front of us, our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you have the right initiations, feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front above the crown of your head. Again, if you're joining us from a different spiritual path, visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion for all beings. And if you're joining us and feel uncomfortable with visualizing deities, just visualize a clear light. And let that light be warm and filled with compassion for all. And include everyone. And make a conscious effort to not exclude. Show compassion to those who've done you wrong. Show compassion to those who have harmed others. Visualize a light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings, entering their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions. Feel how all that karmic weight is being lifted off your shoulders. All the grime and stains are being washed away. How you feel rejuvenated. How you feel wholesome again. And look at the mother sentient beings. Think about how these beings experiencing the same bliss. Not being spoken about, thought of, and treated badly. Not having to constantly fight their corner, not having to watch over their shoulder. Just being able to be. By nature, we're all good. We all have a Buddha nature, compassionate side. Just wish for all mother sentient beings to be happy and free from suffering. Maybe invite them to join us in taking refuge with the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the Keys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharma Kaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the Keys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharma Kaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the Keys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharma Kaya. And taking refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. The Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, more and more purifying light nectar is being poured into us, clearing away more and more of the negative karma and delusions. We're being filled with a loving light and exchange ourselves with the Guru and mother sentient beings. We likewise exchange ourselves with the Guru. We all become one with the Guru. We become one source of love and compassion. We dispel the darkness of samsaric existence. It's about to recite the morning mantra. Again, let's remind ourselves that Om represents body, speech, and mind in its defiled form, but also is the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Gurus. Mani and Padma represent wisdom and compassion, and combined in Om help us transform our body, speech, and mind into body, speech, and mind of the Gurus. And why do we wish to be enlightened? Because we wish to be enlightened to benefit mother sending beings across the 6 realms. Another way of considering the Mani mantra is to think about the 6 syllables being applied to the 6 realms. Om for the realm of the gods, Ma for the semi-gods, Ni for the realm of humans, Pat for the realm of animals, Me for the hungry ghosts, and Hum for the hells. We wish to liberate all mother sending beings. May our actions of body, speech, and mind benefit all those beings. May they change their bodies, the actions of their body, speech, and mind, how it applies to their realms. May they be freed from their suffering and engage in wholesome actions that benefit others, so that they themselves may be liberated from lower rebirth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme
Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Having taken refuge in the Guru, having exchanged ourselves with Mother Sentient Beings in the Guru, reciting many mantras for the benefit of our Mother Sentient Beings, may we visualize ourselves as pure and holding on to the pure state for at least the duration of these prayers, longer if you can. May we now call upon Great Mother Tara to join us and remove any obstacles that may arise as part of our practice, obstacles that may arise for those who are sick. May all obstacles be removed for them to be reinstated to good health, and may cures be found for sickness and diseases. May all obstacles be removed for those about to enter the bardo or have entered the bardo to have a favorable human rebirth. Ideally, may also all those who enter the bardo achieve enlightenment. May all those who experience hardships have their obstacles removed, be given whatever resources necessary to overcome the hardships and be able to enjoy a state of sufferless being. May they be able to take care of themselves, their family, and their communities at large. May all obstacles be removed to the long lives and well-being of all our precious gurus, and particularly His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. May we be blessed, continue to be blessed by their presence in this and all future lifetimes. May all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May all obstacles be removed for the peaceful solutions to be found to end all these conflicts that we're seeing in this world. So we do one full mala of Tara. Om Tare Tutare Turasoa, 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 Om Tare Tutare Turasoa. Om Tare Tutare Turasoa, Om Tare Tutare Turasoa, Om Tare Tutare Turasoa, Om Tare Om Tare Tutare Turasoa, Om Tare Om Tare Tutare Turasoa, Om Tare Tutare. Om Tare Tutare Turasoa, Om Tare Tutare. Om Tare Tutare Turasoa, Om Tare Tutare Turasoa. So I've removed all obstacles now. Maybe recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. Okay, we should be okay for 3 recitations. So if you think about, always have a reason for why you're engaging with particular numbers. If you have no time, 1 for all beings across 6 realms. Suffering of body, speech, and mind will do. If you have time for 3, in this case, 1 recitation for the suffering of body, 1 for suffering of speech, 1 for suffering of the mind, as they may apply within the individual realms. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grasping illness and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the son of whose name is for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits and Suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from the disturbances, due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sad the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of crowds, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease, instead like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and the son of whose name stands for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sad the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the hounds of crowds, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, deprive the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that completes the main prayers. So now go on for recite the dedications. I will dedicate to the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May we see a peaceful solution to all conflicts in this world. May all sentient beings reach enlightenment, and may we the cause of them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of our precious Gurus, in particular the long life and well-being of Jonas the Buddhist Dalai Lama. How fortunate we are to be in human form and able to be alive at the time of his teachings. May we benefit to be guided by his teaching in this and our future lifetimes. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all danger of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may all sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So the long life prayers for His Holiness. Chenrezig Lama Zopa, Tu Chang Jing Yam Gun Gawe, Ten Jing Gun Pawe Kun Zo Do Po, Chuk Sung Kawe Lek Moon Dudu, Da Soka, Pa Dak Sok Du Jagan Du Shap Ten Sho. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me on this session. Thank you very much for joining other wonderful leads. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for hosting us so diligently. And we have Venerable Elio in the wings, I believe.
Hello.
Hello. Venerable Elio, I haven't seen you in quite a while. So it's lovely to catch up with you. Hello, Jocelyn, hello, Ginger, and everyone who's joining Venerable Elio in this
Thank
session.
you.
So thank you very much. Lovely to see you. You keeping well?
Me too. All is good. Yes, all is okay. Then now we will start in French because my English is very not good.
It's better than my French. Venerable Elio, much love.
Okay.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bon, eh bien, bonsoir tout le monde. Donc, nous voilà
Bonsoir,
réunis.
Elio.
Nous voilà réunis pour cette...
Bonsoir Elio.
Voilà, je vous ai perdu. Je vous ai perdu, mais je vais vous retrouver. J'ai fait une mauvaise manip. Voilà, je vous avais perdu. J'ai fait une mauvaise manip. Donc, on est là pour faire cette pratique comme d'habitude, hein, la pratique de Thangtong Gyalpo, enfin les pratiques maintenant, puisque malheureusement, on doit faire des pratiques vu que la situation est devenue vraiment difficile entre le fait que la pandémie n'est pas encore terminée, et même on entend des frémissements que ça pourrait reprendre, donc on ne sait pas. Et non seulement ça, mais maintenant, nous avons aussi ce phénomène de guerre qui s'installe dans le monde. Et donc vraiment, on est vraiment dans le signe d'une époque dégénérée avec des troubles au niveau des éléments, des troubles au niveau avec des maladies qui apparaissent, avec donc des difficultés entre les personnes, de la mésentente, même de la guerre, et avec des gens qui meurent. Donc, tous les jours, des gens meurent. Quelque part en Ukraine, on voit des images terribles de toutes ces personnes qui, jusqu'à peu de temps, menaient une vie tranquille comme la nôtre, et puis qui se trouvent confrontées à l'horreur de la guerre, à quelque chose où on est obligé d'enterrer les gens dans la cour de l'immeuble parce qu'il n'y a pas de place ailleurs et qu'on ne sait pas où les mettre. Pensez, même les cadavres que la guerre produit, on ne sait pas quoi en faire, on ne sait pas où les mettre. Et nous devons vraiment penser que cette chose aussi innommable qu'elle soit, eh ben, elle pourrait se produire chez nous. Hein. Elle pourrait se produire chez nous par la force de l'ignorance qui habite les esprits des êtres et qui fait que cette situation qui est là, pas si loin de nous d'ailleurs, pourrait être chez nous. Donc vraiment, nous pensons être installés dans une certitude, dans une habitude, dans une continuité. Et nous voyons que tout ça n'est pas vrai, que du jour au lendemain, toutes les choses peuvent changer, qu'il n'y a pas de situation acquise. Alors vraiment, pour essayer de faire notre possible contre toute cette énergie négative qui se répand, puisque qu'est-ce que c'est qui se répand? C'est les conséquences de toutes les négativités, des actes et des pensées et des paroles, y compris des nôtres, puisque dans la mesure où ça nous impacte un petit peu, c'est que nous y sommes pour quelque chose. Et si nous n'y sommes pour rien, que nous constatons, eh bien nous avons au moins cette richesse de pouvoir faire appel au Dharma pour essayer de changer notre regard sur le monde, pour essayer pour nous-mêmes d'éviter de reproduire toutes ces négativités, et bien au contraire, par les pratiques de Thangtong Gyalpo, puisqu'on en a 2 maintenant, eh bien nous pouvons essayer à notre tour de répandre une énergie positive, une énergie de paix, une énergie d'harmonie, une énergie de vertu, nous pouvons dire le mot, hein, de façon à contrer toute cette négativité qui se répand. Donc, je vais faire le partage d'écran tout de suite pour commencer. Et donc, on va essayer d'établir une bonne motivation. Et pour avoir une bonne motivation pure, grâce à Thangtong Gyalpo et à Chenrezig, nous faisons donc ces pratiques pour dissiper l'ignorance de tous les êtres afin de guérir le monde. Et donc, on commence par les 4 pensées incommensurables parce que c'est en installant ces pensées incommensurables dans notre esprit le plus intensément possible et en priant pour que ça se répande à l'extérieur de nous que nous pouvons arriver, avec l'aide de Chenrezig et de la prière, à vraiment essayer de guérir le monde. Et ce n'est pas une mince affaire. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres demeuraient dans l'équanimité, libres de l'attachement qui les rapproche des uns et de la haine qui les éloigne des autres. Puisse-t-il demeurer ainsi? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils demeurent dans cet état? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres obtenaient le bonheur suprême de l'éveil et les causes de ce bonheur. Puissent-ils les obtenir? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils les obtiennent? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres étaient libérés de la souffrance et des causes de la souffrance. Puissent-ils être libérés de la souffrance et de ses causes? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils en soient libérés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres n'étaient jamais séparés du bonheur des renaissances supérieures et de la libération. Puissent-ils ne jamais en être séparés? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils n'en soient jamais séparés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et maintenant, nous tournons notre pensée vers Chenrezig. Chenrezig que nous imaginons sur le sommet de notre tête et de celle de tous les êtres dont le nombre est aussi vaste que l'espace. Et donc au-dessus de notre tête et de celle de tous les êtres se trouve un lotus blanc et un disque de lune, sur lesquels apparaît la syllabe Ri, qui est blanche, lumineuse, et la syllabe ri se transforme en Chenrezig. Chenrezig également est blanc, lumineux, et il diffuse des rayons de 5 couleurs. Son sourire est magnifique, son regard est plein de compassion, et de ses 4 mains, les 2 premières sont jointes au niveau du cœur et tiennent entre leurs paumes un joyau qui exauce tous les souhaits, et les autres tiennent un rosaire de cristal et un lotus blanc. Soierie et ornement de joyaux le part, une peau de biche couvre son épaule, et le Bouddha de lumière infinie, le Bouddha Amitabha, couronne sa tête. Chenrezig est assis, avec ses 2 jambes dans la posture adamantine. Il est adossé à une lune immaculée. Au sommet de sa tête, à sa gorge et à son cœur, se trouvent les syllabes Om, A, Ung. Et donc en ensemble, il est tous les refuges réunis. Et maintenant, nous allons essayer de passer à la prière. J'espère que vous l'avez à votre écran. En tout cas, moi, je l'ai sur le mien. La prière qui délivre Sakya de la maladie, avec la motivation. Donc, on s'adresse à Chenrezig, qui est au-dessus de nous, par le biais de cette prière, qui donc nous vient de Thangtong Gyalpo. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'ensemble des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakini. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, même mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakini. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, même mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakini. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Je ne sais pas si on l'a dit 3 fois, je ne suis pas sûr. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakini. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Et donc maintenant, nous récitons le mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani. Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani. Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Pardon. Et maintenant, on va réciter la prière proprement dite. Donc, on va la réciter tout d'une traite 3 fois de suite, puisque maintenant nous avons une deuxième prière à dire pour l'Ukraine. Puis toutes les maladies que font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puis tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Puis tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puis toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des 3 rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicacer ces prières et être pleinement exaucées. On va commencer une deuxième fois. Puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, tels que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puis tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puis toutes ces souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres, des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent, dédicaces et prières, être pleinement exaucées. Puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui, tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, séparent le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dagini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent, dédicaces et prières, être pleinement exaucées. Peut-être on va passer à la deuxième prière, les paroles de vérité qui pacifient les dangers des âmes. S'il nous reste un petit peu de temps, on dira encore des mantras pour compléter. Donc ça, c'est cette deuxième prière, pour ceux qui ne l'avaient pas encore faite la dernière fois, hein, les paroles de vérité qui pacifient les dangers des âmes. Donc c'est une prière que nous recommande Lama Zopa, justement, pour essayer de pacifier cette guerre qui s'est déclarée pas loin de chez nous, au centre de l'Europe, et qui, contrairement, déjà, toute guerre est difficile, toute guerre est horrible, et nous entendons des chiffres de morts comme si c'était des numéros, et voilà. Mais ce sont des personnes qui sont mortes. Ce sont des personnes qui avaient la même vie que nous il y a encore quelques jours, quelques semaines à peine, et puis qui là sont mortes par des balles, par des écroulements, par des bombes, par des choses dont on ne pensait pas qu'à notre siècle ce soit encore possible. Alors voilà, on va de nouveau se tourner vers Chenrezig avec le mantra pour lui demander vraiment de pacifier ce danger qui est vraiment une grande terreur. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Pame, Om Mani 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 Pame. Mani Pame, Om 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 Mani Pame. Om Mani Pame, 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 Om Mani Pame. Om Mani Pame, 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 Om. Grand et bienveillant, victorieux, transcendant et sublime, à l'œil de compassion. Victorieux, Ayagriva Kurusé, Tara pleinement accomplir la pureté totale et tous les autres. Le simple fait d'entendre vos noms sacrés élimine tous les dangers, objet de refuge de la nature de la compassion. Je vous prie, accordez-moi votre attention. Quand les êtres de l'ère du querelle et des 5 dégénérescences, par l'explosion du grand océan de karma négatif et de jalousie, sont tourmentés par des souffrances intenses, des conflits, des querelles, je vous prie d'y mettre fin par le pouvoir de la sagesse et de la compassion transcendante. En répandant de grandes pluies de nectar d'amour bienveillant sur les transmigrants qu'enflamme le brasier de la haine. Je vous prie d'accorder vos bénédictions pour que nous reconnaissions les uns les autres comme père et mère et que croissent le bonheur et les circonstances favorables. À partir de maintenant, puissent les multitudes d'esprits malfaisants pervertis qui, en s'introduisant dans un continuum mental, le transforment aussitôt en l'esprit d'un Dieu jaloux, ne plus jamais rôder dans cette région, dans ce pays ou dans ce monde. Je vous fais la requête que tous les êtres qui sont morts à la guerre soient dès cet instant purifiés de tous leurs karmas négatifs, causes et effets, et qu'ayant pris naissance dans le champ de félicité de la terre pure d'Amitabha, ils y conduisent tous les autres. Je vous prie de bénir tous ceux qui subissent la naissance et la mort, tous les êtres samsariques, afin qu'ils aient une vie longue, sans maladie, et que tout conflit et querelle soient apaisés, qu'ils usent des divertus, bénéficient des pluies au moment opportun et de récoltes abondantes en tout temps, et que l'environnement de ceux qui l'occupent soit favorable et prospère pour tous. Par la réalité ultime qui est pure par nature, par l'infaillible loi de causalité qui possède cette réalité ultime, par la compassion du Maître, de la déité, le sourd de l'esprit et les rares et sublimes, puissent ces vastes et pures prières être exaucées. On retourne au début. Grand et bienveillant, victorieux, transcendant et sublime à l'œil de compassion, victorieux Ayagriva Kurusé, Tara pleinement accomplir la pureté totale et tous les autres. Le simple fait d'entendre vos noms sacrés élimine tous les dangers. Objet de refuge dans la nature de la compassion, je vous en prie, accordez-moi votre attention. Quand les êtres de l'ère des querelles des 5 dégénérescences par l'explosion du grand océan de karma négatif et de jalousie sont tourmentés par les souffrances intenses des conflits, des querelles, je vous prie d'y mettre fin par le pouvoir de la sagesse et de la compassion transcendante, en répandant de grandes pluies de nectar d'amour bienveillant sur les transmigrants qu'enflamme le brasier de la haine. Je vous prie d'accorder vos bénédictions pour que nous nous reconnaissions les uns les autres comme pères et mères et que croissent le bonheur et les circonstances favorables. À partir de maintenant, puissent les multitudes d'esprits malfaisants pervertis qui, en s'introduisant dans un continuum mental, le transforment aussitôt en l'état d'esprit d'un Dieu jaloux, ne plus jamais rôder dans cette région, dans ce pays ou dans ce monde. Je vous en fais la requête, que tous les êtres qui sont morts à la guerre soient dès cet instant purifiés de tous leurs karmas négatifs, causes et effets, et qu'ayant pris naissance dans le champ de félicité, la terre pure d'Amitabha, ils y conduisent tous les autres. Je vous prie de bénir tous ceux qui subissent la naissance et la mort, les êtres samsariques, afin qu'ils aient une vie longue sans maladie et que tout conflit et querelle soit apaisé, qu'ils usent des divertus, bénéficient des pluies au moment opportun et de récoltes abondantes en tout temps et que l'environnement de ceux qui occupent soit favorable et prospère pour tous. Par la réalité ultime qui est pure par nature, par l'infaillible loi de causalité qui possède cette réalité ultime, et par la compassion du Maître, de la déité, le sceau de l'esprit, les rares et sublimes, puissent ces vastes et pures prières être exaucées. On va essayer, on en a un petit peu plus vite, je le dirai la troisième fois. Grand et bienveillant, victorieux, transcendant et sublime à l'œil de compassion, victorieux et écrivain courroucé, t'as pleinement accompli la pureté totale et tous les autres, le simple fait d'entendre vos noms sacrés. Élimine tous les dangers, objet de refuge et d'aide sur la compassion, je vous en prie. Accordez-moi votre attention. Quand les êtres de l'ère des cinq querelles et des cinq dégénérescences, par l'explosion du grand océan du karma négatif et de jalousie, sont tourmentés par les souffrances intenses des conflits et des querelles, je vous prie d'y mettre fin par le pouvoir de la sagesse et de la compassion transcendante, en répandant de grandes pluies de nectar d'amour bienveillant sur les transmigrants qu'enferme le brasier de la haine. Je vous prie d'accorder vos bénédictions pour que nous tous soyons les uns les autres comme pères et mères et que croisse le bonheur et les circonstances favorables. À partir de maintenant, puissent les multitudes d'esprits malfaisants pervertis qui, en s'introduisant dans un continuum mental, le transforme aussitôt en l'esprit d'un Dieu jaloux, ne jamais rôder dans cette région, dans ce pays, dans ce monde. Je vous en fais la requête, que tous les êtres qui sont morts à la guerre soient dès cet instant purifiés de tout leur karma négatif, cause et effet, et qu'ayant pris naissance dans le champ de félicité, la terre pure d'Amitabha, ils y conduisent tous les autres. Je vous prie de bénir tous ceux qui subissent la naissance et la mort, afin qu'ils aient une vie longue sans maladie et que tout conflit et querelle soit apaisé, qu'ils jouissent des 10 vertus, bénéficient des pluies au moment opportun et des récoltes abondantes en tout temps, et que l'environnement de ceux qui l'occupent soit favorable et prospère pour tous. Par la réalité ultime qui est pure par nature, par la faillible loi de causalité qui possède cette réalité ultime, par la compassion du Maître, de la déité, le sceau de l'esprit et les grâces sublimes, puissent ces vastes et pures prières être exaucées. Alors, on va dire les dédicaces d'une façon très rapide, puisqu'on n'aura pas le temps de tout lire. On va juste lire la première strophe des dédicaces. Puisse le joyeux suprême de la bodhicitta naître là où il n'est pas né, ne pas dégénérer là où il est déjà né, mais s'accroître de plus en plus. Et on part directement à la prière de longue vie. Gori rawe kowe shinkam di pedang dewa malu jumweni chenrezig tenzi diatsoi shape site batu tengi uchi. Et pour la Mazopa, tu su chang qin zhang gen jian wei ten ji jiang bei wei gu zi de bo zi zhou zu gu wei le me tu du ba dak zhou du ji gen tu shap de zhou. Et voilà, nous avons ici quand même à dire les prières comme c'était prévu. Et voilà, et la suivante est là, donc je vous dis au revoir. E Agatha, ecco, sono giusto in tempo, ti lascio il posto. Au revoir tout le monde, au revoir tout le monde.
Bonsoir, Elio.
Ciao, ciao. Au revoir.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir, Elio.
Buonasera a tutti, sono Agatha del centro Chamciucciolin di Polava, Nord Italia. E cominciamo, intanto vi ringrazio per essere qui e perché avete scelto di prendervi uno spazio che è molto importante per la vostra crescita spirituale e quella di tutti gli altri esseri senzienti. E ricordiamo che è una pratica molto, molto di beneficio, molto valida, voluta dal Dalai Lama e da Lama Zopa. Quindi diciamo grazie a tutti noi, perché adesso stiamo facendo creando questo spazio sacro che darà aiuto e beneficio a tante persone. Allora, adesso facciamo la respirazione in 9 cicli per calmare il corpo, la parola e la mente. Visualizziamo che noi per prima cosa cerchiamo di tenere la schiena dritta. Se non ci riuscite non importa, ma se è possibile cercate di tenere la schiena dritta. E quindi chiudiamo la narice sinistra. Chiudiamo la narice sinistra, inspiriamo con la narice sinistra. A un certo punto degluttiamo e cerchiamo di trattenere il respiro per qualche secondo all'altezza dell'ombelico. E poi mandiamo fuori l'aria. E facciamo questa tecnica, questa meditazione 3 volte nella narice sinistra, 3 volte in quella destra e poi con entrambe le narici. La visualizzazione è quella di immaginare l'energia dei 4 elementi, terra, acqua, fuoco e aria, che entra attraverso l'aria, attraverso il prana, entra dentro di noi e ci dà forza e ci purifica. E entra di noi anche, pensiamo che entra di noi anche la chiara luce e tutte le realizzazioni dei grandi maestri. E si dissolve in noi tramite la luce bianca e ci riempie completamente tutto il corpo, purificando la parola e la mente. Scusate un attimo che devo chiudere. Poi pensiamo che ispiriamo ed espiriamo con la narice destra. È la stessa cosa, ispiriamo tutto quello che c'è di buono, tutto quello che potete pensare che è positivo, che è meraviglioso, e entra dentro di noi, ci purifica completamente, ci dà forza, energia e soprattutto purifica gli ostacoli alla nostra pratica, rilassa il nostro corpo e scioglie i nodi che si sono creati naturalmente durante tutta la giornata. Quindi ispiriamo ed espiriamo, ispiriamo chiara luce, luce bianca, realizzazioni e l'energia dei 4 elementi. Quando espiriamo, pensiamo che che la luce è completamente scura, è del colore del fumo nero e dà tutte le negatività, il karma negativo, gli ostacoli, le sofferenze, il dolore, le preoccupazioni che ci attanagliano in questo momento, e tutto ciò che è indesiderato pensiamo che esce attraverso la narice e va lontano, lontano e scompare nella vacuità. Ok, facciamo questa meditazione. cambiamo la ricetta. Adesso con entrambe le narici. Bene, adesso pensiamo alla motivazione, che dovrebbe essere quella importantissima, che è quella dello sviluppo della bodhicitta. Cioè noi cerchiamo di avere ben chiaro il nostro obiettivo, che è quello di raggiungere l'illuminazione per aiutare tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso, perché solo così effettivamente riusciremo ad aiutare gli altri. Ma perché farlo? Perché attraverso il metodo e la saggezza noi possiamo realizzare la bodhicitta convenzionale è quella ultima. La bodhicitta convenzionale è quella che va oltre l'egoismo, cerca di scardinare questa grande sofferenza che viene sviluppata dal nostro egoismo, per trasformarla appunto in amore verso il prossimo. La bodhicitta ultima invece è la visione della vacuità, ed attraverso questa noi eliminiamo anche l'attaccarsi alla visione che esiste un io, che noi etichettiamo come fosse vero e da parte sua senza alcun dubbio. Quindi eliminiamo l'egoismo e l'attaccarsi all'io. Questi due ostacoli sono molto importanti da eliminare per avere un sentiero veloce verso l'illuminazione. Sono, diciamo, gli ostacoli più importanti che abbiamo, ecco. Però non è facile, un conto è dirlo e un conto metterlo in pratica, e quindi l'essenza della nostra pratica dovrebbe essere proprio questa, custodita dal profondo del cuore. Vogliamo cercare di aiutare gli altri e aiutarli per eliminare loro le loro sofferenze, regalare felicità. Perché la presenza, noi dobbiamo tutto agli altri, siamo veramente collegati per qualsiasi cosa noi abbiamo bisogno degli altri, e facciamo parte anche di un unico universo, siamo tutti collegati e tutti interdipendenti, quindi perché non rendere felici e privi di sofferenza tutti gli esseri senzienti? Sarebbe veramente uno spreco amare il prossimo come priorità assoluta. Questo perché non significa essere buonisti, essere e far parte di un universo completamente libero da sofferenze. Questo non è poco. Però per farlo effettivamente dobbiamo raggiungere l'illuminazione. Questo è un buon inizio, lo stiamo già facendo, perché veramente dobbiamo ringraziare tantissimo il fatto che siamo qui presenti, inseriti in un contesto di Dharma invece che in altre situazioni. Abbiamo ricevuto tanti insegnamenti, abbiamo dei validi maestri molto realizzati che ci stanno dando consigli preziosi, ed è per questo che non dobbiamo mollare mai, dobbiamo cercare di avere pazienza e vedere le cose con equanimità, senza farsi distrarre da chi ha ragione, chi ha torto, o chi sceglie una strada piuttosto che un'altra. È difficile, ma dobbiamo essere molto equanimi e vedere in tutti quanti un essere illuminato. Ognuno di noi ha comunque una natura della mente molto luminosa, valida, ed è la Rikpa, la chiara luce. Adesso più che mai, in questo momento, è importantissimo mettere in pratica gli insegnamenti che abbiamo ricevuti ed ascoltarne tanti, cercare di stare sempre connessi con Pomaya, con tutti i centri che danno informazioni e insegnamenti online, a chi si presta a fare meditazione in comune, essere uniti, una grande famiglia, essere molto connessi uno con l'altro per darci forza, energia, coraggio, molto coraggio, no? Qua però una delle pratiche che possiamo fare tutti, che possiamo fare sempre, è la pratica del Tonglen. Questo ci aiuta a diminuire anche le tensioni, i pregiudizi e tutto questo senso di essere inappropriati o di non poter fare niente di fronte a queste tragedie. E la pratica appunto è quella del dare e prendere su di noi le sofferenze degli altri, dare felicità ed eliminare la sofferenza degli altri. E quindi allora visualizziamo, se riuscite cercate di tenere sempre la schiena dritta, perché così continua il prana, no? A fluire in modo corretto, e anche la visualizzazione è più chiara. Allora adesso chiudete gli occhi ed immaginate che attorno a noi ci sono tutti gli esseri dei 6 reami, gli esseri umani, animali, spiriti affamati, assetati, gli esseri infernali, dei e semidei. Potete visualizzare anche tutti quelli che sono in guerra, tutti quelli che, non soltanto in Ucraina, in tutto il mondo, che è il cosiddetto inferno in questo preciso momento. E quindi pensiamo che tutti stanno soffrendo in modo incredibile, però sono impotenti e sono soli, incapaci, senza guida e protezione. Nessuno si sta prendendo cura di loro, e quindi pensiamo che ognuno di loro soffre anche di una speciale malattia che ognuno di noi ha, e potete mettere qualsiasi tipo di sofferenza provate, dai dolori alla paura, al dubbio, a una persona che sta male, che conoscete. Visualizzate proprio tutto il mondo. Pensate che adesso c'è tutto il mondo e tutti i vostri cari e tutti quelli che pensate che stanno soffrendo in tutti i 6 reami. Sono tutti intorno a noi, anche dietro, sopra, dappertutto. Pensate così. Alla destra c'è vostro padre, a sinistra vostra madre. Ok, adesso pensiamo che ispiriamo sotto forma di luce nera le negatività e le cause karmiche e con questa preghiera della compassione, con grande coraggio diciamo: possano maturare su di me le negatività e le cause della sofferenza, di tutti quanti, nessuno escluso. Inspiriamo la luce nera come fumo che rappresenta tutto il negativo. Entra dentro di noi e dall'altezza del nostro cuore visualizziamo una palla nera che ha la natura della preoccupazione egoistica, un macigno proprio che ci provoca un malore pesante, non ne possiamo più. Adesso pensiamo che il fumo che abbiamo fatto scorrere attraverso il nostro canale centrale, che è entrato dalla porta di Brahma all'altezza del nostro capo, che rappresenta tutte le negatività e le loro cause, sfiora la palla nera, la colpisce e questa va in 1000 pezzi come un'esplosione ed i frammenti della palla spariscono. Concentriamoci sulla non vera esistenza dell'io, delle negatività e delle cause delle negatività degli altri. Non sono oggettivamente esistenti, se andiamo a cercarli non si trovano, soprattutto in questo momento. Abbiamo eliminato questa palla nera che rappresenta l'egoismo, il nostro io, e quindi meditiamo sulla vacuità dell'io. È solo un'etichetta che gli diamo, ci crediamo veramente, ma non c'è. È interdipendente da cause e condizioni, soprattutto dalla proiezione che noi gli diamo attraverso la nostra mente. Ecco che sorge un grande senso di liberazione per aver eliminato da una parte le sofferenze degli altri e dall'altra il nostro egoismo. perché abbiamo liberato gli altri dalla loro sofferenza e abbiamo eliminato anche il nostro io. Abbiamo preso su di noi il nostro, la loro negatività e adesso pensiamo che sta sorgendo un grande senso di liberazione. Abbiamo eliminato la palla nera, abbiamo eliminato l'io, l'egoismo. Cosa ci rimane? Una grande gioia, una grande forza, positività che si trasforma in luce bianca che riempie completamente tutto il nostro corpo e purifica ogni ostacolo e karma negativo. Questa gioia attraverso la luce bianca esce attraverso i pori della nostra pelle e va a inondare di luce tutti gli esseri dei 6 reami che abbiamo visualizzato prima. Tutti intorno a noi sono completamente colmi di gioia e luce bianca che elimina loro la sofferenza e la causa della sofferenza e li rende felici. La luce rientra dentro il nostro corpo, che ci purifica ancora una volta e torna a uscire facendo offerte a tutto il campo dei meriti. Acqua da bere, acqua per lavare i piedi, tantissimi fiori, montagne di incenso, miliardi di soli, di luce, tantissima luce offriamo loro, profumi deliziosi, cibo, tanto cibo e musica meravigliosa. Ora visualizziamo davanti a noi, adesso pensiamo che tutti i Buddha, Bodhisattva, Daka, Dakini, Dharmapala, protettori, tutti i Buddha delle 5 famiglie, Vairocana bianco, Akshobhya blu, Ratnasambhava giallo, Amitabha rosso e Amoghasiddhi verde, sono compiaciuti con noi per il gesto di generosità che abbiamo appena fatto facendo la pratica del Tonglen e compiaciuti, veramente sono contenti e ci rimandano questa meravigliosa luce bianca che rientra dentro il nostro cuore. Adesso pensiamo che Chenrezig è davanti a noi e dal suo capo esce un fascio di luce bianca che riempie entra dentro il nostro chakra del capo e ci riempie completamente con la luce bianca. E in questo modo noi abbiamo eliminato le 3 azioni non virtuose del corpo, come uccidere, rubare, usare comportamento sessuale scorretto. E dalla gola di Chenrezig esce un fascio di luce rossa che entra dentro di noi, si mescola dentro con la luce bianca e ci riempie completamente. In questo modo abbiamo eliminato le 4 azioni non virtuose della parola, che sono mentire, calunniare, creare divisioni, usare parole offensive, parlare a vanvera e fare pettegoletti. Dal cuore di Chenrezig esce un fascio di luce blu che entra dentro il nostro cuore, ci riempie completamente di luce blu e in questo modo abbiamo eliminato la causa delle 3 azioni non virtuose della mente, che sono provare brama, attaccamento e desiderio, provare malevolenza e cattiveria e sostenere visioni distorte. Infine dal corpo, parole, mente, chakra del capo, gola e cuore di Chenrezig esce simultaneamente un fascio di luce bianca, rossa e blu che entra dentro di noi attraverso i 3 chakra. Ora siamo contenitori adatti, abbiamo purificato alcuni ostacoli, qualche problema. Possiamo procedere con la lettura della parola Vajra, da Thangtong Gyalpo, la preghiera benedetta conosciuta come la preghiera che libera il Satya dalle malattie. Continuate a visualizzare Chenrezig anche sopra ognuno degli esseri senzienti, di tutti gli esseri davanti a noi. E quindi leggiamo la motivazione. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel glorioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel glorioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio finito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Adesso pensiamo che da Buddha Chenrezig e dal nostro cuore anche esce una luce bianchissima che purifica, guarisce e dà forza, coraggio ed energia a tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Adesso con forza, coraggio e senza avere dubbi, voi siete persone speciali, noi siamo persone speciali, abbiamo il Dharma, è importantissimo in questo preciso momento, quindi con forza, determinazione e grande coraggio diamo una grande opportunità a chi sta veramente male e con questa preghiera pensiamo che loro guariscono effettivamente, ok? Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere dei redachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graffa e dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, col potere dei redachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Continuiamo a inondare di amore e di luce tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme. Ricordiamo che all'altezza del nostro cuore c'è seduto con il viso rivolto verso l'esterno il nostro Guru Radice che continua a darci le benedizioni, a infonderci gioia, amore e luminosità. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. La luce rientra dentro il nostro cuore, ci riempie completamente e poi torna a uscire. L'amore riempie tutti gli universi. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti grata, dalle malattie, dai Buddha, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redattini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti grafi, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero state collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redattini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Posso tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redattini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti grafi, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, in cui il semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei dacchini, dei protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Passiamo alle dediche. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, e possa la mente di chi è stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendenti sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezioni. Pensiamo prima di tutto a tutte le persone che sono in guerra, a tutti i malati e tutte le persone che sono morte a causa della guerra, a tutti i bambini, a tutte le sofferenze della guerra, ai dottori, agli infermieri di tutti gli ospedali che in questo momento stanno lavorando assiduamente anche per il Covid, per tutte le emergenze, ai medici senza frontiere, a tutti quelli che rischiano la loro vita veramente per aiutare gli esseri e tutti i malati in tutto il mondo. Pensiamo principalmente di dare forza, coraggio a tutti i medici e gli infermieri del mondo, anche delle case di riposo, dei centri di salute mentale che in questo momento sono pieni di gente disturbata, e quindi recitiamo qualche mantra per loro con una dedica speciale. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Facciamo una dedica a tutti quelli che sono nei rifugi, a tutti quelli che non hanno da mangiare a causa della guerra, che possano sopravvivere, possano sentire una briciola di aiuto spirituale dalle nostre preghiere con questa dedica. In tutto il mondo pensiamo che ci sono tantissime persone in guerra, quindi cerchiamo di dare forza, coraggio e dedichiamo loro una speciale atto di amore. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Ai maestri delle scuole di tutto il mondo, perché possano avere la giusta saggezza per infondere ai ragazzi etica e giusta consapevolezza per avere una mente pura e un giusto curriculum mentale, per essere delle brave persone e seguire possibilmente il Dharma. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Una dedica speciale lo facciamo ad Alice Project di Valentino, perché possa continuare in questa sperimentazione di etica secolare che aiuta 1500 bambini all'anno a crescere in questa direzione. È molto molto positiva e di buon auspicio per tutto il mondo. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Una dedica enorme, cerchiamo di farla ai politici perché possano prendere le giuste decisioni per il benessere di tutti, non soltanto di qualcuno, e che cerchino per cercare negoziati di pace. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. A tutti i praticanti del Dharma, perché possano non mollare mai e di avere sempre una giusta visione e una retta attitudine e non avere mai dubbi e sentirsi sempre in una grande famiglia del Dharma, circondata da tanti maestri, e possano tutti i maestri avere lunghissima vita per guidarci in tutte le vite, in questa vita e in tutte le vite future. E diciamo qualche volta grazie per tutto quello che stiamo ricevendo. Un senso di gratitudine molto importante per tutto l'universo, per dire grazie che siamo ancora qua, grazie ai maestri che ci hanno aiutato, grazie a tutti quanti, indipendentemente da chi pensiamo. Proviamo a ripetere qua una mala di grazie, non è, cioè, è molto importante secondo me. Mentalmente dite grazie all'universo. Anche perché loro, tutte le persone delle altre dimensioni si fidano di noi, quindi è una gran bella cosa, no? Noi siamo qua per portare a termine un discorso che gli altri hanno progettato. Posso in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separate da Guru perfetta. Posso io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri. Posso io tenere velocemente lo stato di Vajra. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa che agisce come nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrapa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo. Era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi ed ha realizzato lo yoga dei due stati della suprema beatitudine e vacuità. come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno da ardere nei monasteri, possa io sempre essere usato dagli esseri senzienti, esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come le eroe Manjushri, come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirle nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei tre tempi per avere una condotta pura, affinché il sentiero del Dharma, dei tre Dharma, Tsongkhapa prosperi, del re del Dharma prosperi, possano tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei due tipi di meriti, dei tre tempi di me stessi e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrapa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong, ti supplico possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa del Maniunat, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi. Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie di cuore, ci vediamo la prossima settimana. Cercate di fare il tonlè se potete. Hi, Venerable Dancho.
Hello, Venerable Agata. Hello, everyone on the Italian crew. Lovely to see you all. Hello, Lars. You're there as well. Wonderful. Hello, Irene. We see Marta, Marie, Barbara, so many wonderful people supporting Venerable Agata again. It's always lovely to have you all there. So, yeah, thank you very much. I hope you're all well.
Yes. Yes, yes.
All right. I hope you got plenty of sunshine.
No, no, here is no sunshine. It's very cold.
Oh, hopefully the sun is coming soon and the summer as well.
Summer,
Venerable
yes.
Agata, lots of love.
Thank you.
See you next
Bye.
week. Bye-bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, good evening. Hello. This is just a short session for half hour. And let's make a start and make the most out of this. If we take a few deep breaths, really resetting our motivation why we're here, what our individual driving factors. Are we here because of the practice, following Rinpoche's advice? Maybe we want to deepen our practice. Maybe we're facing some difficult times at the moment, particularly with the way the world is sort of spinning around. Is COVID still around? Conflicts, maybe sickness in the family, death, uncertainty with jobs. Whatever your reasons are for being here, whether you're here just to benefit other sentient beings, well, that's main motivation. You all are very welcome. And whether you're Buddhist or not makes no difference to me and to these pairs, because we are
here to benefit all beings, all mother sentient beings. And deep down, we all have the nature to be compassionate, even though it is very easy in this confused world to have one's mind a bit clouded with all the anger and frustration and misinformation that's going on. So always make sure that whatever you do, investigate for yourself. Don't accept anything at face value. Even Buddha said, don't accept me because of what I say, accept me because you investigated what I say. What you find is not true, then discard it. So in the same way, don't let others make you do things you don't want to do. And don't be their tool, their pawn, so that they achieve the goal of power and greed. So if you think about the 3 levels of motivation, again, they're good to start with at the beginning of the day, to set up what you want from the day, to reflect on at lunchtime, reset the clock, and try to improve in the afternoon, and then in the evening again reflect, allowing yourself to modify certain behaviors, to look at the consequences, to look at the triggers that maybe have given you rise to act a certain way. That's what we can start with, changing ourselves. And by bringing about the transformation within ourselves, bringing in the peace within ourselves, we then may be able to encourage others to do the same. Today, while I'm alive and in human form, as much as possible, to the very best of my ability, my understanding, my training, my resources and environmental conditions, I will harm no living beings with the actions of my body, speech, or mind. Today, as much as possible, I will seek to benefit others in whatever way I can. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. May the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. You may think that these lines are just, something that sounds good. How is it possible to do? But remember what it says, today, as much as possible. It allows for the flaws that are still within us. It allows for the conditions that we experience, and that we do the very best at any given time. And that when things don't go as we wish, that we don't see this as an excuse to abandon doing the right thing. But look at it and go, okay, what can I do better? What can I do different? How can I adjust to changing situations? And then step by step, we're building up the momentum, we're building up the knowledge, we're building up the wisdom, we're building up the compassion, we're building up bodhicitta. So if we're visualizing the space in front of us, our guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, Visualize the Guru above the crown of your head or in the space in front of you. If you have the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru. If you're joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion for all mother sentient beings. Anyone joining us who's not comfortable with visualizing deities in any form or shape, just visualize a clear light that's filled with love and compassion. Love and compassion that encompasses all beings, irrespective of who they are, what shape they're in, or form they take, what realm they're in, and what they have done, and what they may have done to you. Don't hold any grudges. Even Putin. You think about how much negative karma Putin is creating for himself and others. Think about the suffering that he must experience to act a certain way. If you really believe in the path, then we also must acknowledge that those who oppress us in this world right now have the potential of being good beings. Why else would they have been given human rebirth? Something so precious. To achieve human rebirth, there must have been some positive karmic activity in previous lifetimes. We can think about it in the same way we looked at the 3 levels of motivation. To the best of my ability, my surroundings and my environment and the conditions that I experienced at the time, may my body, speech, and mind be imbued with bodhicitta. And if he has abandoned that, takes the wrong view, that's his karma. Don't justify their negative actions and use their negative actions as a justification for you to engage in negative actions. Create your own karma in a positive way. Light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions and finds each one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings, entering their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion, like compassionate light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions, atom by atom, cleansing away all the grime, the dirt, the stenches, the stains, the tastes, lifting the weight of your shoulders. Just enjoy the relief you're getting from that. Being able to breathe, hear, speak, and taste, purely. Not being bent down by the weight, being able to move freely, not having to worry about anyone trying to harm you or you wanting to harm others. Just enjoy the happiness that is free from suffering. And think of all the other mother sentient beings who wish nothing else but the same. May we all live in equanimity. May His Holiness's wish of the time of dialogue arrive. May peaceful solutions be found for all sentient beings to live a peaceful existence side by side. Maybe invite Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Nakins. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Nakins. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Nakins. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. And taking refuge in the Guru. The Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, more and more purifying light nectar is being poured into us, filling us with that loving light, cleansing away more and more of the negative karma, revealing more and more of our true nature, our Buddha nature, and begin to shine, atom by atom, filling our entire body with this light, exchanging ourselves with the Guru and other Mother Sentient beings who likewise exchange themselves with the Guru and others. And continue to visualize how you exchange yourself with the Guru, how we all become one with the Guru and become one with one another, becoming one source of love and compassion for all Mother Sentient beings, shining like a bright beacon in the darkness, dispelling the darkness of samsara for those who need the light to find their way out, and act as a searchlight to find those who aimlessly wander in samsaric existence, so that we ourselves may re-enter samsara to lead those who are lost to liberation. As we recite the Mani mantra, the mantra of compassion, maybe remind ourselves as Om represents body, speech, and mind, both the defiled form that we experience right now that has caused so much harm and suffering in the past, which we wish to change to the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind, also represented by Om of the Gurus. In order to do that, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. Maybe extend our thinking and remind ourselves that we wish to benefit all beings, wherever they are, whatever shape they are. So the Mani mantra may also be broken up into the 6 syllables to represent the 6 realms. Om Mani, gods, demigods, and humans. Padme Hum, animals, hungry ghosts, and the hell realms. We wish to have compassion for all those beings. We wish all those beings to have compassion, self-compassion, and compassion for others. May we all engage in wholesome actions that benefit other sentient beings. May we all find the path to enlightenment and break the cycle of birth and rebirth. So death and rebirth. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Having purified ourselves by reciting Mani Mantra, having taken refuge, we exchange ourselves, Mother Sentient Beings and the Guru. Maybe hold on to the pure state for as long as possibly can, at least the duration of these prayers. Maybe now call upon the Great Mother Tara to join us. Let's remove any obstacles that may arise as part of this practice. To remove any obstacles that may arise for those who are sick to be reinstated to good health. The cures be found for all sicknesses and diseases. May all obstacles be removed for those who are about to enter the bardo or have entered the bardo, to have a favorable human rebirth. May their deed achieve enlightenment. May the transitions be swift. May all obstacles be removed for those who experience hardships, to give them whatever resources are necessary to overcome those hardships. May they be reinstated into a place of happiness that is free of suffering, so they may take care of themselves, their families, and their communities. May all obstacles be removed for the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus. May all their holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May all obstacles be removed for finding peaceful resolutions to what has become a war-torn world we live in right now. May the quarreling stop. May we all live in equanimity and harmony. Om Tare Tutare Turuso, 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 Om Tare Tutare Om Tare Tutare Turuso, Om Tare Tutare Turuso, Om Tare Tutare Om Tare Tutare Turuso. When we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, we recite it 3 times. Once for the suffering of the body, once for suffering from the speech, one of the mind, as it may apply within the individual realms. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the house of ground spirits and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the house of ground spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases in the sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now, was it 2 or 3? I'll do one anyway. Let's do next one. If I did 3, I can't remember. So we did 2. Thank you very much, Lars. Sorry. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases in the sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. So may we dedicate now, may we dedicate to the benefit of multiple sentient beings, and may they live long and healthy lives, meet the Dharma, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May they never be separated from the happiness that knows no suffering, and may we be the cause of them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious Gurus, who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible and continue to guide us in this and all future lifetimes. In particular, dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may quickly attain the state of Kuru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless Indian beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long last prayers for Chenrezig Lama Zopa. Gangrira weke wejingam di penang deva malu jongwe Chenrezig Tangtong Gyalpo Isha pesite badu tengyu hochi. Tübzü Cheng Yam Gön Gewe Ten Zingen Pelwe Kun Zu Dok Bo Zi Juk Song Kewe Lek Mun Tu Dru Pa Dak Sok Du Jeg Mun Du Sha Ten Sho. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me. Thank you very much, Lars. Lovely to have you back. I know you had a busy schedule today with a basic program. Hope you enjoyed it. Not too tired. Thank you very much, Jeannie, and everyone at the multimedia team for hosting us today. Thank you very much, everyone who keeps joining us for nearly 2 years. And if you found us just recently, you're more than welcome. It's always nice to know that we still sort of reach out. So I'm taking a little break. I'm going to be back a little bit later on. So thank you very much, everyone. If I see you in the next sessions, okay, see you then. If not, have a wonderful weekend. Have a wonderful week, and karma permitting, see you all next week. Bye-bye, everyone.
I can hear. You can hear me, yeah, Chenrezig? Yes, we're not supposed to talk. We're not supposed to talk. Because I'm Is this better? Oh, now it's better. Yes. Yes, thank you. Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay, now I can hardly hear myself, but that's good. Okay, take care. You must be really, really tired. I heard that Rinpoche taught last night, and honestly, I'm still recovering from 2 nights ago, so you must be really tired.
It didn't finish that late. 10 something. It didn't finish so late. It was 10 something.
But Rinpoche has a lot to say, yeah?
He talks so fast. Unbelievable. I thought last night he took a breath at the beginning of the teaching, and then it just came out, this endless flow.
So I was telling you before that when I was trying to check some words, if I put Rinpoche at 75% speed, it's normal. If I put it at 50, it's easier. But at the speed that Rinpoche is talking, it's just, I don't think it's physically possible for anybody to type that fast, to hear that fast. It's very difficult. I mean, the blessing just pours into you, but
last night was challenging.
The exact words to catch everything. Yeah, that's why we need the transcript so much.
Anyways, I think I'll be re-listening to that one. Maybe at 75%.
Otherwise, maybe we're only supposed to hear what we hear. It's also possible.
Possible.
It's also possible. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway,
nice session. I have to go to lunch.
Yeah.
See you.
Good morning. Hi. So, Chenrezig, you guys can all hear me because I can't hear myself, which is a very strange thing.
Yes, it's good. It's good.
Okay. All right. So I'm Sarah, and I'm here with representing my two prayer wheels, just helping them along. They're going to lead the session, and I'm just going to recite the words, and they're going to be the stars of the show. So that top one is more than 2 trillion, and this small one I think is a very humble little 3 million, something like that. So my hope is that by doing the session and spinning the prayer wheel, and then that energy, that powerful energy from all those trillions of Om Mani Padme Hum spinning, going out onto the airwaves, brings benefit to sentient beings. And Venerable Damcha did also threaten that he might join me, but I think he's probably having a snip. Thank you. Let's see that prayer wheel, sir. No hiding. Prayer wheels of the world unite. And it must be 5 a.m. in the morning there, or something like that.
Half 6.
6. Okay,
6:30. Not too bad.
It was 4:30 when you were doing the prayers. Okay, so let's get on to the session. A little bit challenging to turn 2 prayer wheels, but I'll do it. So I'm going to start by reciting the motivation by Nuns of Rinpoche, morning motivation, in order to remind us all the points of the Lam Rim, and then also to generate the bodhisattva attitude. And then once we have this bodhisattva attitude on whatever we do, it just doesn't matter, because with every breath in and out, as Venerable Joan just said, there is benefit for sentient beings. And as I was mentioning to Venerable Joan 2 nights ago, seeing Nuns of Rinpoche down here in the restaurant, enjoying a meal, and then doing many kora. And people are just drawn to Rinpoche. The security guards, the kids, the young guys who look like, they're out to party, as well as the old amalas, and just everybody is just drawn to Rinpoche, wanting a blessing, wanting to receive that bodhicitta energy and blessing from a holy being who is filled with compassion. And it's so inspiring to see. And of course, Rinpoche knows exactly what each person needs, what they want, what is best to give them. And it's just effortless and spontaneous. So teach hours, each person, and these people who maybe just see there's a holy being and then drawn to him. So this is watching Rinpoche going around the stupa and Bodha, making offerings and doing prayers for every living being in the world, explaining how to generate bodhicitta and how to do kura. Meeting with so many beings is really like a modern day version of Guru Shakyamuni Buddha on the alms round, going out and receiving alms in order to make connection with sentient beings, and then answering the questions of all those who approach. So what is it that Rinpoche has recommended for all of us right now that is the most beneficial, for all the Sangha to do? And at this time of the pandemic is to recite Om Mani Padme Hum and the precious holy prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. So let me just see. I have to remember I only have half an hour of the session. So I'll just quickly read the motivation and then get to reciting that. And we know that not only this words of the Thangtong Gyalpo are the holy precious words of Buddha, but also this motivation and also this advice. And may every spin of this prayer wheel and every word that is uttered and every minute, second there at Chenrezig, organizing this, Thangtong all Sangha, may that all bring the greatest benefit for sentient beings through the enormous virtue of fulfilling the Guru's wishes. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma, scriptures and realizations, principle of all those areas and tending virtue, the Sangha. You, the glorious holy Gurus, a good refuge. Please, Gurus, as my mind to become the Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Till I achieve the state of Buddhahood, please bless me, just like Shuranozum and Tatungu, to correctly follow the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, see whatever is done is pure, and accomplish whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richness is difficult to find and easily perishes. Wow, how true is that? That all these conditions we have right now can finish in an instant. Suddenly there's a downpour of rain. Suddenly there's a fire. Suddenly somebody starts shooting. Suddenly we catch the virus. Suddenly a war breaks out. Suddenly the car swerves through no fault of our own. And all these precious conditions that it's taken us so long to meet in order to be able to practice Dharma, in order to train our minds, are finished and gone. Finished and gone. Finished and gone. And all we can hope is that we have deep enough imprints, that our connection with the Guru is so strong, and that we've trained our mind well enough that again we can get another human rebirth, another precious human rebirth, with all the conditions. But even then, with all the global warming, with all the degeneration of view that is happening now, the erosion of freedoms, can we be sure that we will be able to practice the way we can now, that we'd have the conditions the way we do now? So hard to say that. So hard to say that. Can we be sure that there will be perfectly qualified gurus like we have existing now? Like His Holiness in this most incredible, magnificent form. It's just never been able to us in this world as this present one. And a guru like Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, a trailblazer who brings the Holy Dharma teachings from such a young age to countries which have been completely dark, with not a word of Dharma, and establishes centers and students and practitioners and brings teachers and benefits constantly. We can't know that, so this precious life. Cannot waste it. freedoms, can we be sure that we will be able to practice the way we can now, that we'd have the conditions the way we do now? So hard to say that. So hard to say that. Can we be sure that there will be perfectly qualified gurus like we have existing now? Like His Holiness in this most incredible, magnificent form. It's just never been able to us in this world as this present one. And a guru like Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, a trailblazer who brings the Holy Dharma teachings from such a young age to countries which have been completely dark with not a word of Dharma, and establishes centers and students and practitioners and brings teachers and benefits constantly. We can't know that, so this precious life cannot waste it. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richness is difficult to find and easily perishes. That action result is so profound, and the suffering the evil gone transmigratory beings is so difficult to bear. And to therefore go for refuge in the depths of my heart to three rare surviving ones, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. Abandon negative karma and accomplish virtue according to Dharma. Dependence from that. Even though I achieve merely the high rebirth, the devil human, I will have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara due to being under the control of the unabandoned, disturbing thought of obscurations. Therefore, by reflecting well from the way of cycling of samsara, please bless me to follow continuously day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method to be liberated from samsara. Dependence from that, even though I achieve my liberation, please bless me to see that there is no sentient being in the six types who has not been my father and mother, and thinking I must fulfill their purpose, I turn away from the mind seeking the lower happiness and nirvana, generate precious thought of enlightenment by equalizing, exchanging myself with others, and follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons, the six paramitas and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, even though experiencing the sufferings of samsara for a long time will not upset me, please bless me by regarding sentient beings with extraordinary unbearable compassion to enter the quick path of the Vajra teachings, protecting my vows and samaya at the cost of my life, and quickly accomplish the unified state of Vajradhara in just this one brief lifetime of degenerate times. Determined to attain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings, more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, completely fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, completely fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. Give up my body, enjoyments and wealth, and even all virtues in 3 times without any sense of loss, in order to accomplish the welfare of sentient beings. By giving away all as long as transmigratory beings remain, as long that I remain, dispelling the suffering of transmigratory beings. And then the refuge, all sentient beings. And mothers with infinite light space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha, go for refuge the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha, go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinas, go for refuge the empty clarity of online Dhammakaya. Sentient beings and mothers with infinite light space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha, go for refuge the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha, go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinas, go for refuge the empty clarity of online Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers with infinite light space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha, go for refuge the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha, go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinas, go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So think that all the sickness, particularly this virus, all other sicknesses, and then all sufferings, all the other sufferings caused by the pandemic, but all other sufferings, as long as all the causes of sufferings spread. Harms and delusions, all the negative karmas and their imprints absorb into the trillions of Om Mani Padme Hum syllable in all the prayer wheels all over the world that are all spinning. Will make each syllable making its own sound. All those negativities and sufferings absorb into each syllable of Om Mani Padme Hum, which is a manifestation of Guru Buddha Chenrezig. They will absorb into emptiness, transform, and then from each syllable, beams of light, which are Chenrezig, absorb, go out into the world and illuminate every single sentient being, blessing them, transforming them into Chenrezig.
Tiene pinta de que te toca, Fabio.
Pues es que como faltan 2 minutos, buenas tardes, como faltan 2 minutos y es una grabación y hay alguien que lo está controlando, estoy esperando a ver si...
Vale.
que por
Era una
cierto,
grabación lo de antes, ¿verdad?
Sí, era una grabación.
Porque además se oía fatal.
Muy mal. Hello, Ginny.
Hello, Fabio. Are you okay to start now?
Yes, of course. Ready.
Thank you so much.
Que falta un minuto, Fabio. Vamos a cascar un poco.
Bueno, saludo desde un teniente, desde el centro de un teniente. Ya veis la gompa tan preciosa que tengo a mi espalda con la estatua de Maitreya. Tú lo conoces muy bien, Bego. Y estoy este fin de semana aquí dando un curso y desde aquí me estoy conectando. Así que, ¿qué tal vosotras? Mucho frío, aquí hace muchísimo frío. Yo no
Sí,
pensaba
aquí
que...
no. Sí, ahí hace mucho frío.
Sí.
Oye, ¿estás viviendo en la Atalaya o en casa de Juan?
No, ya llevo 2 meses viviendo, dos fines de semana viviendo aquí en la Atalaya.
Que hace un frío ahí.
Yo
Para
pensaba
proteger.
que no hacía tanto frío en esta tierra, pero sí hace.
Mucho, mucho. Y mucho calor en verano.
Mm.
Muy
Tú
bien.
has vivido aquí en la Torrita.
Sí.
Mm.
Qué frío he pasado ahí. No veas. No veas.
Ahora no, porque
Ahora-
hay radiadores muy fuertes y me los han subido y bueno, con los radiadores muy bien, si no, sí que haces.
Yo cuando estaba, las ventanas eran viejas, no había madera en la pared.
Ah,
O
ahora
sea,
sí.
estaba lleno de aire. Oye, se movía la lámpara y todo por la noche. O sea, era horroroso el frío que hacía.
No,
Tenías
ahora
el
no.
radiador todo el día y no notabas el calor.
Ahora muy bien, porque está cubierto de madera, las
Sí.
ventanas son nuevas y con que esté un ratito el radiador se está muy bien. Ahora es distinto, está muy bien.
Sí. Y
Pero
es muy
aunque-
gracioso. Vivir en la Atalaya es muy gracioso, la verdad.
Sí, sí, sí. Es precioso, a mí me gusta.
A mí también. ¿No te abruman las campanas de las iglesias que tocan todas a la misma hora?
Estoy acostumbrado de Granada, o sea que eso ya lo llevo avanzado. En Granada es más todavía.
Qué fuerte. Bueno, ya ha pasado 2 minutos, ya puedes.
Bueno, vamos a esperar uno más, porque creo que se estará apuntando la gente. Un minutito más. ¿Y tú qué tal, Paloma?
Bien, traduciendo ciencia y filosofía. Sobre todo, sí.
El segundo.
¿El segundo qué era? El segundo es súper interesante. Es súper interesante. Es sobre la mente. Es Lorry. Luego también hay una descripción súper detallada de del proceso de la muerte. Hoy he estado, por ejemplo, otra descripción súper detallada de la quietud mental y la visión superior y cómo desarrollarla, sobre la meditación analítica, luego sobre el debate. Es bonito, ¿no? El segundo os gustará mucho, es más masticable, ya lo veréis.
Qué bueno. Bueno, pues venga, vamos a empezar, ahora sí. No está Juan hoy, no ha venido, ¿no? Lo veo.
Esta mañana estaba.
Ah, bueno, esperar que voy a ponerme. Ya está. Bueno, pues buenas tardes, buenas noches, buenos días, según donde estés, a todos los que estáis conectados para hacer esta práctica de Thangtong Gyalpo, que como sabéis se hace 24 horas en distintos idiomas. Así es que vamos a empezar generando la motivación de la preciosa bodhicitta para hacer esta práctica, para continuar haciendo esta práctica y unirnos así a toda esa corriente de oraciones, de meditaciones, de recitaciones que se llevan haciendo durante muchas horas por la Sangha de todo el mundo. Podemos visualizar a los seres a nuestro alrededor, nuestro padre y todos los varones de nuestra familia a la derecha, meditando igual que nosotros, buscando la felicidad igual que nosotros. No importa si ya no vive, no está lejos. Ahora lo situamos muy cerquita de nosotros. A nuestra izquierda, en la misma actitud, nuestra madre y todas las mujeres de nuestra familia. Abuelas, tías, hermanas. Meditando igual que nosotros. A nuestra espalda situamos los seres que nos sean más cercanos, más conocidos, familiares, resto de familiares, amigos, compañeros, incluyendo nuestros animales. Y enfrente colocamos a esa persona o personas con las que estamos teniendo problemas, los tuvimos en el pasado. Aprovechamos y los incluimos en nuestra práctica, sanando esa huella de vida que pudiéramos tener en nuestra mente. Alrededor están todos los seres que componen el universo, todo el samsara, todos los seres de todos los reinos. tantos que tus ojos no alcanzan a ver el final. Hay incontables seres, humanos, no humanos, visibles, invisibles, cercanos, lejanos, agradables, no tan agradables. Pero todos teniendo en común una sola cosa, que es el deseo de ser feliz, el deseo de evitar el sufrimiento. En base a esta visualización generamos la preciosa mente de la bodhicitta, pensando en lo maravilloso que sería que pudiéramos llevar a todos estos seres al estado que se encuentra más allá de todo dolor, toda insatisfacción, a la iluminación suprema, donde ni existe la palabra sufrimiento o insatisfacción. En especial nos acordamos, aunque pensemos en todos los seres, nos acordamos de manera especial en todas esas personas y seres que están padeciendo las guerras, no solo la de Ucrania, sino todas las guerras que pueda haber en el planeta, todos los conflictos. Todos los desastres naturales, hambrunas, desarmonías. Los visualizamos muy cerquita de nosotros, como si les hiciéramos los destinatarios especiales de esta práctica y de todas las que hagamos. Aprovecha e incluye tus seres queridos, conocidos, aquellos que estén en dificultades y los visualizas muy cerquita de ti, en especial los fallecidos para que obtengan un perfecto renacimiento humano, los enfermos para que obtengan salud, los que están atravesando problemas económicos, sociales, laborales, para que se libren de esas adversidades. En el espacio, enfrente de ti, a una altura un poco superior a tu frente y a una distancia de 2 metros más o menos de tu cuerpo, hay un loto, un sol y una luna, hechos de luz, tridimensionales, irradiando una gran cantidad de luz y néctar. Encima del disco lunar se encuentra Guru Avalokitesvara, en el aspecto que te sea más cómodo visualizar. 1000 brazos, 4, 2, de pie, sentado. Pero lo más importante es sentir que es inseparable de nuestros maestros, de nuestros gurús, en especial de su santidad el Dalai Lama, que es Avalokitesvara en este mundo. Y del resto de maestros, de la Mayese, de la Zopa Rinpoche, de nuestros gueses, de nuestros maestros personales. En esencia son todo lo mismo. Y esa esencia de compasión se manifiesta ante ti en este aspecto, el de Avalokitesvara, Chenrezig, irradiando luz, mirándote y sonriendo. Esa sonrisa simboliza que Guru Chenrezig te conoce tal cual eres, te acepta tal cual eres y te guía de acuerdo a tus predisposiciones, tendencias, personalidad. En su presencia tienes la misma sensación que la que tiene un niño pequeño en presencia de sus padres amorosos, que se siente protegido, guiado, cuidado, arropado. Así te sientes tú. O como cuando estás en presencia de tu maestro, que tienes la sensación de que estás delante de lo más sublime, de lo insuperable. Teniendo todo eso en mente, pensando en el sufrimiento de los seres y sintiendo que estamos haciendo algo para aliviarlo, tomamos refugio 3 veces, en nombre de todos esos seres. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Sentimos así que tanto nosotros como todos los seres que nos rodean ya estamos bajo la protección y la guía de las tres joyas que a través de Avalokitesvara nos protegen y nos cuidan. Y ahora visualizamos que del sagrado cuerpo de Avalokitesvara, de su santidad el Dalai Lama, surge luz y néctar, que como un torrente, con una riada muy fuerte, entran por nuestra coronilla, la de todos los seres, eliminando enfermedades, karmas negativos, los dos tipos de oscurecimientos, toda negatividad, los daños causados por espíritus, todo queda eliminado al instante, por la fuerza de esa luz y de ese néctar y de la recitación del mantra, cuya vibración aumenta el poder de esa luz y ese néctar. Lo mismo le sucede a todos los seres, en especial los que están en los reinos inferiores, los que están padeciendo la guerra, los que pasan hambre, los que necesitan medicinas, los que están en hospitales, clínicas o en sus casas enfermos. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om mani padme hum. 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 Empezamos con las recitaciones, recordando que es importante mirar la imagen de Thangtong Gyalpo a medida que recitas la oración. Y para establecer la motivación de esta primera recitación, si quieres, Venerable Paloma, hacerlo.
Vale, pues para que, especialmente habiendo encontrado el Dharma Mahayana, que seamos practicantes puros, con una moralidad intachable, un corazón compasivo y que podamos de esta forma realizar el camino y ser fuente de inspiración, de guía y que podamos ayudar a los seres. Y especialmente para que podamos crear las causas para volver pronto a tener a los maestros presencialmente, ante el Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que podamos asistir a sus enseñanzas y ponerlas en práctica con diligencia.
Muy bien. Vale, pues con todo eso en mente que ha dicho Venerable, pues recitamos. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separa en el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Para la segunda, Venerable Begoña.
Pues sí, yo quisiera recordar que cese por favor la guerra de Ucrania, que lleguen a un acuerdo y que paren las armas. Esta tarde anunciaban 280 muertos en los alrededores de Kiev, de civiles. Para la guerra de Siria, de la cual no tenemos ninguna noticia, que ya ni siquiera se habla de ella, y sobre todo las guerras tribales de Yemen y la hambruna que las acompaña, ¿no? Que están muriendo muchísimos niños y personas jóvenes. Para eso.
Muy bien. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Ahora, cuando recites el mantra, visualiza que constantemente del sagrado cuerpo de Chenrezig no deja de emitirse luz y néctar que baña especialmente los reinos y las situaciones que ha mencionado Venerable Begoña. Un mani bemol, 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 mani bemol. Mani bemol, mani. Om mani bemol, om mani bemol, om mani bemol, om mani bemol. Esta tercera y última recitación es especial para la gente que estáis en YouTube siguiendo la conexión. Haced vuestras propias oraciones, dedicaciones, pensad para qué queréis y para quién queréis recitarla. Gente que conozcáis que está en problemas, vosotros mismos, todos los que necesiten bendiciones, méritos, proyectos, necesidades, sufrimientos, gente fallecida, enferma, etc. Y muy en especial pensamos en todos los centros de Dharma, centros y grupos de estudio de la FPMT en España, en Europa, en el mundo, que puedan seguir difundiendo las enseñanzas puras del Lama Zopa Rinpoche, el linaje puro del Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que puedan obtener todo lo que necesitan para poder hacerlo, que haya armonía entre los centros, entre los estudiantes, que la gente que favorece y que benefacta a la Sangha, que patrocina a la Sangha, obtenga todo lo necesario también, vea cómo maduran muy rápido sus méritos de apoyar a la Sangha. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Piensa que por la fuerza de tus peticiones, de tu práctica, de tus oraciones, Guru Avalokitesvara está muy complacido, te mira y te sonríe, de su cuerpo surgen innumerables réplicas que se sitúan encima de cada una de las coronillas de todos los seres que te rodean, tus padres a los lados, tus seres queridos detrás, los que te agitaban delante y el resto de seres, en especial aquellos que más lo necesiten, a tu alrededor. El aspecto central de Guru Chenrezig, del que han surgido todas esas réplicas, se sitúa sobre la tuya. Se hacen muy pequeñas, pero sin perder ni un ápice de su poder, de su luminosidad, y se introducen tanto en ti como en todos los seres que te rodean a través de la cabeza, de la coronilla, purificando cuerpo, palabra y mente. Sentimos que recibimos todo lo que necesitamos, en especial que se activan y se despiertan todas las cualidades de nuestra mente, como sabiduría y compasión, pero también paciencia, alegría, concentración, atención y tantas cualidades que tenemos. La devoción hacia nuestros maestros se acrecienta, viéndolos como inseparables de los Budas. Y les pedimos de todo corazón que permanezcan hasta el fin del samsara, empezando con su santidad el Dalai Lama. En la tierra rodeada de montañas nevadas, tú eres la fuente de todo bien y felicidad. Todopoderoso Chenrezig Gyalpo, te ruego que permanezcas entre nosotros hasta que finalice el samsara. Para Lama Zopa Rinpoche, sostienes el camino moral del subyugador, sirves como el generoso que lo soporta todo, mantienes, preservas y esparces la victoriosa doctrina de Manjunath y realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las 3 joyas. Salvador mío y de los demás, tus discípulos, te lo ruego, ten una vida larga. Chanchu chori poche ma ke pa na ke kuchi ye wa nyam pa me pa nyam go ne gon tu pel wa su ke wa di ni no du da la ma san ge du gyu ne dro wa ji kyan ma ru pa le di sa ga go pa. Que por los méritos de estas acciones virtuosas pueda alcanzar rápidamente el estado de un Guru Buda y llevar a todos los seres sin excepción a ese estado iluminado, que la suprema joya de la bodhicitta que no ha nacido surja y crezca, y que la que ya ha nacido no disminuya, sino que aumente más. Muy bien, pues muchísimas gracias, venerables, por vuestra asistencia. Nos vemos, karma mediante, el sábado que viene con venerable Paloma a las 10 de la mañana, ¿o no?
Sí, pero quería dar un recado que lo he puesto también en el chat del YouTube.
Correcto.
A vosotros os lo he enviado aparte, creo, en un email. Este miércoles a las 6 de la tarde hay un encuentro interreligioso entre budistas, islámicos, judaístas, en fin, el judaísmo, budismo y demás, para oraciones por Ucrania, por la paz. Yo es convocado por el Foro Internacional Transcendence al que pertenezco y nada, pues que estáis invitados. No es por Zoom, os he colgado el enlace y si alguien tiene dudas que me lo pregunte o a Fabio o a Begoña, es a través de otro enlace que se llama FIT, otra plataforma. Entonces estaría bien, será 1 hora, no será más, y cada representante religioso pues 4 minutos y 1 minuto de silencio. Entonces, para que nos unamos todos en oración, que estaría muy bien, ¿vale?
Muy bien, muy bien. Perfecto, gracias Paloma.
Da recuerdos, Fabio, da recuerdos a la gente de Onteniente de mi parte.
De tu parte.
¿Estás solito en la gompa? ¿No hay nadie ahora en la gompa?
Nadie, los budas y yo.
Bueno, pues,
los budas y yo. Oli, budas aquí.
Vale.
Danchola.
Hola, Dancho.
Hola, Danchola.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, brother. How are
you? Hello, Begoña. Begoña. Hello, Venerable Paloma. Oh, look, Fabio looks like he means business. Yeah, now.
Yes.
So you've been teaching all day, or you're heading off to?
This is Onteniente Gompa, Techchelin Gompa in Onteniente, East Spain Center.
Yeah.
Preguntaba si has estado enseñando todo el día o has estado.
Yes. No, only in the morning.
Only
yes.
morning. Only
yes.
morning.
Yes. Tomorrow too, in the Sunday. Yes.
No, bless you all.
Okay, see you.
See you
Hello,
all.
everybody.
Lots of love. Lovely to see you and also happy. Thank you very much.
Take care.
You too, Paloma. Oh, Paloma, if you're still there. Oh, she's gone.
Yes, Paloma is here. Begoña has gone.
Oh.
Begoña's left, yes.
Where's Tulku Bear?
Tulku, I have in the other room.
He said he needs a break today. Next time.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Lots of love.
Ciao, dear. Bye-bye. Take care. Gracias, Dancho.
You're wonderful crew. Always lovely to have you on board. And let's have
buen curso, Fabio, mañana.
Gracias, Paloma. Gracias.
And hello, Aldo. Lovely to see you. Jeannie's here. I think Jeannie just sent it over to Venerable Kumpan. So, Kumpan, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
I would like to take a few minutes because every time I said to you in the last few weeks, I catch up with you in the next session, you had left. So I think, and I felt really bad. It's like, oh, crikey, because it's really, really nice. I mean, you're doing the wow, what time is it now? Very early, isn't it? What,
now it's 1 hour difference between us.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's the beautiful thing. No, so you're keeping our well at Chenrezig Institute?
Yes, yeah, very well. We all are doing well, thank you.
Oh,
and you?
Right. Yes. Now I thought, we had the sunshine. I thought, next week maybe I could do certain things, And I looked at the forecast and it's like rain, 3 days snow, more rain, and you go like, that's not good for outdoor activities. Well, if you have the right gear, it's okay, but not what I had planned on doing. So it's really odd, It's nearly summer and we have to have snow, but it is what it is. I mustn't complain. I always wanted snow and now I get it. So just not at the time suitable. But there you go. You would never.
And where are you now?
In Leeds. The Leeds group, they bought the new center a couple of years ago. Yeah, and I'm SPCing there now, and it has been busy getting the schedule organized, but it's half the fun, isn't it? I still can't remember which Lama said it, but if it's too easy, where's the merit?
Yeah.
And some days it just runs and we take everything for granted, and then of course when we hit some snack, we always go like, but,
you more appreciate it.
The bigger the challenge, the better the reward, really, in many ways. So, but it's really lovely to see you, and
nice
still
see you.
smiley, and yes. So, is Chenrezig Institute still in contact with Kyabje Lama? Because she's over at Vajra in Perth
From time
now,
to
isn't she?
time, yes. Mm-hmm. But she's happy. She's doing well. Yeah.
Oh, bless her. I might have to give her a buzz, see how she's doing. Because that was. I noticed she was on this morning, but I thought, no, it's too early, too busy the rest of the day. But no, anyway, thank you very much for hosting
Thank
us.
you very much.
And anyone who hasn't met Venerable Kumpan yet, Venerable Kumpan
is one of the wonderful people, including Jeannie, who is still on screen by name, who are part of the media team, making sure that we are on air on Zoom and on YouTube. Thank you very much for all the hard work and everyone at the media team. And yeah, you were at Jamyang London a while, weren't you? How long ago was that now?
Yes. 2018, 19.
Cool, blimey, hasn't time flown? So yes, so yeah, wonderful. Hopefully, you know, I make it to us one day. All right, I better make a start. Not too much now. Yeah, thank you very much indeed. So yes, good evening, everyone. So we have an hour on this particular session. So we take our time. We're not rushing through. Not that I like rushing at the best of times, but I'll probably spend a little bit more time reflecting on some of the verses we're reciting. And so it gives us a bit more peace and quiet, particularly as for me, it's later now in the days. We have 8:30 here in the UK. And it's time to sort of, you know, start winding the energy down a little bit. I think for those of you who are just getting up, just getting up, that sounds mean, but who just only recently got up because in the early hours, like when we're comfort, you might just want to take it easy to break into the day rather than with too much energy. And we feel lunchtime, you know, you probably rushed around enough anyway. So thank you very much for joining us. So we take a few deep breaths and just focus on the breath. Feel the sensation of the air rushing over your nostrils as you in and exhale. Don't force your breathing, just keep it nice and light and natural. Just feel that the air then goes up the nose, around, through the oral cavity, down the windpipe, and how it fills your lungs right to the bottom corners, so your lungs expand. Feel how the diaphragm moves, your rib cage. And then also the muscles along the ribs. Just as you have filled your lungs fully, just hold it there for a second. And just notice the flow in reverse order. Where the air is being pushed up. The diaphragm moves, your rib, your stomach, you know, your tummy area. And if you're feeling a bit tense, just think about all the joys and happiness that you inhale. And exhale all this stuff that really gives you a little bit of trouble and worry. Just exhale, let it go. And once you sort of found a nice calm space, to reflect on what made us choose to be here right now in this space, in this session. Maybe you would have preferred one early in the day, but you were too busy. That's perfectly all right. Maybe you came across this this channel by accident. That's okay as well. You may be following the Buddhist path, you may not. This is holiness, the Dalai Lama always says. Don't try to become a Tibetan when you think about Tibetan Buddhism. The Westerner often discourages us. You know, it's very complex. Just there's something in Buddhism that works for you. Please feel free to take it. But if you choose to go further down the path, then of course it involves studying. If you think of all the beings in this world, who like us just wish to be happy and free of suffering. Very easy is it for us to complain not having certain foods available, complaining about the weather, having missed a TV program, maybe we're just unhappy ourselves and with various things. And even though we know what's wrong, we don't really want to look at it. We don't want to talk about it. And think about how you react when somebody then comes and keeps asking, are you all right? Are you all right? How we react, how snappy we can get. And we know that it's not necessarily the right reaction from our end, but we expect the other person to just understand. Just think about it from the other side. You see somebody who's struggling, feeling down, wanting to help. Maybe the person doesn't want to talk. How much do we push? How much do we try and push to help that person? How much space should we give them? How would we feel if we're being snapped at? No, all we want to do is try and help. Did we get angry with that person? Did we get angry with ourselves for even trying to help? Did we tell ourselves not wanting to help in future? But how are you supposed to help someone who maybe doesn't want to help yet, want to help right now? Just taking a step back and saying, I'm here for you. if you need me, when you need me. Just letting the person know that we're there for them, that we have seen their pain. And sometimes those who need the help need to come to terms with that. Need to be willing to accept that help may be required, so that they may ask for it themselves. So just on that little example, we can see that suffering can easily be created by misreading the situation, by easily achieving a wrong point of view, where the other person might be pushing, the other person might be snapping. For falling in the trap of abandoning virtuous actions. But also by appreciating that sometimes the kindest thing to do is just being there, making yourself available. By recognizing that those in pain don't always communicate the kindest. How often have we made judgments on people because of the attitude we have observed? How often do we look at these beings as being pompous and aggressive, sniding, all the judgments we pass? If we care to look behind that kind of behavior, we think now of world leaders who engage in acts that we totally disagree with, the acts of great suffering that's being caused. So occupation and war, exploitation and slavery, by oppression, by greed, by thirst for power. How much compassion are we willing to give those beings? Do we have to agree with their actions to be compassionate? No, we don't have to be like that. We don't have to agree with the killing, with the exploitation, the tortures. But we still can be compassionate. Thinking of the suffering that is being created, the suffering that they may experience, so that we, in order to act that certain way, the deluded mind, the hatred, the fear, the anger, aspects of jealousy, greed, sending people to the front lines to die so that they themselves, in power, make it richer, may have more power, may have more influence. What suffering it's causing for them right now and in future lifetimes. All that negative karma, the pain, the suffering. If you want all sentient beings to be free of suffering, we also have to extend our compassion to those beings, especially those who blindly commit these acts. It may be difficult to see that there's good in these beings, but we have to remember that having been born in human form, they must have done something right in previous lifetimes to achieve that level of higher rebirth. But something down the line, their programming went wrong. May they find a way of realigning themselves to use their influence and power not to serve themselves, but to serve the wider good, to serve all mother sentient beings. That in mind, if we visualize in the space in front of us our Guru and the aspect of Chenrezig, Buddha of compassion, and if you had the right initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front above the crown of your head. If you're following us from a different spiritual path, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And if you're joining us from a path in which you feel very uncomfortable engaging with deities, just visualize a clear light and let that light be filled with love and compassion for all. Let it shine unconditionally like the sun. Sun in the sky shines for all of us, no matter what we have done. None of us is without fault. Visualize how light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings, no matter where they are, what form they've taken, and what past they had. The light enters their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions, washing away all the grime, rubbing out all the residual stains, tastes and smells of past lifetimes. lifting all the karmic weight that has been resting on us, pushing us down. Just feel the weight lift. Feel how you can stretch out again, how you can move freely, how you can feel refreshed. Your senses pure again. How rejuvenated you feel. How happy you are not to undergo that suffering. And if we look at all mother sentient beings, we can see they're experiencing exactly the same. None want to be in the state of suffering. None want to be thought of, treated, or spoken about, or spoken to in harmful ways. It is through the actions of our body, speech, and mind that we have created suffering in the past. Not just for ourselves, but for others. Acknowledging these faults, we make the promise that from now on we engage in activities which benefit mother sentient beings. And it may take some time to get it right, but we will do what we can in the here and now while we are alive, making every moment count to the best of our resources, our understanding, our teachings, our training. We don't beat ourselves up if we make mistakes. For as long as we recognize those mistakes, we can adjust and modify our behavior. With that in mind, we call upon mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, hirams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, hirams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, hirams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having acknowledged our faults through the actions of body, speech, and mind, having laid them bare and made the promise that from now on we engage in wholesome actions to benefit mother sentient beings, and having taken refuge in the Guru smiles that so many have answered the call about our motivation to change in order to benefit mother sentient beings. And as the Guru smiles, we can feel more and more of the purifying light nectar being poured into us, into glow with pure light. Our bodies being filled, so much so that our bodies can hold no more, and we exchange ourselves with the Guru. and all other mother sentient beings who themselves exchange themselves with the Guru and others. We all become one with the Guru. We become one with one another. We become one source of love and compassion for all mother sentient beings, shining like a bright beacon to dispel the darkness of samsara and guide all those who are lost in the darkness of samsara to liberation. And we act as a searchlight for those who aimlessly wander, so that we may ourselves return to samsara to lead them out to liberation. As we're about to recite the Mani mantra, let's recall that it is through the actions of our body, speech, and mind that suffering has been created for others and ourselves. Om represents that aspect of our nature. But Om also represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Gurus. In order to transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. So as we recite the Mani mantra, actually what we can do, and we recite for the individual rounds in connection, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Gurus, with the Guru and all mother sentient beings. And we're reciting a full mala of manis for each of the rounds. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, most sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara, and to endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, great protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time, under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time, under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time, under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. All beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O protector. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of man. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time, under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 So this one here, after the next verse, we recite one extra mala of, so that completes the 6 bones. And after the next verse, we recite one more mala of manis. And when we do that, let's not think about compartmentalized realms and beings. Let's just think about beings, no matter what and who they are. If we seem to be enlightened, and if it's easier from a visual point of view, imagine them all in human form. But just think of beings. All beings want to be free of suffering. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the 6-bell mantra Om Mani Padme Hum throughout the 10 directions. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings that would have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. May I do the same. So having acknowledged our faults, taken refuge in the Guru, exchanged ourselves with the Guru and Mother Sentient Beings, made the promise to fully engage in wholesome actions to benefit Mother Sentient Beings, having exchanged ourselves with the Guru and other beings whilst reciting many mantras, may we visualize ourselves now as pure and holding on to the pure state for as long as we possibly can, at least the durations of these prayers, longer if you can. May we now call upon the Great Mother Tara to join us and remove any obstacles that may arise as part of our practice or to our practice. May we always be true and diligent in our aspirations and practices. May all obstacles be removed for those who are sick to be restored to good health. May cures be found for all sicknesses and diseases. May those who are into the Vajra have no obstacles to achieve a favorable human rebirth. May they ideally achieve enlightenment. May all obstacles be removed for those who experience hardships to be given whatever resources necessary to overcome those hardships, so they may take care of themselves and others and their wider communities. May all obstacles be removed to the long lives and well-being of all our precious gurus, in particular His Holiness the Dalai Lama. May all their holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we continue to benefit from the best in this and all future lifetimes. May all obstacles be removed in finding peaceful solutions to the conflicts in this world. May all beings begin to live in equanimity and peace and harmony. May we continue to benefit one another rather than relish in war and conflict. As we recite the Tara mantra, visualize our Great Mother Tara in the space in front, emerald green color light radiating from her body. Each light beam again, finding one of the infinite number of Mother Sentient Beings wherever they are. Om represents the holy body, speech, and mind of Tara herself. Tara liberates us from samsara. Tara liberates us from the 8 fears, many of which we can see happening in this world right now, and also in our own mind streams. Ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. May they all cease to be. Tara liberates us from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. So we do one for mana. Tare, tu tare, dure soa. Tare, tu tare, dure soa. Dare, 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 tu tare, dure. Dare, tu tare, dure soa. 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 Dare, tu tare. Dare, tu tare, dure soa. 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 Okay, maybe now recite the main prayers for of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease. We go for 3 recitations. Again, the more we can recite, the better. But again, rather than entering into fatigue, make sure that you're with it every recitation. Give it the full dedication that requires. Sometimes better to 1, 3, whatever. Make sure you don't just rattle the words. Make sure you apply meaning and feel connected with the prayers. And send out the positive energy and love and compassion to all mother sentient beings. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all the body beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of happy happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the house of caste, spirits, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings now from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of happy happiness, be totally pacifying. May the body mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one last time, really from the bottom of your heart. May all the sick be restored to good health. May those who entered Vajra, about to enter the Vajra, have favor of rebirth and swift transitions. May they achieve enlightenment. May all those who experience hardships be given whatever resources necessary to overcome those hardships. And may those who seek dialogue be successful in finding solutions to these conflicts in this world. And may all our precious gurus live long and healthy lives. May we all achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names therefore beings, so they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. Dedications may be dedicated to the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May they be free from suffering and all its causes. May they achieve enlightenment, and may be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, for engaging in studies, giving teaching, and preserving the teachings to benefit mother sentient beings for eons to come. May our brothers and sisters never be separated from the Dharma and virtuous friends. May we enjoy their company in this and our future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious brothers and sisters in the lay community, who through their kind actions of giving their time and expertise and financial support to ensure that Dharma centers and monasteries can function, and projects such as the prayerathon can flourish. May they never be separated from the Dharma, the Sangha, and virtuous friends. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly quickly as possible. May their lives be long and may we enjoy the company of this in our future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus who have done so already. May achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we continue to be guided by the love and compassion of this in our future lifetimes. May all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we repay their kindness by achieving enlightenment ourselves for the benefit of all Mother Sentient beings. We are particularly dedicated to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, a great beacon of love and compassion in these turbulent times. How fortunate we are to be in human form and have access to His teachings. May we benefit and apply those teachings in this and our future lifetimes. May we never be separated from His Holiness's presence, whatever form or shape we or He takes. May all His holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we see and be reunited with His people in Tibet in this lifetime. I will dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who has tasked us with these prayers. For almost 2 years, we have been reciting Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer to benefit mothers and human beings, and by doing so, have engaged in much deeper practices than we always could have wished for. And by doing so, Rinpoche has also connected us as a community of Sangha of international standing and much deeper and rooted much deeper connections in this lifetime. May we continue to hold these connections in future lifetimes to benefit mothers and human beings. And also by engaging us in these practices has connected us with you, following us on Zoom and YouTube, either as a live presentation or later on as a recording. May you all benefit from these prayers. May Rinpoche live a long and healthy life. May we continue to benefit from his wisdom and guidance in this and our future lifetimes. Okay, we're a bit of shorter version. Otherwise, I'm running out of space. Actually, no dedication. Okay. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise, and may that wisdom not decline but increase more and more. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses, and may all sicknesses without exceptions of transmigrated beings never occur again. May my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajra. Like earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood in the forest, may always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all the negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. As long as any sentient beings has not yet been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I have achieved highest enlightenment. May I become a wish-granting Jew, like a wish-granting Jew, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Due to the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side. I myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Long life prayers for His Holiness. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Lama Zopa, you uphold the subduous moral way who serves as bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples. Please, please live long. So thank you very much if you join me in this session. Thank you very much for all your support throughout the day, throughout the past, 20 months that we have been on air. Thank you very much to the wonderful people at Chenrezig Institute. She's back
Venerable Tendrin, how are you? It just
Good.
seems only a few hours ago that we bumped into one another, but it was the other way around. I took over from you. Lovely to see you again, and still smiling. I love that. You know, that tells me about nice, content people. You know, it's big smiles, always happy, and a genuine
always
smile.
happy to share group practice.
There, here you go. That's what we like to hear even more. You know, it's not just being happy for oneself, but actually to be happy to share group practices. Thank you very much, Venerable.
Thank you.
And nice to have you back. I should have a little break, and I hand over to you without further ado. Hopefully see you again next week. Much love.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay. So thank you, Chenrezig, for continuing to support us. Jenny in the UK, Aldo, let's all rejoice in all the people who week after week after week after week have been trying to fulfill Rinpoche's wishes by doing these practices for the benefit of all those suffering from the pandemic, all sentient beings suffering from all the sufferings of samsara, whatever they may be. So we're getting close to the end of a 24-hour cycle. So let's remind ourselves of our objects of refuge, of the Buddha who demonstrated the path to enlightenment, the Dharma, the method that we have to internalize in order to become enlightened, and the Sangha, those who encourage us to practice. So imagine being surrounded by all sentient beings, because we are. I like to picture, you know, like images of the Milky Way, all these little dots of light. And everywhere in the universe, or many universes, whatever there may be, there are suffering sentient beings. So we turn to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha, to our gurus, in order to learn how to transform our hearts and minds, to remove our ignorance in order to become free from this suffering. So imagine in front of us all is a glorious throne supported by 8 great lions, top of which sits the essence of our own root gurus and the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha. The body of his holy, the holy body is in the color of the purest gold. His one face, 2 arms. His hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth and holding an alms bowl full of nectar. He's wearing the saffron robes of a monk. And his body is in the nature of transparent light. He sits in the Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. Just this incandescent vision of light. Looking upon us with eyes of peace, compassion, loving kindness, wisdom. Surrounding him are all the indirect and direct gurus, yidams, Buddhas, bodhisattvas, dakas, dakinis, Dharma protectors, guardians. And in front of each of them, on another faultless throne, is the Dharma in the form of text, having the nature of light. So I've really tried to embrace the idea that Holy beings are always with us, always looking out for us, completely reliable. They are valid refuges. Now imagine that you're leading all the sentient beings surrounding us in these prayers. Begin with the motivation for the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, the mind that goes to enlightenment. Our Buddha potential fulfilled. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now imagine that the refuge field dissolves up into the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha, who comes to the crown of our head. So there are countless sentient beings with countless incandescent Buddhas above the crown of their heads, sending radiating, purifying white light through the crown of our heads, eliminating all negativities, all the causes of suffering, filling us with the purest golden light, filling us with all the perfective good qualities of enlightened beings, removing all ignorance and filling us with perfected wisdom. And Shakyamuni Buddha also dissolves into light, enters through the crown of our heads, and comes to abide at our hearts, always available, always present. Now imagine that in the space in front, thousand-armed Chenrezig arises. Chenrezig is youthful. He's standing with 1,000 arms, also radiating light, looking upon us with loving kindness, peace, compassion. Chenrezig's the embodiment of all the Buddha's compassionate wisdom. So we're going to recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, to engage the enlightened activity of Chenrezig. And while we recite the mantra, we visualize rays of light coming from Chenrezig's heart, reaching all the sentient beings around us, reaching all sentient beings wherever they are, bringing them healing light, removing all obstacles to happiness. So bring to your heart all those that you're particularly concerned for, those who have asked you to pray for them, all those suffering from the pandemic, those in the bardo, those who's been working tirelessly or perhaps even quite exhausted, but for many, many, many months now, trying to be of benefit to those who are sick and ill, trying to get supplies to those who need them. So we're reciting these mantras on their behalf. So we'll recite for about 5 minutes. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So take a moment to rejoice in your efforts to engage the activities of Chenrezig, to fulfill the request or the advice of our teacher, Lama Zopa Rinpoche. It's the best offering we can make to our teachers, is to follow their advice, to put into practice what they recommend. Like how wonderful it is that we have the advice of a teacher, that we have met the teachings. And while we were reciting this mantra, there have been countless sentient beings doing countless actions of virtues, both holy and ordinary beings, in the present time, in the past, and that we can be 100% certain will happen in the future. I think how wonderful that is. How amazing. So we're going to take all these merits and dedicate them to the great enlightenment on the behalf of all the suffering sentient beings. So again, bring to mind all those who've asked you to pray for them, all those who are suffering from this pandemic, all those who are suffering from all the types of sufferings in samsara. We're dedicating these merits on their behalf, for them not to exhaust until there are no suffering sentient beings at all. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, their mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now, since we can't exhaust all the enlightened beings, they don't get overwhelmed or tired, we're going to continue our prayers with the Vajra speech, words of truth, pacifying the dangers of weapons. So again, picture Chenrezig in front, radiating light as we recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum. Imagine this light going out to all beings who are suffering from weapons, those wielding weapons, those receiving the harm from weapons, whether it's in wartime or for whatever reason, in places where people are oppressed, all the animals that are confronted with weapons or killed by weapons. This is all due to disturbances of the mind. So imagine that the light goes from Chenrezig's heart to all sentient beings, helping to eliminate all the states of mind that result in the harm of others, including the states of mind that arise when feeling that one is being harmed, and replacing all these negative states of mind with nothing but love and compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And rejoice and dedicate our merits on the behalf of all suffering sentient beings. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to us. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry up this ocean by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents, through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarrels and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may all our pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. So imagine that Chenrezig is extremely pleased with us. He dissolves into light, absorbing each and every sentient being, blessing our body, speech, and mind with his holy body, speech, and mind. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by us and all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams, and may they only benefit and never harm each other. And keeping in mind that all things lack inherent existence, do all the past, present, and future merits collected by us, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by ourselves alone. And then for the long, healthy, happy lives of our teachers, for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may you have a long life and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 rare sublime ones, save of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you, Chenrezig, for taking good care of us. Oh, hello. How are you?
Hello, Venerable Tendrila. I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good enough. So, how is Chenrezig? Is it all going well there?
Yes, it's all going well, thank you.
Oh.
And you?
I certainly miss being there. So
I haven't been here.
Yes, I lived there for about 5 years, 7 years, something like that. So.
Okay, so you miss to be here.
Yes, I would love to be there. But I'm here. I'm happy here too.
Come back,
so
please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you later. See you next week.
Next time. Bye.
Bye.
Good morning, good evening, or good afternoon. My name is Kumpen, and I will lead this session. And I would like to start session with foundation of all good qualities. The foundation of all good qualities is the kind and perfect pure Guru. Correct devotion to him is the root of the path. By clearly seeing this and applying great effort, please bless me to rely upon him with great respect. Understanding that the precious freedom of this rebirth is found only once, is greatly meaningful and is difficult to find again. Please bless me to generate the mind that unceasingly day and night takes its essence. This life is as impermanent as a water bubble. Remember how quickly it decays and death comes. After that, just like a shadow follows the body, the result of black and white karma follow. Finding firm and definite conviction in this, please bless me always to be careful, to abandon even the slightest negative actions, and accomplish all virtuous deeds. Seeking samsaric pleasures is the door of all suffering. They are uncertain and cannot be relied upon. Recognizing these shortcomings, please bless me to generate a strong wish for the bliss of liberation. Led by this pure thought, mindfulness, alertness, and great caution arise. The root of the teaching is keeping the Pratimoksha vows. Please bless me to accomplish this essential practice. Just as I have fallen into the sea of samsara, so have all mother transmigratory beings. Please bless me to see this, train in supreme bodhicitta, and bear the responsibility of freeing transmigratory beings. Even if I develop only bodhicitta, but I don't practice the 3 types of morality, I will not achieve enlightenment. With my clear recognition of this, please bless me to practice the bodhisattva vows with great energy. Once I have pacified distraction to wrong objects and correctly analyzed the meaning of reality, please bless me to generate quickly within my mind stream the unified path of calm abiding and special insight. Having become a pure vessel by training in a general path, please bless me to enter the holy gateway of the Fortunate One, the supreme Vajra vehicle. At that time, the basis of accomplishing the 2 attainments is keeping pure vows and samaya. As I have become firmly convinced of this, please bless me to protect these vows and pledges like my life. Then, having realized the importance of the 2 stages, the essence of Vajrayana, by practicing with great energy, never giving up the 4 sessions, please bless me to realize the teachings of the Holy Guru. Like that, may the Gurus who show the noble path and the spiritual friends who practice it have long lives. Please bless me to pacify completely all outer and inner hindrances. In all my lives, never separated from perfect Gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the stages and path, may I quickly attain a state of Vajradhara. And now we start with the motivation for the session. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like a space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now we recite a few malas of mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Now we go to actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and abhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with a long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and abhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with a long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and abhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from the life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we do one more mala of Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. And we do one more time the actual prayer. May all the diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and abujas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodying beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodying beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with a long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now we go to final dedication, and we start with the Shantideva's dedication. May all beings everywhere, plagued by suffering of body and mind, obtain an ocean happiness and joy by virtue of my merit. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drink. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be free from the elements. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightening cease to be afraid, and those bound be free. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain, to dispel the misery of transmigratory beings. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. The long life prayer for His Holiness Dalai Lama. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may your life be long, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for His Holiness's wishes to be spontaneously fulfilled, Savior of the land of snow teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, May all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And the long life prayer for Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And we seal the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side. To that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. By myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, center benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart and in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. Thank you.
No.
I
was listening in. I was listening in from the wings. Oh, lovely. Do you know what? I've never had an opportunity to listen in when you did the lead session. I said it's the first time I managed to actually catch you lead a session. I know you have done so previously, but you're one of the few ones I really don't get much chance. It's because we tend to work on opposite shifts, so to speak. So it was that was really nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I saw a shadow in the background. I take it that reinforcement has arrived at the center.
Yes.
Hi, Tim.
Hello.
Hello.
Just to ask Kupan just to make me host before she leaves.
Yes, I will do.
Just in case.
Oh, bless you all. Thank you very much. Kupan,
Thank
you
you.
have a lovely, lovely day ahead. Get some
Thank
rest,
you.
and
have a good night after this session.
yes, it's been an interesting day, but there you go. That's what we're here for. And welcome aboard, Master Tim. So that was Tim in the background, just joining us. There he is. And again, yes. I absolutely love it when people see, all the wonderful people in the background that make it so easy for us to be on air. It's like, I was thinking earlier,
when we go to the movies, I mean, how many people really pay the utter respect the back crews deserve? You know, you look at who's the lead. I don't know. You know, Marlon Brando. You know, Tom Cruise. You know, Helen Mirren or what. But nobody cares really about the little bits at the end. They always leave the theater. If you noticed, you know, or the screens. Nobody reads actually all the people that are involved in making the films or making it possible. So it's always nice to have you there, and people get to see you as well.
Well, we are lurking in the background somewhere.
Yes, you know, they're the ones who can pull the plug. Love to see you both. All right. Enjoy your evening and welcome.
Everybody.
Right. See you again, Venerable. So yes, and that's a really important thing, that we don't appreciate the interconnectedness that we have with other beings, and you know, the wonderful people who facilitate what we have. You know, when we think about the cooker, you know, the fruit and foods that we eat, you know, or the chain of beings involved, you know, from selling it to us, packaging, if that's involved, the growing, and then of course it's not just the farmer. It's all those little critters, you know, who help with the pollination, making sure that things are working. So so many beings are involved, and we really don't often pay attention to that, and we just take it for granted that something is. In the same way, we may consider, of course we're on air, but why are we on air? You know, we see the people who lead the sessions, and we often, you know, easily forget about the wonderful, wonderful people in the background, without whom we really couldn't be doing this. It would be too much extra, and then you have to think about, you know, what technical are people. And I know if somebody has a problem now signing on additional leads, you know, they make it possible for these leads to be there, and they've done fantastic jobs in the past to find alternatives for leads to join when a link didn't work. And I'm really most grateful to all the wonderful support they've given us, and also the other office staff, you know, for keeping everything updated, and of course the wonderful people who make the teas for those who help us. So let's not forget them. Good cup of tea in between, or coffee, whatever your favorite drink is. So yes, let's be generous with our acknowledgement, and you know, we often want to go and have cheaper things, cheaper. You know, the cheaper I can get it, and then I can throw it away. It has been particularly in the textile industry. If you think about how much waste there is, you know, how you know, in order to get a cheaper price, something that is barely covering the cost of the production, what that actually means to those who have to work on the other end for that, what conditions they would have to work in. You know, what is the pay they take home? How do they support families with that? We wouldn't work for that sort of money or under those conditions. So again, it is through the actions of our body, speech, and mind, the way we see things, the way we talk about things, you know, and what we do, that we can help shape this world and make a difference. So let's take a few moments to quietly take a few breaths, and then reflect on that. And we'll be grateful for what we've taken for granted today, yesterday. Who are the ones that help us a lot but we don't appreciate teachers, nurses, other emergency services. People in the shops, the bus driver, the pilots and the crews who look after the passengers. What about the street sweepers, refuge collectors? What about all the unskilled jobs that we would frown upon doing? Or the messy jobs we expect others to do so that we don't have to deal with it. Sewage workers, undertakers, why do we feel so separated? Why are we so proud that we would say we would never do this job and we expect others to do it? We recall also saying pride comes before the fall. On the other hand, who do we pay great attention to apart from our loved ones? Do we tip a particular waiter or waitress extensively simply because we get a better service? Because they deserve the tip? Do we speak highly of them because we admire their work? Or because we flatter to get something in return? What about everyone else who doesn't fall in one of the two categories? The vast majority of beings. The ones we barely think about. When we talk about world peace, what do we mean? Peace for everyone or just peace for ourselves? When we talk about beings being happy, wanting them to be happy, is it just the ones immediately around us? Because if they're happy, we have an easy life? Are we talking about all human beings around this world, all other sentient beings? When we talk about forgive and forget, what do we mean by that? Forgive and forget what we have done, Are we willing to forgive and forget? Who right now would be looking at Putin and saying forgive and forget? Where's our compassion for all beings? Compassion for those in our immediate circle. Compassion for ourselves. Compassion for all other sentient beings, no matter where they are, what they have done. They deserve happiness as well. Why are we so opposed to other people, other beings being happy? Is it because the way they spoke to us, the way they talked about us, the way we don't feel gaining benefit from them, whether we know them or not? Isn't that the wrong view that we hold? Did we see behind these actions the suffering that may be there for these beings to act a certain way? Maybe the fault is ours for assuming to see what we think we should be seeing rather than what is truly there. Having passed the judgment before we got to know someone because of what we've heard, because of what we may have seen from a distance without knowing the entire context of the situation. Yet when we are being misunderstood, we expect people to cut through this and see what we really intended to say, not take our actions at face value because they were too stupid to see what we actually meant. And they put too much emphasis on the way we said something, maybe in an aggressive tone when we were tired, when we were stressed. Maybe we were in pain. So if this is what we would expect others to see for, in our actions, how much are we putting back? How willing are we to say, this person shouts at me because they're hurt, they're tired? No, we go in and say, well, they may be tired, but that's still no excuse talking to me like that. Justifying our own actions, but dismissing others. Another saying, those in the glass I should not throw stones. Two of us is without flaw. Two of us is so perfect. If we were that perfect in every aspect, what was it? Mary Poppins, perfect in every way. Then we also should be perfect in patience, generosity, forgiveness. Have a kind and caring attitude towards others. Be generous in whatever way we can. Lead by example rather than placing ourselves above those who have not completed perfection as we would see it. How easy we falter with the actions of our body, speech, and mind. How easy is it to lose one's guard? A careless thought, a careless word, a careless act. Even if it was meant in jest, and how easy it is to hurt someone. So maybe be careful with what we say, what we think, and what we do. Maybe foster those acts and thoughts and words that are act in benefit to other beings. Kind words, kind thoughts, kind actions. May our actions be our karma, may their actions be their karma. But may we be there for any being needing our help, needing our compassion. Mercedes Sosa sang in Solo le pido a Dios, ask only of God. She sang, I only ask that I'm not indifferent to his suffering. That I'm not indifferent to injustice. That I'm not indifferent to war. That I'm not indifferent to deception. And that I'm not indifferent about the future. The world we live in right now is definitely a little bit out of sync. It's easy to resign oneself. Think just about the here and now, how to get through it, no matter what. Become self-servant because we forget what may lie ahead. Step away from the suffering of others. Step away from the injustice that is being carried out. Step away from the war because well, that war is over there. It's nothing to do with me. It is easy to think that we know better when the world is full of misinformation right now. May we not become indifferent. May we not wait for others just to change. May we do what we can to create happiness and peace within ourselves. And be an example of that peace and inspire others to transform themselves as well. In the way of the Bodhisattva, Shantideva says, may I be a doctor and the medicine, and may I be the nurse for all sick beings in the world until everyone is healed. Shantideva also mentions that we shall be a bridge or a boat. May we be a bridge between the differences. May we create a sure path to stretch over the void that exists. May we connect beings so that there may be dialogue in this world. May we be a bridge to lead others to freedom and enlightenment. Thangtong Gyalpo, whose prayers we recite every Saturday, also build bridges to ensure that people had access from one side of a river to another, from one valley to another. They could travel at ease and be connected. But also by reciting his prayers, we have built bridges. We have built bridges on an international scale, not just for the Sangha community, those who make sure that we are on air, but also bridges have been built between you and I and other Sangha members and everyone who has been following these prayers, joined these prayers. We have come together to be of benefit to other mother sentient beings. And while all this, Shantideva and Thangtong Gyalpo may be seen as ancient texts and traditions, both of them are very well summarized, maybe not knowingly, by Simon and Garfunkel, when they say, when you're weary and feeling small, when tears are in your eyes, I dry them all. I'm on your side when times get rough and friends just can't be found. When you're down and out, when you're on the street, when the evening falls hard, I will comfort you. I'll take you apart when darkness comes and pain is all around. Like a bridge over troubled water, I will lay me down. These two verses, in a modern way, summarize pretty much what we're meant to be doing as practitioners. I take you apart. I take upon me your suffering. May you have my merit. I'll be there for you in difficult times, not abandon you. I am that bridge that lets you cross to safety. If you visualize in the space in front of us, our Guru and the aspect of Chenrezig. If you had the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visually the Guru, a Guru deity in the space in front above the crown of your head. If you're joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. Anyone joining us who feels uncomfortable with visualizing deities, just visualize a clear light and let that light be filled with love and compassion, universal compassion for all mother sentient beings. And the emphasis here is on all beings. Especially those who we feel have harmed us, have wronged us. May we practice forgiveness. May we see that behind these actions that have been committed, suffering existed. Visualize our light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings, wherever they are, right next to us, or the furthest corners of the universe. And across the 6 realms. Visualize how light enters the being's body through the crown of their heads. And how light enters our body through the crown of our head. Filling us with a loving, compassionate light, purifying away all negative karma, sicknesses, and delusions. All accumulated since beginningless time, and through the actions of our body, speech, and mind. Feel how that karmic weight is being lifted off your shoulders. All the grime and stains and stenches and tastes are being washed and cleansed away. Are you being rejuvenated? polished, feeling good as new, feeling happy, with a light heart and a happy mind, enjoying life without suffering, without pain. Being able to see, smell, taste, hear, feel in the purest form. Feeling your life energy restored. And if we look around, we can see all mother sentient beings experiencing the same bliss. And recognizing that mother sentient being like us do not wish to suffer, do not want to look over their shoulders all the time for fear of being preyed on, being mistreated, treated badly, being abused. Being judged. Just to live a happy existence alongside other sentient beings. And again, recognizing that through the actions of body, speech, and mind, we have created suffering in past lifetimes for others and in return for ourselves. And we abandon these unwholesome actions and replace them with wholesome actions to benefit others. In the here and now, while we are alive, to the very best of our ability, depend on resources, training, skills. May we refrain from harming beings. May we benefit them. May we work on the development of bodhicitta. May all our actions of body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. May we call upon all mother sentient beings to join us, taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. One more time. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. Having taken refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles more and more, the purifying light nectar is being poured into us. Atom by atom, we're being filled with that loving light, and we contain that light. Until we can hold no more, and we exchange light back to the Guru, exchanging ourselves with other mother sentient beings who likewise exchange themselves with the Guru and other beings. We all become one with the Guru. We all become one with one another. We become one source of love and compassion for all mother sentient beings, shining brightly, dispelling the darkness of samsara. Act as a beacon for those who are still lost in the darkness to find their way out. Like a searchlight, we seek those who aimlessly wander in the darkness of samsara existence, so that we may enter samsara and lead them to liberation. As we are about to recite the Mani mantras, again, let's remind ourselves that it is through the actions of our body, speech, and mind that so much suffering has been caused. Om represents that aspect of our nature. But Om also represents body, speech, and mind of the Gurus, the holy aspect. In order to transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Ani and Padme, and combine those in Om. So as we recite the mantras, we remind ourselves of these actions. Keep exchanging ourselves with the Guru and Mother sentient beings. And may we and other beings change to benefit each other. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. So having acknowledged that it is through the action of body, speech, and mind that we have created so much suffering, wishing to transform these actions to benefit others. And we also remind ourselves of the 6 realms of the hell realms, the hungry ghost, the animal realm, the realm of the humans, demigods, and gods, also represented within the Mani mantra. 6 syllables for the 6 realms. Mani is for the higher realms of the gods, demigods, and humans. The poison for the realm of God is pride. The poison to enter the realm of the demigods is jealousy. Desire leads us to the human realm. So may we abandon all these poisons and be of benefit to other beings. May we therefore be liberated and reach enlightenment. The 3 lower realms, animal realm, hungry ghosts, and hell realms. Padme Hum. Ignorance is the gateway to the animal realm. Greed is the gateway to the realm of hungry ghosts, never having enough. And hostility and hatred is the realm of hells. All the realms are the manifestation of our minds. May we abandon all these poisons and free our bodies and mind and speech from these poisons so that we may benefit other beings by achieving liberation for ourselves and others, and our own liberation solely for the purpose and benefit to serve other mother beings. So recite a few more of the Mani mantras. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Having acknowledged all our faults of past lifetimes through the actions of body, speech, and mind, having contemplated on them, and having made the decision to abandon all the negative actions of body, speech, and mind, and exchange them for the benefit of mother sending beings with wholesome actions, having taken refuge in the Guru and recited many mantras, may we visualize ourselves now as pure and holding on to that pure state. May we call upon the great Mother Tara to join us. With Mother Tara, remove any obstacle that may arise for our practices. May Mother Tara remove any obstacles for those who are sick. May cures be found for all sicknesses and diseases. May the sick be reinstated, restored to good health. May those who have entered the Bard or are about to enter the Bard have all obstacles removed for swift transition in favor of rebirth. May Mother Tara remove all obstacles for those who are experiencing hardships, so that they may receive whatever resources necessary to overcome these hardships and be placed in a state of happiness that is free from suffering. May Mother Tara remove any obstacles which may affect the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus, in particular His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. May they live long and healthy lives and may continue to benefit from the holy wishes, wisdom, and guidance. May all obstacles be removed to find a swift solution to all the conflicts in this world. May we enter an age of dialogue, abandon all the aggressive ways, the quarreling, the fighting. May happiness prevail and peace for all benefit the benefit of all mother sentient beings. Visualize Mother Tara in the space in front of us. The light emanating from Mother Tara in all 10 directions, finding each the infinite number of mother sentient beings. Can light entering the being's body through the crown of their heads, filling them with their loving light. Om represents Tara's holy body, speech and mind. Tara liberates us from samsara. Tara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. Many we have just pointed out, but we can also use these poisons to enter the gateways into different realms. May we be freed from all these poisons and fears. May we close the doors to the lower realm and open the doors to the path of enlightenment, not just for us, but for mother sentient beings. Tura liberates us from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. So recite one full mana of Tara. Om Tare Dudare Dure Soha. 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 Om Tare Dudare. So if you visualize how all the obstacles have now been removed, maybe call upon the guardians to join us now. And maybe call upon Dr. Vajrapani for recite the Vajra armor. His feet are stretched out and he holds a Vajra in his right hand, his necklace in the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire, and from his body might meet fire, Garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorms destroy all disease, epidemics, spirits, harms, and interferes. Despite their wrathful or ferocious looking appearances, may we embrace the guardians or the kindness that they've taken upon themselves to ensure that we stay true to the path and not engage in actions that are harmful to ourselves and others. And likewise, to step in if there are actions from outside trying to interfere with us, to protect us from diseases and other outside factors. May we respect them, may we embrace them, may we value them. Recite the Vajra Ama 7 times. Vajra Pedum Padmaswari Ped Nipashir Niganan Taita Savaraita Hanana Vajina Vaksha Vaksha So. Vajra Pedum Padmaswari Ped Nipashir Niganan Taita Savaraita Hanana Vajina Vaksha Vaksha So. Vajra Pedum Padmaswari Ped Nipashir Niganan Taita Savarita Hanana Vajina Vaksha Vaksha So. Vajra Pedum Padmaswari Ped Nipashir Niganan Taita Savarita Hanana Vajina Vaksha Vaksha So. Vajra Pedum Padmaswari Ped Nipashir Niganan Taita Savarita Hanana Vajina Vaksha Vaksha So. Vajra Pedum Padmaswari Ped Nipashir Niganan Taita Savarita Hanana Vajina Vaksha Vaksha So. Vajra Pedum Padmaswari Ped Nipashir Niganan Taita Savarita Hanana Vajina Vaksha Vaksha So. If you're breathing into your hand and just inhale, think about how you also have this protection on the inside. If you're next to a sick person, it's okay to, of course, carry megagerms, to gently blow over their food and drink so that they may benefit from the healing and protection as well. Maybe now also call upon the Black Manjushri to join us. It's a bastral face, 3 eyes, and his 2 hands. He holds a scripture in his left hand, a sword in the right. He's adorned with precious bone ornaments and stands in the midst of a mass of fire. And flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies and the bodies of all mother sentient beings, purifying all negative karma, obstructions, sicknesses, spirits, dangers, burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. So if you think about where it said previously interferers, or in this case spirits, where these represent beings, may we not seek to destroy the beings, may we destroy the motivation to act a certain way, which is harmful to other beings. May we destroy the root causes for that action so that those beings may engage in activities wholesome are beneficial to others, and by doing so, may they be liberated from their cyclic existence in samsaric states, and therefore find the path to enlightenment. So again, we recite 7 times. Umta chu chu su du du su du mi su ninga la chu ka lo jakam shamdam pepe su. Umtam chu chu su du du su du mi su ninga la chu ka la jakam shamdam pepe su. Umtam chu chu su du du su du mi su ninga la chu ka la jakam shamdam pepe su. Umtam chu chu su du du su du mi su ninga la chu ka la jakam shamdam pepe su. Umtam chu chu su du du su du mi su ninga la chu ka la jakam shamdam pepe su. Chu chu su du du su du mi su ninga la chu ka la jakam shamdam pepe su. Umtam chu chu su du du su du mi su ninga la chu ka la jakam shamdam pepe su. So having fully prepared ourselves, may we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. May we overlay the main prayer of liberating Sakya from disease with the praises to the Sublime Chenrezig. And again, within the praises of the Sublime Chenrezig, as prayer Thangtong Gyalpo recalled from a previous life when he was the monk Pema Karpo, he recited that prayer for 60 years between the ages of 20 and 80 whilst doing nungnes. Everyone who's done nungne as a practice knows that doing this for 60 years single-pointedly is quite a commitment. So yeah, and within these praises, Thangtong Gyalpo again reminds us of the 6 realms and the gateways, the keys to the lower realms and all the other realms. And again, we have to remind ourselves that the realms are manifestation of our minds. If we listen very carefully, again, we can see how we in this form, we have traits in it of any of these within our mind stream to a larger or lesser degree. And we very often tend to see or look for these traits in others so that we can point it out and say, oh, look at this one. But again, just be mindful. Just be mindful of what you see and what you think you see. But be aware of the consequences that come through certain actions and mindsets. So we have 28 minutes left. 7. So we should be okay doing 3 recitations per realm. Does that work? Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, Most Sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, Great Refuge and Protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving Protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara, and to endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, great protector. Now begin with the palms. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo 3 times. Again, maybe utilize the number 3 for the suffering of body, suffering of speech, suffering of the mind, as it may apply within those realms to those beings. May all the diseases in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of this world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names differ beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that unsun me, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the mind, disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, with the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sign of whose name is death of beings, as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that comes on me, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Next one. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits. May our beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potalam. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names there are beings, so they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, which, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names there are beings, as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements deprive the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are due to life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names deaf are beings, as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Coming to the final one of the three lower realms, the animal realm. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O Protector. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements deprive the body mind of happy happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, beards, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are due to life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of this world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that me, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, beards, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and this out of whose names stand by beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now we begin the first of the three upper realms. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who undergo the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, beards, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and may instantly not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and the sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, Buddhas and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yah, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at Hamsani, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, Buddhas and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are due to life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at Hamsani, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of the jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Bhutala. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at Amsadni, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at Hamsani, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's had in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the hounds of grass, beards, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May unembodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May unembodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at Hamsadni, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Didn't do the part yet, good. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, beards, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names there are beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at Hamsadni, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, beards, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at Hamsadni, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled one last time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, beards, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at Hamsadni, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of heavy happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakins, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-pill mantra of Mani Padme Hum throughout the 10 directions. By the power of those praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. And may we practice to the same extent. Okay, dedications. Where are we? Okay, may we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all mother sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May they meet the Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious Gurus. May all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Particularly His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, who has been a great beacon of love and compassion in these turbulent times. Unfortunately, we are to have been in human form and have access to his teachings. May we benefit from these teachings, this in our future lifetimes. May we never be separated from his great kindness in the here and now and future lifetimes. May we see him be reunited with his people in Tibet in this lifetime. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence and cause and effect, independent, arising and betraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many six-sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exceptions of transmigratory beings, never occur again. In all my life, never separated from perfect Gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajra. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Lord Zandrapa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the 2 stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. Like earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without exception, resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen upon me, and all my virtue ripen upon them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Long life prayer for His Holiness, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Lama Zopa, You uphold the subdued moral way, who serves as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjuna's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much for your kind support throughout Prayerathon today and in nearly, 18, 20 months that we have been on air. And hello, Nana, lovely to see you. Nice to have you on board. And thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute. Aldo, thank you very much. Everyone has been with us. Jeannie's here still, thank you. Tim, and I think Anna and Fernanda were online earlier. So thank you very much for everyone who joined us. And it gives me great pleasure.
Thank you, Venerable Danto.
You're welcome. As I finished on Rinpoche's long life prayer, it's lovely to see Venerable Angie to wrap up today's proceedings. Thank all the wonderful merit from Rinpoche's house. So here you go. We couldn't have it any better than that. How are you, Venerable?
I'm good. How are you?
Yes, time to go to bed.
It
It has been a long day, but it has been an enjoyable day. I have to say, it is
midnight
great.
there, yeah?
Sorry?
Midnight.
Yes, midnight.
Midnight.
Yeah. But hey, it's all right. You know, tomorrow is sort of a day off. But
that's good.
you know, it's much.
So
Anyway,
a day off in samsara for us, isn't it?
absolutely. Yeah, you know, prepare the next sessions. Venerable Angie, lovely to see you.
Yeah, you
Glad
too.
you're
Thanks
being
so
well.
much.
Take care.
Venerable.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
See you all next week, hopefully.
Okay. Hi to everyone. And again, we're here doing these prayers for the world. And today, particularly, I wanted to do as we always do, the COVID prayer, liberating Sakya from disease, to recite that with some Om Mani Padme Hums, and then also to do the prayer that Rinpoche suggested, one of the prayers that Rinpoche suggested, because there's not time to do all three. So to do the one that Rinpoche suggests to pacify war in Ukraine and Russia, Bharti Lamsel by Guru Rinpoche, the request to Guru Rinpoche to pacify different obstacles, and in this case, particularly to pacify all the war and violence that's going on in Russia and in the Ukraine. So we'll want to do that prayer, and then we'll finish with the multiplying mantras and the long life prayers. And that's usually about how much I can squeeze in this 25-minute, 30-minute session. So let's take a moment just to settle our mind. Bringing our awareness back here, in case we're wandering somewhere else, back to this present moment of doing prayers for all sentient beings. And particularly, remembering that as Buddhist practitioners, once we realize that we're under the control of karma and delusion, the two causes of suffering that cause all the problems are the main, our main enemy that cause all the problems in life. This karma and delusion, two types of suffering that the Buddha, are the two causes of suffering that the Buddha discovered and taught in the world, and as well as that, he taught the path. So the purpose of our life is to free ourselves by practicing the path, the two truths and the path that the Buddha taught. So that's the main purpose of our life, to liberate ourselves from suffering's causes and develop all the enlightened qualities on the Bodhisattva path up to enlightenment, as we see in the incredible examples there of gurus, His Holiness Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and whatever other gurus you may have that show us the exemplar enlightened potential. So the purpose of our life is to, develop these inner qualities, particularly the wisdom that frees us from ignorance, the mistaken view of self, and also to develop this great mind of bodhicitta and all the skill to be able to free all other beings from suffering in this cause. So how wonderful it would be. That's the purpose of our life. That's our motivation for all activities. To hold that thought and that prayer for all sentient beings. and particularly today to do these prayers to pacify the immediate obstacles in the world, the pandemic, and also war, you know, and all the different economic problems that come around because of that in different countries. For those also to be pacified, so people can have peace and whatever they need in their life for their basic life, and particularly for their spiritual path and their freedom up to enlightenment. So dedicating for all sentient beings, we start with this motivation to on the prayer, liberating Sakya from disease. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. the actual prayer, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like habitually leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. All embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 classes of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. Okay, so dedicate that for the pacification of the COVID and the pandemic. And now we're going to do this prayer, Barchi Lancel, the supplication to Guru Rinpoche, clearing the obstacles in the path, a terma of Chogyur Lingam. Om Ahom Vajra Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. Dharmakaya Amitabha, I supplicate you. Sambhogakaya, great compassionate one, I supplicate you. Nirmanakaya Padmakara, I supplicate you. My Guru, wonderful Nirmanakaya, in the land of India, you were born, you studied and contemplated. Journeying in person to Tibet, you tamed the demonic forces. Residing in the land of Udayana, you acted for the welfare of beings. Through your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. Through your affection, guide myself and others on the path. Through your realization, grant me the siddhis. Through your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahom Vajra Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. When seeing the wonder of bodily forms, you make the sword mudra with your right hand. With your left, you make the summoning mudra. With gaping mouth, bare fangs, and upward gaze, Gyalwa Dunzin, Lord of beings, with your kindness bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the siddhis. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahom Vajra Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. When receiving the precious and sacred teachings, your radiant body is endowed with a luminous complexion. Your right hand holds the scriptures of the Tripitaka. Your left holds a volume of Kala. You comprehend all the profound teachings, Pandita of Yang Lesho. With your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the siddhis. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahom Vajra Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. When binding the vow holders under oath or at the beautiful and immaculate supreme place, at the borderline between India and Tibet, you bestowed your blessings on the moment of arrival. At the mountain endowed with enveloping fragrance, even in winter time, lotus flowers bloom. At the supreme and blissful place, the spring of enlightenment with nectar-like water, Ketchok Sulsam, dressed in the robes of the Dharma, your right hand holds a 9-pronged Vajra, your left holds a jewel casket, filled with Rakta nectar. You're bound under oath the Dakinis and vow holders. Seeing the Yidam face to face, you accomplish the siddhis. With your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the siddhis. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahom Vajra Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. When establishing the doctrine of the victorious one, you performed sadhana in the forest of the Slate Mountain. Throwing your recitation dagger into the sky's expanse, you caught it and rolled with your Vajra mudra. Rolling, you threw it into the sandalwood forest. The fire blazed and the lake dried up. Instantly, you burned away all the places of the Tartikas and reduced the black yakshas to dust. Matchless slayer of demons, with your kindness bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection guide myself and others on the path. With your realization grant me the Siddhis. With your powers dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally, clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahom Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. When you subjugate the Rakshas, you bow young boy in their Manakaya attire, wondrous form of goodness and magnificent colour, with even teeth and beautiful golden hair in the manner of a 16-year-old youth. You wear various kinds of jewel ornaments. With your right hand you hold bell metal dagger, subjugating the Maras and Yakshas. With your left you hold the teak dagger, protecting your devoted disciples. Around the neck you wear the iron dagger, indivisible from the Yidam deity, non-jewel Nirmanakaya ornament of Jambudipa. With your kindness bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection guide myself and others on the path. With your realization grant me the Siddhis. With your powers dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally, clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahom Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. When intending to go to the land of ghosts in the area of mass of fire, within a lake the expanse of an arrow shot, upon a lotus you wear cooled and refreshed, meditating within a lotus flower known as Padmasambhava. You appeared as the perfect Buddha in person, such a wondrous Nirmanakaya. With your kindness bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection guide myself and others on the path. With your realization grant me the Siddhis. With your powers dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally, clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahom Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. When becoming the son of Tibet, glorious guide of devoted beings, you manifested in different forms to tame beings according to their needs. At the Kala Palace in Sang, you bound Rala Genyan under oath. At the district of Sawe Sasho, the 21 haughty Deva Genyans, you bound under oath. At Japtran of Mangyo, you bestowed Siddhis in the 4 monks. Supreme Eminent Vidyadhara, with your kindness bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection guide myself and others on the path. With your realization grant me the Siddhis. With your powers dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally, clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahom Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. At the glorious plain of Palmo Tang, you bound the 12 Tenma goddesses under oath at the Kala Pass of central Tibet. You bound fleshless white glacier under oath at Damsho Labu Ningdru. You bound Tangla Yashu under oath. At the very summit of Hipori, you bound all the Devas and Rakshas under oath. Of all these great Devas and demons, some offered the core of their life force, some undertook guarding the teachings, and some pledged to be servants. Mighty One with powers and miracles, with your kindness bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection guide myself and others on the path. With your realization grant me the Siddhis. With your powers dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally, clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahom Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. When establishing the doctrine of the sacred Dharma, like a banner of victory, Samye without being erected was spontaneously accomplished, and you fulfilled the wishes of the king. You were endowed with the names of the 3 great beings. One was Padmakara, one was Padmasambhava, and one was lake-born Vajra. Your secret name is Dorje Dragpo Sel. With your kindness bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection guide myself and others on the path. With your realization grant me the Siddhis. With your powers dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally, clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahom Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. At Samye Jimpu, when practicing sadhana, you repelled negative conditions and bestowed the Siddhis. You established the king and ministers on the path of liberation, and caused the bond doctrine, negativity in manifest form to wane. You showed the precious and immaculate Dharmakaya and placed the destined ones in Buddhahood. With your kindness bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection guide myself and others on the path. With your realization grant me the Siddhis. With your powers dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally, clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahom Vajra Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. Having left for the land of Virgin, you now subdue the Yarakshas. Your great qualities surpass any human being. Your actions are wonderful and amazing, mighty one with powers and miracles. With your kindness to bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the siddhis. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally, clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you, Om Ahom Vajra Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. Possessing the body, speech, and mind, you're the glorious guide of beings. Having discarded all obscurations, you perceive the three realms vividly. Having achieved the supreme siddhi, sublime body of great bliss, you surely dispel the obstacles to attaining enlightenment. With your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the siddhis. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally, clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahom Vajra Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. Om Ahom Vajra Guru Pema Chodrel Sal Vajra Samaya Za Siddhi Pala. Okay, so now we're going to go to do some dedications. Chanchu Senchu Rinpoche Mage Banam Gyurshe Yewa Nyamba Me Bayan Gonne Gondu Pelwarshu. Treat all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings. May bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all sentient beings in 6 realms, especially of everybody in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those who have remembered realms to pray, all those whose name have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart and the hearts of all family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. And especially may it be generated in the hearts of the Putin and all the leaders who are particularly responsible for suffering in the world. May they develop a good heart and only thinking of others, only how to benefit and not harming. Long life His Holiness Dalai Lama. Jitengam dir pende maluba ganle jumbe sambel yishinor kadrin sume tenzing yatsocho kuse tenshin tu shilun rushu. And for His Holiness's wishes to be spontaneously fulfilled, Saviour of the land of snow teachings and transmigrated beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. Oops, sorry. And so also now for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Tu su jan jin jan gong gelwe tenzing gyom belwe gunzo do borze chosim gyvele mon turu Pada sodu jigondu jaten shu. Unsealing the merits for emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the Buddhas, numberless Buddhas, and sentient beings, which are completely empty from existing from the inside. May the I, which is completely empty from existing from its own side, quickly achieve enlightenment, which is completely empty of existence from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existence from their own side. So that enlightenment by myself alone, again, which is completely empty of existence from its own side. And I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train, just like the hero Manjushri knows reality as it is, and just like Samantha Vajra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapas, we have dharmas to flourish, and may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to 2 types of merit, 3 times myself and others, may teachings the victorious one, Losang Drapa, shines resplendent forever. And we'll finish with the multiplying mantras. Chom dende deshin shepara jomba yanda pasope sange namba nansi yoge gyalpo lashak selu. Chanchu zemba zemba jemba kundu zambo lashak selu. Tayata om benja griva ava bodini suha. Om duru duru jaya mukhi suha. Tayata om benja griva ava bodini suha. Om duru duru jaya mukhi suha. Tayata om benja griva ava bodini suha. Om duru duru jaya mukhi suha. Tayata om benja griva ava bodini suha. Om duru duru jaya mukhi soha. Tayata om benja griva ava bodini soha. Om duru duru jaya mukhi soha. Tayata om benja griva ava bodini soha. Om duru duru jaya mukhi soha. Tayata om benja griva ava bodini soha. Om duru duru jaya mukhi soha. Tayata om benja griva ava bodini soha. Om duru duru jaya mukhi soha. Chom dende deshin shepara jomba yanda pasope sangi mengele bejira ogi gyalpo lashak selu. Chom dende deshin shepara jomba yanda pasope sangi no wanda monlam tanchi raptu dripe gyalpo lashak selu. Due to the blessings of the eminent victorious ones and their son, the truth of infallible dependent arising, and the power of my pure special attitude taking responsibility, may all the aims of my pure prayers be accomplished. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Venerable Angie.
Thank you. Are you hosting?
Yes, for probably another minute, and then it will be.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a minute early today. Sorry
that's
about
okay.
that.
No, that's fine. Normally, I'm not hosting when we're finishing here, so it's not normal for me to know what to even do. I'll just have to end the meeting. You know?
Anyway, we can just rejoice at all the prayers that have been done. Spend a minute to rejoice how wonderful it is, and sending out all that positive energy for all beings in the world and the planet, and may all our prayers really be swiftly fulfilled. Fill in the last minute like that.
Excellent.
Okay. Thank you
okay,
for
then.
Thank you.
Thank you, Venerable Angie.
Thank you, Aldo.
You are light for me.
Yeah. Nice to be with you again. Thank you.